Report duplication, delay and poor value for money. For some courses, forklift training, for example, the CITB route can cost more than twice as much as the non-CITB route, take considerably longer, yet lead to precisely the same qualification. Many of these courses are not optional. Small construction firms must keep up with industry standards and legal health and safety requirements. They need a system that is fast, clear and good value, not one that makes compliance harder, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises that are so crucial to our economy. Meanwhile, the levy is a tax in all but name which must be paid regardless of the services offered, and the CITB has expenditures of nearly £300 million, but gives less than half of that away in grants, while its wage bill and headcount steadily rise. So I would be very grateful if the leader could ask the relevant ministers to write to me explaining how they intend to restore employer confidence, particularly amongst small construction companies in the CITB, improve course access and value for money, and reform an organisation that appears to be losing its way.
Very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for his, some of his remarks. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the whole House, on a serious matter, I'm sure the whole House will join me in sending our condolences to the families of the 3 young women who died yesterday in the tragic incident in Brighton. In local elections, Mr. Speaker, following the local elections which took place last week, I want to put on record my thanks to councillors for their service to their communities, irrespective of parties or whether they're not party aligned, and particularly those who were not re-elected. Mr. Speaker, the King's Speech opened our new parliamentary session, and members would have heard your words about how we should conduct ourselves. And I fully support those remarks, of course, and I thank you for sending them out to the House. The King's Speech, Mr. Speaker, this session will be about economic growth, building infrastructure, improving public services and strengthening our national security. I've published a written ministerial statement this morning which lists the bills we have announced, and members will have an opportunity to debate the King's Speech over the coming days. This is a serious long-term plan, bringing about change and putting the country back in the service of working people. Curiously, Mr. Speaker, and in contrast, the opposition brought forward an alternative King's Speech. And like most of the country, I'd failed to notice until the Leader of the Opposition referred to it yesterday. And I have a copy here if anyone needs any nighttime reading to put them to sleep. I've read it with interest. Now, the Shadow Leader is a distinguished author. I've read some of his works. He writes with genuine interest, clear thinking, and even wit sometimes. And all that demonstrates is that he had absolutely nothing to do with this King's Speech. The alternative King's Speech is a description, no more than a description, of the long-term ills of our country, which merely serves to remind us that the previous government had 12 legislative programmes and 14 long years to test these ideas, and they failed. So we're not, Mr. Speaker, going to take any lectures from them. I'd also like to draw the House's attention to the report published by the Modernisation Committee this morning. The report recommends a new pilot to allow members to participate virtually in select committee meetings in limited circumstances. This is part of the committee's ongoing work to ensure that the House's procedures remain effective, accessible and resilient. And a motion will be brought forward in due course to allow the House to consider these proposals, which I hope will be supported. Let me turn now to the other remarks of the Shadow Leader of the House. And I certainly congratulate Mike in his Hereford constituency. And I've said this before, but I'll say it again, Mr. Speaker. The success of that organisation is due not least to the Right Honourable Gentleman's commitment and leadership on this matter, and we should congratulate him on this. I absolutely agree with him on the matter of the donation to the Leader of Reform. These are serious allegations. I welcome the fact that the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards is looking into this, and I also welcome the independent Rycroft review on foreign financial interference in our democracy. As for the other comments that he makes about the current political situation, I would encourage him to stop doom scrolling. The Prime Minister and the Government are getting on with the job of governing, and this King's Speech is spreading opportunity and building a fairer Britain. On the construction traineeships levy, which he talked about, this is a serious issue, and I will raise the matter with the relevant minister, and I will get him to write to him.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, I attended the Bradford City Football Club Fire Disaster Memorial Service. We remembered the 56 football fans who died in the tragic stadium fire 41 years ago. Young players from the club attended, alongside fans who'd survived and families of those who died. Will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to the club for keeping alive the memory of those who suffered? And would he find time to celebrate the role that football plays in bringing communities together?
Mr. Speaker, absolutely join my honourable friend in paying tribute to Bradford City for keeping the memory of the 1985 disaster alive. Some of us remember that day and will never forget. And I extend my heartfelt condolences to the friends and families who lost their lives on that tragic day. As she rightly points out, football and sports more widely do bring communities together and can be a force for good. And I'm sure and I hope that we will see that in the coming months, not least when the World Cup kicks off.
Yeah. Wendy Chamberlain.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by associating myself with the remarks of the Leader of the House in relation to Brighton and the elections? It is not easy to stand for elected office, particularly if you are not successful, and it does take a toll, so I thank him for doing that. I also thank him for providing us with the first set of business for the new session. But I do have to reflect, at the beginning of the last session, the new government made a virtue of the fact that they would be putting an end to the incessant chaos of the Conservatives. But yet here we find ourselves again with a Prime Minister who appears to have lost all authority. And we all know that changing Prime Minister over and over again is deeply damaging for our economy and for our place on the world stage. I heard us described as Italy without the cuisine in recent days. And when you look at the content of the King's Speech, Mr. Speaker, you see the reason why this Prime Minister has run out of road despite having such a large majority, because there's no real change offered by this government's policy agenda, just a tinkering around the edges. There's an EU reset bill that offers no reset and no attempt to boost growth by moving beyond the government's red lines. There's no measures to boost national security by introducing a programme of defence bonds, and there is nothing to fix the crisis in social care that plagues so many of our constituents. Now, will the Leader of the House schedule a debate in government time on how to stop this continued chaos of successive Conservative and Labour governments? And perhaps some of the Prime Minister's cabinet colleagues might want to come along and make some contributions. But after last week's results, Mr. Speaker, one of the solutions that should be discussed in that debate is the need to move to a system of proportional representation for general elections as well as local government in England. It has never been greater. We Liberal Democrats will always support calls for making every vote count, and that's despite results in Richmond upon Thames and in some of the Scottish constituencies, including my own, I have to say, that would make Kim Jong-un blush. So will the Leader of the House speak to the Prime Minister and try to persuade him that if he wants to leave some form of legacy which he can be proud of, he should make time for a bill on fair votes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The King's Speech makes clear, and the Prime Minister has made clear, that the long-term national interest does require a closer relationship with our European allies, more so than ever at this time, because there are huge opportunities to strengthen our security and cut the cost of living. We have made progress with closer cooperation on agriculture, electricity, emissions trading and more. But I have to say that the previous government's Brexit deal did deep damage to the economy. We won't be joining the customs union or the single market. We won't be returning to freedom of movement. But there will be legislation. There will be legislation which will be coming forward to reset the relationship with Europe because, as I say, the Prime Minister and the government have made very clear about the need for a closer partnership. In terms of proportional representation, our party's position is very clear. I note that the Liberal Democrats may have an opportunity to bring forward an amendment to the King's Speech on this, if they so wish, and I think if they do so, they'll get the answer that they won't want to hear.
Dr. Britton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently held an event in High Green to listen to local people's priority for the area because they felt overlooked for far too long.
Two of the areas within High Green have a bottom 3% and 7% score of deprivation in England. I want to change that so that High Green is enabled to receive £20 million of funding from the government's Pride in Place programme. I'm ambitious for High Green, the home of the Arctic monkeys, and know that the talent and community spirit of this place can fulfil their potential with that investment. Will the Leader of the House advise me how I can work with ministers to secure Pride in Place funding for High Green to breathe new life into our community and ensure everyone locally can stay near but go far?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is a doughty champion for her communities, and I once again pay tribute to her for that. We are committed to regenerating communities through our waste crime action plan, investing in libraries, cultural venues and youth services, ensuring communities across the country get the investment that they need. But she draws particular attention to Pride in Place, which is not just about putting investment into local neighbourhoods, but it's also about putting local people in charge of the decisions about their local communities and the things that they care about and affect their lives. She does make a strong case for further funding, and I'll assure that the Secretary of State hears that.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I first thank the Leader of the House for his unfailing courtesy at the dispatch box and for the meticulous manner in which he refers members' concerns to the appropriate ministers. Whoever emerges as the Leader of the Labour Party, I hope very much that he will remain in his post. Mr. Speaker,
it might be him.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't wish that on him. Mr. Speaker, given the Labour Party's manifesto commitments, some of us had rather hoped that we might find perhaps a bill to ban the proceeds of trophy hunting in the King's Speech, or something to do with hare coursing, or an improvement on farm animal welfare. The sad fact is, Mr. Speaker, there was no such mention of any animal welfare issue whatsoever in the King's Speech, and I'd be grateful if the Right Honourable Gentleman could address that. And while I'm on my feet, could I also say that with the hospitality industry on its knees, now is not the moment to introduce a tourism tax.
Just to say, a good old stager knows how to take advantage, but it should be down to one area, not two at the same time.
I'm sincerely grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for his comments. I do think it is important that we uphold standards wherever we can. As for his reference to not wishing the ultimate job on me, I suspect he's been talking to my wife in that regard. But in terms of animal, and I can assure him, clearly it's not going to happen. Clearly it's not going to happen. But I have to say, because there's no, apart from anything else, there's no vacancy. In terms of the issues which he raises, I do think we've made a good start on animal welfare in the first session, and there will be further sessions in which we can bring forward measures. There is also, of course, the possibility, given the progress made in the second session, that other legislation will be brought forward. I'm not promising anything, but there is also some flexibility in there. There are other routes, of course, that colleagues can take, and not least private members' bills, to address some of the important matters which the Right Honourable Gentleman raises.
Paul Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Sunday, there were scenes of wild celebration amongst us Dale fans at Wembley as our beloved club staged a fabulous comeback and won the playoff final to return to the English Football League. There were also fantastic celebrations, a civic celebration at Rochdale Town Hall, where Jimmy McNulty and his lads could see for themselves just how proud we all were of their team's heroics, their grit and their togetherness. Will the Leader join me in congratulating the Dale on a fabulous season, and also for proving that our club, like our town, never ever gives up? Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I certainly will join him in congratulating Jim McNulty and the Dale team on their successful season. Our local football teams do give us pride in local communities, which is why last session we delivered the Football Governance Act, giving fans greater say on how their beloved clubs are run. And I'm sure if my honourable friend would want to raise this matter perhaps at some point in a Westminster Hall debate, it would be an opportunity for colleagues across the House to celebrate the importance of local football in our local communities.
Sir Christopher Cho.
Mr. Speaker, can the Leader of the House produce next week a statement from the government in response to the Hallett review in relation to COVID-19 vaccines? Lady Hallett recommended that there should be major reform of the vaccine damage payments scheme, and the government has said it was considering the matter, but it's now more than 5 years since many people, thousands of people, have suffered severe loss or in some cases bereavement as a result of those COVID-19 vaccines. Justice must be done sooner rather than later.
The honourable gentleman raises an important matter as ever. I don't know the answer to which he's seeking about progress on these matters, but I will raise it with the department and get him an answer from the Minister as to where we are with this issue.
Roland Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Welsh, known for our singing, are currently united in concern for Swansea's own global superstar, Bonnie Tyler, who's been hospitalised in Portugal due to ill health. Will the leader join me in wishing Bonnie a safe and speedy recovery? And as the song that she first recorded in '88 says, she's simply the best.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm saddened to hear of Bonnie Tyler's situation. She is an inspirational voice for regeneration. I send to her family and indeed her fans our best wishes. And I join my honourable friend in wishing Bonnie Tyler the very best and speedy recovery.
Dr. Dunichar.
Mr. Speaker, we know that women trying to flee domestic abuse are sometimes coerced to stay by their partner because they threaten to harm their pet, especially their dogs or cats. Can I pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, to organisations like the Dogs Trust, who run a dog fostering service for women while they try and find a new permanent home so they don't have to give up their pet permanently, and also for Trinity in Winchester, who have opened new rooms for women fleeing domestic abuse where they can bring their pets with them. This is really needed, and it's breaking down another barrier that prevents women from fleeing domestic abuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable gentleman raises a very important matter, and I do pay tribute to the Dogs Trust for the fantastic work that they do, and indeed Trinity. And he's right to point out that there should be absolutely no barrier that stands in the way of anyone fleeing domestic abuse, whether it be worry about a pet or anything else. And the government is absolutely committed to ensure that victims in those circumstances get the support that they need, but that nothing stands in their way of being able to access that support.
Charles Crocker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Shed One Gin in my hometown of Ulverston on being selected as a finalist in the Visit England's Award for Excellence?
Yeah.
And will he also agree with me that Barrow-in-Furness, the most beautiful constituency in the country, has much to offer visitors of all ages, and come and visit to sample the award-winning gin and meet with some of the fantastic business tourism?
Mr. Speaker, and I absolutely join my honourable friend in congratulating Shed One Distillery and all the nominees at this year's Visit England Awards. I'm sure my honourable friend may have some competition, Mr. Speaker, for the most beautiful constituency, but I do thank you for highlighting the vital contribution that tourism makes to our national economy. I'm happy and lucky to have a country which is also a popular tourist destination, and I would be delighted to take up her offer should my diary allow.
Martin Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Sunday, along with my honourable friend, the member for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, I attended the annual service for lost fishermen at Grimsby Minster, which is organised by the Fishermen's Mission. The timing was unfortunate because the EFL scheduled Grimsby Town's play-off game for the same afternoon, and despite being only 10 minutes late, I missed 2 goals, but that's by the way. But returning to the issue of the fishermen, Mr. Speaker, would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the Fishermen's Mission on the work that they do? And although it's now 30 plus years since the deep sea fishing industry in Grimsby went into decline, there are still many families who are affected by loss of the brave fishermen who went out in all weathers.
Mr. Speaker, I definitely do join the honourable gentleman in thanking the Fishermen's Mission for the work that they do, not least my own in North Shields with the Reverend Peter Dade, who leads that in an exemplary way, but I know it's the same in the honourable gentleman's area as well. The Lost Fishermen Service is an important part of the annual diary for fishing communities, and it's an important reminder of the too often tragedies which have taken place in fishing communities, and it's an important reminder of the price that is paid to bring fish back to our country.
Brenda Jess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I met a constituent at one of my surgeries recently diagnosed with premature ovarian insufficiency, also known as early premature menopause, requiring her to take fertility preservation treatment, go off work with stress, and her employers failed to provide reasonable adjustments. She has now lost a lucrative job that she loved and having to spend large sums of money to pursue a sex discrimination claim. Does the Leader of the House agree that the Equality Act must better reflect sex-based conditions to provide clarity in tackling sex and disability discrimination? And will he please make government time for a debate on this important issue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to hear of the case that my honourable friend raises. The government is committed to helping working people balance their jobs with their personal lives, including managing health conditions. I'll make sure that the relevant minister is made aware of this case, which is concerning, but he might also want to take an opportunity during the progress of the debate on the King's Speech actually to make these points, because they are an important part of making sure that people can fully contribute to the economy and the economic growth that this country is looking for.
Dr. Ella Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that the tired old first-past-the-post voting system is utterly unfit for purpose. The winner-takes-all system means that a party can secure a huge majority of seats on a minority of votes. This poses a major democratic risk. It's long past time for proportional representation in this country so that every vote is represented equally and so that seats match votes. Will the government finally take the opportunity to legislate for proportional representation in the Representation of the People Bill currently going through this House, so that we can have a fair voting system in which every constituent, every voter's voice is heard and given equal weight?
Mr. Speaker, this is the second time this morning when this has been raised, and there's again a good illustration that where you do get Lib Dems and Greens on the same issue, they're invariably wrong. It will be possible for the Honourable Lady's Party to raise this during the discussion and the debate and indeed the votes on the King's Speech. But as she points out, there are bills in which she can raise it as well. But I fear when the House gives its verdict, it won't be the result that she's looking for.
Bill Britton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know you will join me in wishing Bolton Wanderers all the very best in the second leg of the playoff semi-final at Bradford tonight. Solicitor Andrew Milne has been arrested by South Yorkshire Police after allegations of fraud and blackmail from leaseholders up and down the country. In Horwich, in my Bolton West constituency, Milne bought freeholds on the cheap and threatened to take my constituents to court if they didn't pay him thousands of pounds. After repeated engagement with myself and the Honourable Member for Sheffield Hallam, the Solicitors Regulation Authority has also now imposed interim conditions on Milne's solicitor's licence after a separate stalking conviction. Regrettably, my constituents were never given the opportunity to buy their own freeholds before they were purchased by Milne. So will the leader make government time to debate the merits of extending first refusal rights to homeowners?
Mr. Speaker, this is a case, Mr. Speaker, which my honourable friend has raised with me before, and I pay tribute to him for the way in which he's championed the rights of his constituents. As he will have heard in the King's Speech yesterday, we are taking action in this area, and I would encourage him to speak in debates as the legislation passes through this House. As he says, I understand that assurances have been received from the Solicitors Regulation Authority on the specific case which he raises and have opened an investigation accordingly, and I pay tribute to my honourable friend for his sterling efforts in this regard.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I begin by commending Craig Hoy on his election as MSP for Dumfriesshire and ensuring that the blue wall of Scottish Conservative and Unionist seats in the south of Scotland remained intact. Ahead of those elections, the leader of the SNP, John Swinney, asserted that if the SNP gained a majority in the Scottish Parliament, there should be another independence referendum, despite that having no constitutional or factual basis. Of course, the SNP fell well short of a majority, and indeed the majority of Scots who voted for parties who opposed independence. So, will the Leader of the House convey to the Prime Minister, whoever that is, that if he meets with John Swinney, that he should make absolutely clear that last week's elections provide no basis for a Section 30 order or another independence referendum?
Mr Speaker, I can assure him that the government's position is not to support the position set out by the SNP, and I join him in his remarks. As we set out yesterday, Mr Speaker, in the King's Speech is for the whole of the United Kingdom. It is about bringing prosperity to every part of our country, because the reality is that we are stronger together.
Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm a very proud Scouser. I'm very proud that in 2015 the city was awarded the UNESCO City of Music for our musical legacy, and I've got lots of grassroots music venues in my Liverpool Riverside constituency. However, the Music Trust has said that many of these organisations have been denied business rate relief because of inconsistent interpretations from local authorities. So will the Leader of the House find time during government business to bring forward a debate to ensure that grassroots music venues are correctly recognised in the valuation methodology and protected in the business rate system? Thank you.
Mr Speaker, Liverpool has been home, as my honourable friend has said, to some of the most influential artists of the modern age, and we want to see that proud tradition live on, and my honourable friend is a strong advocate for the city that she loves. Every pub and live music venue is receiving 15% off its business rates, and local authorities, we should be applying that guidance fairly. My honourable friends may wish to raise these matters, Mr Speaker, during the King's Speech debate on Monday on backing business to create economic growth, because the sort of issues that she raises are really important drivers of growth in our cities.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 2 of my constituents have received letters addressed to multiple individuals unknown to them who appear to have been used their address to obtain DBA checks. If false addresses are used to obtain DBS certificates, it raises serious concerns about the robustness of the system. DBS has confirmed to me it does not routinely monitor the volume of basic DBS applications linked to individual addresses. Can we have a statement from the relevant minister to address this obvious weakness, and what steps are being taken to address this?
Here. That's really worrying.
Concerning matters. If she lets me have the details after this, then I will make sure that it's raised with the relevant minister and get the answer that she's seeking.
Bills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I hope you join me in wishing Wilston FC good luck in their FA Trophy final at Wembley on Sunday. But Mr Speaker, the Early Access Programme provides access to life-changing and innovative drugs to the NHS for free. And I recently met with Sarcoma UK, who told me the difference that these drugs make to many patients. However, as a result of a recent decision by HMRC to charge VAT on these drugs, which are provided for free, Bayer have withdrawn from the programme, and other pharmaceutical companies are also considering following their approach. This is very worrying, Mr Speaker, to many patients who already get access to drugs and others who would like access to innovative drugs in future. So will the Leader of the House make time for debate about how we improve access to innovative new medicines on the NHS and remove important barriers such as this?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend raises an important point. We are committed to improving health outcomes across the UK and ensuring the UK remains an outstanding place to start, scale and invest. We are actively discussing the particular matter he raises with the industry, and I'll make sure that he receives an update from the relevant minister.
Sir Ashley.
Mr Speaker, Madison Chilcott is a student midwife from Bridgewater. She pays fees of £9,500 a year and must complete a minimum of 2,300 unpaid clinical hours, working 12-hour shifts at night and weekends, while her protected learning time is routinely overridden to fill staffing gaps. Despite that, she and many student midwives now face graduating into unemployment. This is happening during a national midwife shortage. So can we have a debate in government time on the graduate guarantee made by the current Health Secretary in August 2025, which induced many midwives to start training with what appears to have been a false guarantee of employment?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The honourable gentleman raises important matters. The Health Secretary is absolutely committed to making sure that the healthcare professionals are in place that the NHS needs going forward. On the particular concerns about the case that he raises, I will raise it with the current minister and make sure that either the honourable gentleman gets an update from there, or if he wants a meeting with the minister, I'll help him to arrange one.
Mr
Speaker, as the government works to unlock economic growth and strengthen social cohesion across the country, it's crucial that residents in every part of the UK feel that they're getting a fair share. I'm concerned that support for estuary crossings in other areas of the country may be allocated differently from the Tamar crossings in my own South East Cornwall constituency. Despite our importance to local economies, healthcare access and nationally significant industries like defence, will the Leader of the House work with me to secure a meeting with the relevant minister to address these concerns?
Mr Speaker, I know my honourable friend has been an assiduous campaigner on this matter. She's raised this issue before in these sessions, and I know how important it is for her constituents. So I will raise this with the relevant minister to see if a meeting can be arranged.
Anne Davies.
Mr Llefarydd. Well, on Thursday, the Welsh Dragon roared. And really, before I go on to say who roared on Sunday, I just want to thank Eluned Morgan, the previous First Secretary of Wales, for her unstinting 30 years of public service to the people of Wales. But on Sunday, the Drovers roared. Llandyfri RFC won the Super Rugby Cup, Cymru Cup, for the third time. And this small rural Carmarthenshire town has produced phenomenal rugby players for Wales. They've won the Welsh Premiership twice, the Welsh Cup 3 times, the National Sevens Championship 5 times in a row. And the captain of Sunday's match, Lee Rees, was playing his 402nd match for Llandyfri over an 18-season term. So a phenomenal achievement. Coaches Euros Evans and Gareth Potter have been at the helm for probably 13 or 14 years. And I just want...
Sorry, there's got to be a question. It's a lovely, great statement about how well the team's doing, but I think the game's over. Come on, give me a question.
But I just want to congratulate, I hope the Leader of the House will congratulate Llandyfri Rugby Club on their success.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The honourable lady reaffirms once again the importance of local sports to communities, indeed, particularly in her part of the world, rugby. But I congratulate her. She's managed to mention just about everybody in her local community in one question. Well done. To the team.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm born and raised in Wentzville from parents and grandparents who came 10,000 miles from Fiji to make Wolverhampton their home. Today, British Fijians serve in our British Armed Forces, NHS, across public services and business, and of course on rugby pitches across the UK. Will the Leader of the House join me in recognising Girmit Day, commemorating the arrival of the first indentured Indian labourers in Fiji in 1879, in honour of communities like British Fijians who quietly and proudly help drive this nation every day.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to celebrate the rich heritage of the British Fijian community. I will join her in recognising Gurmit Day, serving as a powerful reminder of the valuable contribution that British Fijians make to our communities.
Joe Bayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to the question from my honourable friend, the member for Bridgewater, I met two trainee midwives in a surgery just last week in my Norfolk constituency of Broadland and Fakenham. They're training at the Norfolk and Norwich General University Hospital. There are 250 student midwives going after just 50 places. So what has happened to the graduate guarantee?
Mr. Speaker, this has, as he pointed out, been raised previously, so I make him the same offer that we'll get an update for him from the relevant minister, or if we are organising a meeting, then the honourable gentleman should be free to come along.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pride in Place investment can help provide the kind of community infrastructure that lets neighbourhoods really thrive. But South Shore, in my constituency of Blackpool South, home to the highest concentration of deprivation in the country, isn't currently getting that support, despite its real potential to become a vibrant and thriving place once again. So will the Leader of the House join me in my call for a Pride in Place funding programme in South Shore, and will he make time for a debate on how community infrastructure supports regeneration and how we can make sure places like South Shore are never left behind?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is a wonderful champion for his constituency, and I commend him once again for that. We are giving constituents the investment and powers that they need so that they can deliver the change they want to see in their communities, not least through Pride in Place. He does make a strong case for further funding, and I'll assure that the Secretary of State hears his remarks.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I say what a pleasure it is to have the Leader of the House back in place again, and look forward to his contributions. And also going to say thank you for all the the responses that the Leader of the House coaxes out of all the ministers who respond to me. Will the Leader of the House ask the Foreign Secretary to make a statement on China's law on the promotion of ethnic unity and progress, which is due to come into force in July 2026, and its implications for freedom of religion or belief, cultural identity, and the rights of ethnic and religious minorities in China? China continues to put in place punitive and aggressive persecution of Christians, Falun Gong, Muslim and others. It's time that they were put in place.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his remarks, which has been a bit of a theme this morning about me being in our place. I'm slightly worried that they've heard something that I haven't heard, but you never know. But as ever, on a serious point, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman does raise a serious matter. The government stands firm on human rights, including the repression of people in Xinjiang and Tibet, and the wider erosion of rights and freedoms across China. We continue to monitor developments and urge China to respect its obligations under international and national laws. We will not hesitate to hold China to account for human rights violations, and I'll ensure that the Foreign Secretary hears his concerns.
Alison Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited Glasgow Airport in my constituency to witness the first direct transatlantic flight from United Airlines between Glasgow and New York. Would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating United Airlines and Glasgow Airport in this significant new development? And would the Speaker agree with me that a debate on global connectivity might be a suitable subject for the next session of Parliament?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do indeed join my honourable friend in congratulating Glasgow International and United Airlines on their success in securing this really important route. Transport links like the one she raises are vital to local economies and are critical to driving growth, which is why we're bringing forward measures in the Civil Aviation Bill, and I hope that my honourable friend will contribute to that legislative process.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Incredibly, it's now over 2 years since the Patient Safety Commissioner published her report on MESH, yet the government appears to have made no meaningful progress in implementing its recommendations. The absence of action is unacceptable. This continues to affect many of my constituents, women like Natasha and Andy, a man who suffered not only significant harm, but also substantial costs, having to pay for surgery to stop excruciating pain and attempts to remedy the damage that's been caused to him. We're in the absurd position where MPs are resorting to ask not only when a redress scheme will be established, but when the government will set out a timetable for producing a timetable. Could the Leader of the House ask someone in government, anyone, to confirm when mesh victims will receive compensation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Honourable Lady raises an important matter, and it has been raised over quite some time in this House, and she's right to raise it again, because it's very important that people are not left in pain and in the situation that she describes. I will get her an update from the relevant Minister to see what progress is being made and what further progress is planned.
Round.
Speaker, last week the BBC revealed a terrifying lack of regulation in the growing infant sleep industry, where literally anyone can call themselves a maternity nurse or a sleep consultant and give vulnerable parents advice that puts babies at risk. Locally, this led to the tragic death of a 4-month-old baby who was put into an unsafe sleeping position on the guidance of a so-called maternity nurse who had no medical qualifications. Can we have a debate in government time on what we can do to regulate the infant sleep industry so every child and parent is protected?
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable friend for raising this highly disturbing case. And may I first of all express our condolences to the family. This has illustrated just how important trusted advice on safe sleeping is, and we would encourage parents to access support, not least through Best Start family hubs. But we're also changing the law, Mr. Speaker, so that anyone describing themselves as a nurse without the relevant qualifications and registration will be committing a criminal offence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Public Service Vehicle Accessibility Regulations are regulations whose objectives I'm sure we would all share, but they are having the effect of denying access to public service vehicles for any child who buys a place on a council school bus. Can we have a debate in government time on the implementation of these regulations and the support that local authorities need so that children in my Taunton-Wellington constituency and across Somerset are not now being denied places on buses which have not yet met the accessibility regulations?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Gentleman is right to raise this matter, which is important to many of his constituents. I don't know the detail that of the cases of the issue that he raises, but I will get him a meeting with the relevant minister if he wishes, so that they can raise those matters directly.
Paul Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I was contacted by a leading manufacturer based in my constituency, Trojan Plastics, who highlighted the findings of the Made Group's Industrial Strategy Survey Report 2026. This found that 1 in 4 manufacturers described their energy costs over the past 12 months as survival threatening. While I congratulate the government on its excellent work on delivering clean power, may we have a statement on its plans to improve energy costs for businesses?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable friend's advocacy for businesses in his constituency is absolutely commendable, and I pay tribute to him for that. We are currently reviewing the eligibility for the British Industry Supercharger and the Energy Intensive Industries Compensation Scheme, and I would encourage him to raise these matters during the King's Speech debate on Monday, which is around backing business to create economic growth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, given that it's marathon season, will the Leader of the House join me in recognising the new endurance event in my constituency, the 39-week Cresswell Roadworks? Before the scheme started, many of my constituents were deeply concerned about safety, disruption and delays, and they were right to be. This week was the first week, and we've had constituents report children late for school. In exam season, we've got public transport issues, vehicles driving the wrong way down a one-way street, and confusion after the changes to the route were decided and then not communicated to anyone. So would the Leader of the House agree to a debate in government time on how roadworks are planned and communicated so that disruption is minimised, cost to businesses are considered, and communities like mine, once again, aren't left to bear the burden?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is a strong campaigner for her constituency, and she has raised similar concerns on behalf of her constituents with me before. She's absolutely right that her constituencies deserve better, which is why we are clamping down on roadworks that overrun, and we're doubling fines. This is not just a matter of making sure that people can get to school, but it's also a matter of disruption to business, and therefore I would encourage her perhaps to raise these matters during Monday's debate on backing business to create economic growth.
Alex McIntyre.
The fantastic Flowers Band in my Gloucester constituency recently won the prestigious European Brass Band Championships. It was their first time at the tournament, and they're the first English band to win it since 2015. Now, I won't name all of the members of the band this morning, but I did get to go to their open rehearsal and see their fantastic hard work, their dedication and their unbelievable talent. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating them on their success and the success of all young musicians in Gloucester?
Mr. Speaker, I certainly do congratulate the Flowers Band, not least because they are the first English winners for a decade. Brass bands are so important to our local communities. They are part of our heritage, but it's also a hugely important way of having access for young people to come through to learn an instrument and to take part in bands. And I absolutely congratulate Flowers Band, and I wish them success in the future.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Illegal off-road bikes cause regular and unnecessary nuisance to residents across Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare, and indeed other parts of the country. South Wales Police are constantly trying to deal with residents' concerns, but the situation persists and, in fact, is widespread. I know that the Crime and Policing Act will provide additional tools for the police, but can we have a debate or a statement to outline what further steps the government can take to help tackle this issue that is causing such a nuisance to constituents of mine and others across the country?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is right to raise a concerning matter. As he says, the Crime and Policing Act will give the police greater powers to clamp down on antisocial behaviour involving vehicles such as e-bikes. But I'm sure that this would make a popular topic for a Westminster Hall debate should my honourable friend apply for one, because I'm sure there are many members across the House who have similar concerns to his.
Final question, Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week marked the 22nd anniversary of the devastating Stockline ICL Plastics factory explosion in Woodside in my constituency, in which 9 people tragically lost their lives. Given the continuing concerns around corporate accountability, may we have a debate in government time to assess how effective the offences of corporate manslaughter and corporate homicide have been since they were introduced, and whether the legislation is delivering justice for families affected by workplace deaths?
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for this question, and I do join him in remembering those killed and injured in the factory explosion at the ICL Plastics factory in 2004. Through the Crime and Policing Act 2026, we clarified and extended powers to ensure that corporate bodies are held liable for criminal offences committed by their senior managers. It is important that we continue to draw lessons from this avoidable tragedy, and he may wish to raise these matters at MOJ questions next week to raise his concerns with ministers directly.
Right, let the front bench change over. We now come to the statement. Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Hilary Benn.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement on the recent Supreme Court judgment in the Dillon and others case. It is a complex judgment, but I thought it right to come to the House at the first available opportunity to summarise its main findings. The case was originally brought against the last government following the passage of the Legacy Act in 2023. The applicants, a group of families who lost loved ones during the Troubles, argued that various provisions of the Legacy Act undermined rights protected by Article 2 of the Windsor Framework and the Human Rights Act 1998, which gives effect to the European Convention on Human Rights. In February 2024, the High Court in Northern Ireland found the Legacy Act's conditional immunity scheme and other provisions of the Legacy Act to be incompatible with our obligations under Articles 2 and 3 of the European Convention. These findings were endorsed in September 2024 by the Northern Ireland Court of Appeal. It also made judgments that 2 additional matters with regard to investigations by the Independent Commission for Reconciliation and Information Recovery, namely next of kin participation in investigations and the role of the Secretary of State in decisions about the disclosure of sensitive information, did not meet the standard required to be compatible with the ECHR. Mr. Speaker, this government has been clear that we are opposed to aspects of the Legacy Act, including immunity. That scheme, which would have offered immunity to terrorists, had no support in Northern Ireland, no support from victims and their families, was wrong in principle and provided no effective protections for veterans, not least because the provisions were never commenced by the last government. It is why, when we came into government, we immediately withdrew the appeal on immunity. However, the Court of Appeal's interpretation of Article 2 of the Windsor Framework and its findings on next of kin participation and disclosure had wider implications for the government's ability to legislate effectively across the UK and to protect national security. It was for these reasons that the government appealed that judgment to the Supreme Court. I'm pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that last week the Supreme Court upheld our appeal, finding wholly in the government's favour. Mr. Speaker, Article 2 of the Windsor Framework ensures there is no diminution of rights, safeguards or equality of opportunity in Northern Ireland as a result of the UK leaving the European Union. The government is firmly committed to these human rights and equalities provisions, but felt that Article 2 had been interpreted too broadly by the lower courts. The Supreme Court's judgment has provided important clarity on this question. It has confirmed the government's long-standing position that the rights protected by Article 2 of the Windsor Framework are those concerned with ending the sectarian conflict in Northern Ireland. While reaffirming the government's position on this, the Supreme Court found that the relevant provisions of the Legacy Act should not have been disapplied by Article 2 of the Windsor Framework. The purpose of bringing the appeal was to obtain clarity on how Article 2 should be interpreted in future and not to defend immunity. On next of kin participation and disclosure of information, the Supreme Court found that the Commission is currently capable of conducting investigations that are compliant with our obligations under the European Convention. The Supreme Court also concluded that the provision of legal aid for the cross-examination of witnesses is not always necessary for an investigation to be fully human rights compliant. However, the government recognises the importance of next of kin involvement in the reformed Legacy Commission's inquisitorial proceedings, and we are providing for this in the Troubles Bill. On disclosure, the Supreme Court was unequivocal, saying, and I quote, "There must be a system restricting disclosure in circumstances where disclosure may or would risk prejudicing the national security interests of the United Kingdom." But it went on to say that, and I quote, "The Secretary of State does not have an unrestrained power to veto the disclosure of information, and I quote, any decision to do so is subject to challenge by way of judicial review." This government is committed to ensuring the maximum possible disclosure of information while protecting life and national security, hence the changes I am bringing forward in the Troubles Bill for a fairer disclosure regime with greater transparency as to how decisions are made. I now turn to what this means for the question of immunity. Contrary to what has been claimed by some, the UK Supreme Court has not endorsed the immunity scheme. It remains incompatible with our human rights obligations. It is also a question that the government does not have the power to make the remedial order. As I have previously made clear, the conditions for laying a remedial order under the Human Rights Act are that, and I quote, "an appeal brought within that time has been determined or abandoned." The government's appeal regarding the immunity scheme in the Legacy Act had already been abandoned. The Supreme Court recognised this, and therefore this was not an issue before it. But it did state very clearly that no exceptions in case law exist to justify the granting of immunity for breaches of Articles 2 and 3 of the ECHR. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear why, while welcoming the Supreme Court's determination of certain aspects of the Legacy Act, we cannot leave the statute book as it is. The central underpinning of the Legacy Act, the immunity scheme, was wrong and has failed, so we need a new system. And the Troubles Bill is essential for a number of reasons. First, while we know that the Commission is capable of doing investigations, it has not delivered so far and it must be reformed. The bill will implement various changes to address these matters, including reformed governance and enhanced investigatory functions. Second, we need the bill to avoid endless legal disputes in future. For example, the clauses on interim custody orders will put beyond doubt that the Carltona principle applied in the context of these orders. And the bill will also ensure that all Troubles-related cases can be investigated one way or another. Third, Irish cooperation. There is currently no information being shared by the Irish authorities with the Commission. The bill will enable this to happen for the first time, helping to find answers for the relatives of those who were murdered, including service personnel who served our country. Fourth, the bill will enable information to be provided to families through the new Independent Commission on Information Recovery. Fifth, we need new and effective safeguards for our veterans and other former service personnel. Crucially, the Legacy Act did not provide the protections, and we have developed those for veterans and others who served. As I've made clear, we will be bringing forward more provisions in response to veterans' concerns at committee stage. Simply returning to the Legacy Act would mean veterans are left without immunity or any protections whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to the Supreme Court for its careful consideration of these matters, and I welcome its judgment. I hope that the combination of this ruling and legislative progress on the Troubles Bill will mean that all communities affected in Northern Ireland and in the rest of the United Kingdom can have confidence that a reformed Legacy Commission will be able, where possible, to provide answers to those who have waited far too long to find out what happened to their loved ones. I commend this statement to the House.
Mark Francois, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As is traditional, I would like to thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. In that, as he said himself, the judgment in the Dillon case is a complex judgment. We on these benches certainly agree. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, this judgment will be pored over and indeed argued over at considerable length, not least in the other place should Labour's benighted Troubles Bill ever make it there. Just a point on immunity and the concept that lay behind the Conservatives' 2023 Legacy Act. I served on the Defence Select Committee under the member for New Forest, an excellent chairman, when in 2017 we produced an extremely detailed report on this complex issue. I think, in fairness, the Secretary of State has read that report. And what was proposed by the Select Committee is very akin to what the Legacy Act turned out to be. And that, in turn, was based on the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We never legislated for absolute immunity for anybody. We legislated for conditional immunity, so that if someone who was involved in a Troubles-related fatality came forward to give evidence to the ICRIA Commission, and I'll return to them in a moment, was judged by the Commission to have fully cooperated with them, for instance, in revealing the burial place of one of the so-called disappeared, if the Commission believed that that individual had genuinely cooperated in good faith, then they would be granted immunity. But if not, if they felt that person was lying or dissembling or trying to hide something, they could still recommend that a prosecution went ahead. So contrary to the government's position, the Legacy Act and the Commission, the ICRIA Commission, had established only ever allowed for conditional immunity. And it's important to put that on the record this morning. I have three specific questions to the Secretary of State about his statement, which are, one, can you say a bit more about the relationship between the Dillon judgment and the Windsor framework? He touched on it, but can he expand? Two, as he knows, many of the cases brought against veterans were funded by legal aid in Northern Ireland. He referred very briefly to the implications for legal aid. Can you say something more about that? And thirdly, we heard at Business Questions a few minutes ago that the Armed Forces Bill will be returning to the House for its committee stage on the 2nd of June. I was quite involved with that. When does the government plan to bring the Troubles Bill, which under the programme motion has 2 days for committee and remaining stages, back to the floor of the Commons? Perhaps he could answer that specifically. Now, I'm sad to say that Labour have been absolutely cynical today. I would humbly remind the Secretary of State that when we voted on the related remedial order back on the 21st of January, almost a third of the Labour Parliamentary Party abstained, famously including the Armed Forces Minister himself, who, as we all know, is otherwise occupied today, and even the current Prime Minister abstained. He blew the whistle and sent his troops over the top to vote for this benighted bill that he didn't have the courage to vote for himself. Which brings me to encapsulate exactly what's going on today. While this government prepares to tear itself to pieces over a mixture of post-electoral fear and vaunted ambition, what is the Labour Party's absolute priority this morning? It is to advance legislation to facilitate the prosecution of brave Northern Ireland veterans, many of whom gave their lives to uphold the rule of law in Northern Ireland. In essence, to defend all of this around us today. That sums the Labour Party up. They've clearly chosen today as a not-so-good day to bury bad news, and the very bad news is, despite all their protestations to the contrary, they would rather help Sinn Féin chase those who fought for their country. The public will see this for what it is, not a complex legal treatise. It is a disgrace.
Well, I say to the honourable gentleman, I can agree with him when he describes the judgment as being a complex one, and he is absolutely right about that. I would just make clear that the protected disclosure relating to the legation of remains of those who'd been murdered by the IRA and in almost all cases buried in the Republic of Ireland, covered by separate arrangements that were introduced when the ICLVR was created. And that had support right across Northern Ireland because people rightly judged the most important thing was to enable families to be reunited with the remains of their loved ones, and there are sadly 4 individuals whose remains have not yet been found. He talks about the conditional immunity scheme, but the fact remains that if a terrorist who committed one of many horrendous crimes, some of which are being investigated at the moment, at the M62 coach bombing, what happened at Warren Point, the Kingsmill massacre, if they came to the Commission and told the full truth, what the government's legislation, the last government's legislation said that the Commission must, not may, but must grant them immunity from prosecution.
If they believe they cooperate.
And well, I'm afraid it's not a question of nuance, because the reason why,
Sorry, Secretary of State. Minister, Shadow Minister, you asked the questions. Please allow the Secretary of State to answer without interruption.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why the immunity provisions had no support from any of the political parties in Northern Ireland, and he knows that, had no support from victims and survivors organisations in Northern Ireland, and he knows that too, is because people were outraged to walk away scot-free because of those immunity provisions. And he also has to recognise that immunity remains incompatible with our human rights obligations. Now, on the three specific questions he asked, the first about the interrelationship between the Dillon judgment and the Windsor Framework, well, clearly a very important part of the judgment is to do with the Windsor Framework. In essence, the issue before the Supreme Court was this: has Article 2 of the Windsor Framework been correctly interpreted by the courts in Northern Ireland when they decided to disapply the immunity provisions and in effect struck them down? And what the court said very clearly was that that was incorrect. And the reason the government brought the appeal was because although we disagree with immunity as a matter of principle, and it never existed, that judgment of the courts in Northern Ireland raised a much bigger question which could be interpreted in other ways in respect of other policies. And you will have seen some of the issues to do with immigration. So that is why the government brought the appeal, and we have now got clarity that Article 2 applies to certain things, but it is not capable of the broad interpretation that the Northern Ireland courts had given to it. Secondly, on the subject of legal aid, that is a matter for the Northern Ireland Executive. It is their responsibility. On the Troubles Bill, as he will know, it is a carryover bill for this session. The committee stage will come early in this new session. I don't accept what he said about it for the very simple reason that the basis, as he well knows, the basis on which any decisions are taken about prosecutions has not changed and will not change under the legislation that the government is bringing before the House. And everybody recognises that with the passage of time and the facts demonstrated, that the chance of further future prosecutions is rapidly diminishing for reasons all of us understand. And I would also remind him that any decisions about prosecutions are taken independently by independent prosecuting authorities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to say with respect, first of all, to the Shadow Minister, as someone who ran peacemaking programmes in Northern Ireland and who did his master's dissertation in the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, that sadly the Legacy Act came nowhere near replicating that. But to the Secretary of State, does he agree with me that as we take forward the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill now, that we do have a responsibility to both the victims and survivors and a special duty to our veterans, and that there does not need to be a false dichotomy in creating legislation that supports both groups?
I agree very much with my honourable friend in what he has said, because in the end, where the last Legacy Act failed is it didn't command support across all communities in Northern Ireland. How can you hope to make progress, Mr. Speaker, if that is the case? And what we're trying to do is to come up with a system with the support of the House and its scrutiny that is fair and reasonable, but enables those many families who are still searching for answers to find them. And I hope that what I have said today provides some reassurance, in particular to those representing victims who were crestfallen by parts of the Dillon judgment, because I have tried to set out the government's commitment to make sure we have a system that can command confidence from all.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Paul Colway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement? The Supreme Court judgment lays bare the consequences of the previous government's catastrophic approach to legacy, which drew a wholly unjustifiable moral equivalence between terrorists and those who serve the Crown. That scheme was declared unlawful by every court that considered it as incompatible with our human rights obligations and has now been repudiated by this government, of course. Those on the benches to my right who championed in this House did our veterans no favours. Likewise, their ill-disguised and cynical party political mischief-making regarding the remedial order and today's statement. The Liberal Democrats have opposed the granting of immunity from the outset and maintained throughout that removing it was a legal necessity, not a political choice. this judgment confirms we were right. The Supreme Court set aside the Court of Appeal's declarations that the ICRIR was presently incapable of discharging its Article 2 investigative obligations. However, this was not an endorsement of the ICRIR's design. The court held that the challenges to the absence of legal aid, the absence of provision for next of kin questioning of witnesses, and the Secretary of State's power to restrict disclosure could not succeed as abstract prospective challenges, but rather each of those questions would need to be assessed on the facts of individual cases. Now, that wait-and-see approach is part of the uncertainty our veterans and their families fear. So will the Secretary of State tell the House what concrete steps he will take in committee to ensure genuine independent protections for veterans are built into the bill, rather than leaving those safeguards to be resolved on a case-by-case basis? Thank you.
Well, I agree with the honourable member in a great deal of, indeed all of what he says about the failings of the 2023 Legacy Act, and I think he's done the House a service in taking members through the argument as to why that could not be sustained. As I have repeatedly said to the House, there are protections already contained within the Troubles Bill. We do intend to bring forward more protections. We've had many discussions with veterans organisations, and I'm determined to ensure, as is my right honourable friend the Defence Secretary, that we treat our veterans fairly and with care, and they will come forward. They will be published in advance of the committee stage, and then the House will have a chance to debate them, and I look forward to that moment.
Fred Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Plymouth, I represent very many veterans, lots of whom served in Northern Ireland, and I reflect that we, the state, asked our people to do incredibly difficult things at enormous personal risk and sacrifice in a very particular context and with particular political direction that they were deciphering at the time. Many of those difficult things were necessarily secret. And we still, today, the state, ask our people to do incredibly difficult things in secret, necessarily, at enormous personal risk and sacrifice. And many of those people are personal friends of mine. Now, the Legacy Act 2023 was unworkable, and we were elected on a manifesto to repeal and replace it, and we should do that. But my constituents and my close friends are deeply concerned, as am I. Can the Secretary of State lay out how this bill will protect them, both past and future, in years to come, from being forced into the courts by those who wish them ill?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his representation of his constituents and for what he has just said. And I want to join him in paying tribute to those who served with such bravery in Northern Ireland. As he will be aware, the courts and coroners in Northern Ireland have on many occasions recognised the point that was made, I think, to the Prime Minister in the opening of the King's Speech debate yesterday, split-second decisions that those members of our armed forces had to take. The courts recognise and understand that, and have on many occasions said that what they did was entirely lawful. And I would say also that nobody who acted lawfully in line with lawful orders has anything to fear at all. Indeed, if one looks at the record of the very, very small number of cases in which members of the armed forces have been convicted for offences during the Troubles, I think it is evidence of that. But the commitment that I give to him, as I've already given to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, is that when we come to the committee stage, he will see the answer to the very fair question he has put to me about the protections we intend to put in place, including making it absolutely clear that there is no equivalence between those who sought to protect the public in Northern Ireland and those who tried to murder them.
Lincoln John. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. I, unlike others, have not had the benefit of reading it beforehand, and so he'll forgive me, it's very high protein and it will take a little while to process. However, I do pick up on the remarks he's just made to my the honourable member who I share the Defence Select Committee with, about bringing forward more provisions to respond to veterans' concerns at committee stage, because it went through on the carryover motion really on a promise that that was going to be done. And so could he give us some reassurance that update the House on the status of those discussions with veterans groups and whether he is in a position to say that they now fully agree with the provisions to protect veterans, which was so lacking in prior versions of the bill.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable member, not least because of his service, for his comment. We've been engaged, as he will know, in very close discussion and consultation with many organisations representing veterans. The honest answer to his question is people will make a judgment when they see the detail of the amendments that the government is committed to bringing forward, and they will then be carefully scrutinised and debated in the House. At the end, we have to strike a balance that is fair and proper, but I do assure him that the government is extremely seized of its obligations to make sure that the arrangements we put in place are fair to veterans. What is not fair is to pretend that somehow the immunity provisions that were contained in the Legacy Act were ever going to work. We now know they weren't going to work. They've been found to be incompatible. They had no support in Northern Ireland, and they were never commenced by the last government. And we do no service to our veterans by continuing to argue, as some have done, that that is the alternative. It is not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. The opposition say that we're somehow letting terrorists off the hook, but would the Secretary of State be able to tell the House how many prosecutions there were for terrorist offences during the Troubles and how many live prosecutions there are now? Thank you.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that question. The estimates are that between 25,000 and 35,000 paramilitaries were convicted for offences including murder, bombings and other things during the course of the Troubles. There were 4 soldiers convicted of Troubles-related offences during that time, one of whom was freed on appeal. There has been 1 conviction since the Good Friday Agreement of a member of the armed forces who received a suspended sentence. Of live prosecutions, there are currently 10. 8 of them relate to paramilitaries, including people accused of killing members of the police and our armed forces, which does lay to rest the argument I have heard from some that the paramilitaries are not being pursued anymore. That is not the case. The 2 other cases, one relates to the RUC, one relates to members of our armed forces, and I think that gives a very clear indication of where the balance of evidence and effort currently lies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and for his government's clarity, which is helpful. This Parliament is the supreme law-making body of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and courts must interpret laws not to rewrite or strike them down based on political sensitivities. This has been made clear, and the Windsor Framework overreach weaponised by the courts to override domestic UK human rights and criminal justice legislation has been rightly stopped, and we thank them for that. When will the Northern Ireland Office instruct every government department to cease their political games and to do their job and apply the law correctly? Thanks so much.
Greatest respect for the honourable gentleman, but I would not accept the characterisation that he has put to the House this morning. I don't think it is right to accuse the courts of weaponising anything. The courts looked at the case before them. They reached a judgment, but the Supreme Court is the highest court in the land, and in the government's view, it was quite right to say, in respect of the interpretation of Article 2 of the Windsor Framework, that was wrong. They did not have the power to disapply the immunity provisions, which is separate from whether immunity continues to be incompatible with the European Convention, which it does. And secondly, I can't think of any case where government departments are not following the law as it is, and now, as we understand it so clearly to be, as a result of a very, very clear finding by the Supreme Court, which is why I've welcomed it on behalf of the government.
Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State says that soldiers who complied with the lawful order have nothing to fear. But I didn't serve in Northern Ireland, I did serve in Iraq and Afghanistan, and I know that if I were to be hauled before the courts to recount my actions from 20-odd years ago in order to acquit myself, I would be extremely worried about the pressure that would place on me and of my colleagues. The Secretary of State mentions around there are going to be changes to the bill. For those veterans who weren't privy to those conversations, could he perhaps outline some of the actions that he is prepared to take in order to address some of the parts of the bill that he's not content with, so that they can have a better understanding of how this might change going forward? Because members of this House would like to understand what those amendments are likely to be.
I quite understand the reason why the honourable gentleman makes that point, and may I thank him for his service on behalf of our country. It is right and proper that it is the House of Commons that sees the detail of the amendments first, and I give the House that commitment. But I've already given an indication, in addition to what is already in the Troubles Bill, and he will see what it says, that we are looking at this question of equivalence. It's an argument that's been made very strongly to the government by veterans and others, and I accept it. I've stood at this dispatch box and said on a number of occasions, of course there was no equivalence between those who served the state to protect the people of Northern Ireland and those who were seeking to kill. We're also looking at how the protections can be overseen to ensure that they work in the way that the government itself intended. We're also looking at to what extent both coroners and the Commission take into account the circumstances under which those who served were operating at the time, including things like orders and instructions and so on, because understanding the context in which split-second decisions were made by those who served is very important to ensuring that there is justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking to the future, the Troubles Bill makes no explicit link between legacy processes and long-term reconciliation initiatives such as integrated education, sustained community dialogue and cross-community projects. So will the Secretary of State commit developing a comprehensive reconciliation strategy that connects addressing the past with building a settled future and shared future?
Yeah. Well, the honourable member raises an extremely important point. As I'm sure she is aware, our Troubles Bill leaves in place Part 4 of the 2023 Legacy Act, because not everything that was in the 2023 Legacy Act was wrong, and that does deal with memorialisation and digitisation of records. And I agree with her, it's not either or. These things need to be pursued in parallel. But in order for people to be reconciled, it's really important that they are able to feel that they have, insofar as it is possible, and it won't be in all cases, that they have finally been given an answer as to how and at whose hands their loved ones died. Because that is such an important part of enabling people in Northern Ireland who still live under the shadow of the Troubles to be able to reconcile themselves with what happened. And people come to this in very, very different ways, as I know from the many conversations I've had, so that Northern Ireland society can move forward. It's already been transformed in the last 28 years, and all of us applaud that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Secretary of State has laid out, the Supreme Court in its Dillon judgment was not able to rule on whether the immunity provisions of the Legacy Act were compatible with the European Convention, because the government withdrew that appeal when it came to power. But the Right Honourable Gentleman must recognise the fear and anger of our soldiers and veterans in response to the changes that the government has proposed. If the government felt it was at all possible that these protections for our soldiers and veterans might be compatible with the ECHR, why not test that in the courts? And if the government is convinced that it is not, what better case for leaving?
Well, I don't agree with the honourable member that we should leave the European Convention on Human Rights, because it provides protections for all of us as citizens. The point I was seeking to address, and I thought it was very important to bring clarity to the House in relation to immunity and whether the appeal had been withdrawn or not was this. It was argued from those benches opposite, because of the Northern Ireland Veteran Movement's intervention, it was put, excuse me, to me that in some way the appeal on that matter remained live. And it was also put to me that the United Kingdom Supreme Court was likely to rule on the question. And I wanted to come to the House today at the first available opportunity to make it quite clear that I'm afraid those two arguments were wrong. The appeal had been withdrawn. The Supreme Court recognised that, and therefore there was nothing for them to rule on. The incompatibility with the Convention of Immunity remains, but it did go out of its way to explain why case law means that there isn't an exception on grounds of reconciliation that would in any way justify the immunity provisions that were contained in the last government's legislation.
Please, the statement, let the front benches change over. Before we come to the national security statement, I should say two things in relation to the matters that are sub judice. Firstly, there are a number of live cases relating to recent anti-Semitic attacks. However, to help manage our discussions on the issue of national importance, I am granting a limited waiver to allow passing references to such incidents as long as they do not engage in discussions of speculation around motivation, detail of, immediate response to any specific individual incidents. Secondly, I should inform the House that the case relating two men spying on behalf of the Hong Kong is still technically sub judice until sentencing. However, I am granting a limited waiver so that members may discuss the wider issues raised in this context of this case. Members should not speculate about sentencing. Minister Dan Jarvis.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will make a statement on recent national security developments, including the increase in the national terrorism threat level. The events of the last few weeks have illustrated the breadth and seriousness of the national security threats that we face from both terrorists and foreign states. In responding to these threats, they have also highlighted the strength and resilience of our world-leading law enforcement and intelligence agencies. Over recent weeks, we've seen a series of arson attacks and incidents against British Jews and opponents of the Iranian regime, including the horrifying terror attack in Golders Green, which seriously injured two members of the Jewish community. We've seen the recent conviction of a 21-year-old man who planned to commit a terrorist attack to further his extreme white supremacist agenda, and convictions last week against two individuals under the National Security Act for surveilling and intimidating dissidents on behalf of China. And we are seeing record levels of investigative casework on terror plots, espionage and state-linked threats to individuals. Mr. Speaker, on the 30th of April, the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre, JTAC, raised the UK national terrorism threat level from substantial to severe. The decision to change the UK's terrorism threat level is taken independently of ministers based on the very latest intelligence. Severe means that a terrorist attack is highly likely in the next 6 months. The threat level was last at severe from November 2021 until February 2022. This increase in the threat from terrorism follows the recent stabbing attack in Golders Green, but it is not solely as a result of that attack. The terrorism threat in the UK has been gradually increasing. It is driven primarily by the broader Islamist and extreme right-wing terrorist threat from individuals and small groups based here in the UK. While the UK national threat level reflects JTAC's assessment of the terrorist threat in the UK, it comes against a backdrop of increased state-linked physical threats, which is encouraging acts of violence, including against the Jewish community. In response, we have announced £25 million of immediate funding to strengthen policing, protect Jewish communities and provide reassurance. This brings the total protective security funding to £58 million this year, the largest investment a government has made in protecting Jewish communities. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have also initiated a review of the national threat level system, which currently captures only the threat from terrorism, to ensure that it remains fully relevant and that we are communicating as clearly as possible with the public about the national security threats that we face today. Mr. Speaker, Contest, the government's counter-terrorism strategy, sets out a clear framework: prevent, pursue, protect and prepare, which aims to ensure that people can go about their lives freely and with confidence. We are broadening our intervention capabilities to better support those at risk of being drawn into terrorism through the Prevent programme. We have improved training and guidance for frontline professionals and practitioners to better spot the signs of radicalisation. And we are working with technology companies, international partners and Ofcom to tackle online content used to radicalise, recruit and incite terrorism. Coordinated intervention is crucial to reduce the terrorist risk. So we are providing children and individuals with the right support with our Intervention Centre of Expertise, which brings together MI5 and counter-terrorism policing with expertise from wider public services. MI5 and CT Police work tirelessly to stop terrorist attacks, with 19 late-stage attack plots disrupted since 2020, including a chilling ISIS-inspired plot to target Jewish communities in Manchester using firearms. We've delivered our manifesto commitment to improve the security of public events and venues across the UK through Martin's Law, and free expert advice, guidance and training is available to owners and operators of venues and public spaces through the Protect UK website. Through closer working across the emergency services, we are maintaining strong multi-agency working capabilities to respond to a range of different scenarios. We keep our preparedness under constant review and the response is exercised regularly, ensuring that our emergency services can respond immediately to terror attacks, as we saw in their brave response to the violent anti-Semitic attack in Golders Green. Now, Mr. Speaker, terrorism and state threats are sometimes interrelated, as we have seen with threats from states such as Iran and the wider use of both terrorist groups and proxies by state actors, including Russia. We face a sophisticated and persistent challenge in responding to China, which presents a unique set of threats to the United Kingdom. The case last week demonstrates that we have the tools to successfully respond to that challenge, and members across this House will know that a jury delivered its verdict following the 9-week trial of Bill Yuen and Peter Y. The jury found both individuals guilty of assisting a foreign intelligence service, which in this case was the Hong Kong Police Force. This was done under the National Security Act. Y was also found guilty of misconduct in public office. The verdict represents the first convictions under the National Security Act related to China and sends a strong message that the full force of the law will be applied to anyone who carries out hostile acts in the UK on behalf of any foreign state. Both individuals held positions of power, leveraging these to conduct hostile activity on UK soil on behalf of China. It is simply unacceptable that an employee of a foreign power was conducting a shadow policing operation in the United Kingdom. That is why the Chinese ambassador has been summoned, and the Foreign Secretary will be making clear to Hong Kong's chief executive that this type of activity was and will always be unacceptable in the United Kingdom. The Foreign Office have also made it clear that UN's employment at the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office must be terminated immediately. Now, Mr. Speaker, this trial has understandably caused considerable concern within the UK amongst the Hong Kong community. The safety and security of Hong Kongers in the UK is paramount. That is why my officials have been working closely with the National Security Protective Authority to deliver new guidance on transnational repression. This guidance provides examples of what transnational repression might look like and what to do if anyone feels under threat from any state. Transnational repression from China, however, is just one type of state threat activity, That is why the government is taking decisive action across a much broader range of state threats. We are rolling out new training for police officers and staff to increase their understanding of state threats, driving forward the counter-political interference and espionage plan to protect the UK's democratic institutions and processes, bringing forward fast-track legislation in the coming weeks which will clamp down on individuals and groups carrying out hostile activity for foreign states, including those who act as their proxies. This legislation will include new prescription-like powers to ban the activities of state-backed organisations who pose a threat to the UK's national security. And we are implementing all the recommendations made last year by Jonathan Hall KC, the independent reviewer of state threats legislation. So we are responding to state threats in all their forms. Now, Mr. Speaker, national security is the first duty of government, and as this House knows, that duty includes being able to respond to a range of threats. So we are giving our police and intelligence services the resources they need for that vital role. Last year, we provided an extra 140 million for counter-terrorism policing, plus nearly 600 million more for our intelligence services. This takes their funding to record levels. And Mr. Speaker, protecting our communities and standing up to hatred and intolerance is a shared responsibility of every person in the UK. So I urge the public to remain vigilant and report any concerns they have to the police. Their contribution is a vital part of our efforts to keep our country safe. And Mr. Speaker, support to the victims of terrorism is a moral duty. And I would like to acknowledge the profound and enduring impact on the survivors and families of those affected by Golders Green and all terrorist attacks whose lives have been forever changed. I want to close by thanking those individuals serving in our police and security services for their dedication to keeping our country safe and the public for their continued vigilance. We owe them all a debt of gratitude. Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Minister Matt Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement and his recognition of the importance of working together across the House to make our country safer. The attacks against the Jewish community in recent months have been devastating. As the Leader of the Opposition and the independent reviewer of terror legislation have said, this is a national emergency. While the government noted that the raising of the terror threat level was not solely a consequence of the attack in Golders Green, we can all see how this community has been targeted. Our thoughts remain with the victims and their families. We have to speak honestly about what's going on. We have to call out hate when we see it. Jewish people in Britain are 12 times more likely to be a victim of hate crime than any other group. We cannot allow this to go on. This requires not just warm words, but robust action. That means authorising the surveillance powers usually reserved for counter-terrorism that the Minister has referenced today to identify and prevent anti-Semitic attacks that are being planned. Furthermore, foreign nationals who express anti-Semitism, support extremism or endorse terrorism should be deported. The government should place a moratorium on hate-fuelled pro-Palestine marches because we can see the way in which they are being used as a cover to promote violence and intimidation against Jewish people. Furthermore, while I welcome the government's announcement of legislation in the King's Speech, it needs to act at speed. Steps need to be taken to prescribe groups that fuel this hatred, such as the IRGC. This was recommended almost 12 months ago, so I hope it is now a top priority for the government. Members on this side of the House stand ready to support its implementation. Ultimately, the measures I've outlined do not begin to cover the full extent of the action we need to take to stop this evil. We need to tackle the underlying ideologies that threaten our national security. Therefore, it's critical that the government focuses on the ideologies which pose the greatest threat. As I've said to the House during the statement on anti-Semitic attacks in April, 75% of MI5's terrorism caseload relates to Islamist extremism, and 94% of terrorist murders in the last 25 years have been perpetrated by Islamist extremists. Yet we've seen a decrease in prevent referrals relating to Islamist extremism, and only 10% of the current prevent caseload relates to Islamist extremism. Can the Minister explain what more the government will do to address this disparity and ensure that we tackle Islamist extremism effectively? Equally, talking about the threat posed by China is not an abstract matter. There are people in this country who've had bounties placed upon them and who face threats because of the Chinese regime. Police officer David Wilson recently published his report into Chinese organised crime links to the Chinese state, including its intelligence services, diplomatic service and the United Front Work Department. The report demonstrates how Chinese intelligence services and even diplomats work with organised crime networks to suppress dissidents and intimidate British Chinese communities and students into compliance. Therefore, I ask the government, as many of my colleagues have done before, to place China in the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme. We share the government's concerns about the continued threat posed by Russia. Will the Minister join me in condemning the fact that Russia has issued an arrest warrant for our former colleague Ben Wallace? Does he agree this is totally unacceptable? And will he use all of his endeavours to look into this matter? The increase in the threat level illustrates the risks posed to this country. Many of the measures set out by the Minister will be welcomed, but I believe we need a fundamental shift that reflects the scale of the threats facing the country, and particularly the Jewish community. We must maintain an absolute focus on stamping out the ideologies which fuel hatred and undermine our national security. I believe that is how we pay tribute to those who've been victims of these devastating terrorist attacks.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Shadow Minister for the very sensible and reasonable approach that he's taken this morning. And I agree with him. These are matters that, wherever possible, we should be seeking to work on a cross-party political basis, and that's absolutely going to be my approach. I do want to agree with him in terms of the appalling and abhorrent attacks that we've seen recently on the Jewish community. I hope he understands that the government is absolutely committed to dealing with this poisonous hatred. I spelt out in my opening remarks some of the measures that the government have taken and will continue to take. He's right, though, to hold us to account. This isn't about warm words. This needs to be about deeds. And that's precisely why we've taken the decision to allocate more funding to support this activity than has been the case previously. And we will take every opportunity to ensure that our response collectively as a nation is proportionate to the nature of the threat that is faced by British Jews across the country. It is abhorrent that any British Jew might feel the need to lead a smaller Jewish life. And I hope that that is a matter of complete agreement across this House. But I give him and the House an absolute assurance that we will do everything that we can to make sure that our Jewish communities not only are safe, but feel safe. Now, again, entirely reasonably, he raised concerns about hate marches, protest activity that's taken place and may seek to take place in the future. I hope, again, it is a point of consensus to say that the right to protest is fundamental to our democracy. But at the same time, this cannot cross the line into unlawful or violent behaviour. Now, the police do have a range of existing powers that enable them to tackle unlawful behaviour, including at marches. But I think it's important to note that these will soon include new measures contained within the Crime and Policing Act, which received royal assent at the end of April, to further restrict intimidatory protests, particularly around places of worship, and new offences around face coverings at protest. The Act also places a duty on senior officers to take account of the cumulative impact of protest activity when considering whether to impose conditions on a protest. So protests that follow the same routes time and time again can be forced to change their route all the time of a protest. And he will know, as will other right honourable and honourable members, that the Home Secretary has asked Lord MacDonald to lead an independent review of public order and hate crime legislation, and we look forward to receiving Lord MacDonald's recommendations in the near future. Now, again, he made an entirely reasonable point, I thought, about the disparity in the Prevent caseload. He's right about that. I hope that he would acknowledge that that is not a new challenge. That is a challenge that the previous government faced and this government faced. He'll be aware that we've appointed a new independent Prevent Commissioner, and I'll be meeting with him later today, and I categorically guarantee that that will be on the agenda for our discussion. So we do take the point he's made very seriously, but I know that he will understand it's not a new challenge for government. He referenced China. I hope I was clear in my introductory remarks the concern that I have about the unique range of threats that China levels against the United Kingdom. But I hope that he would also accept that there are areas where, of course, we do need to cooperate closely with China. And there is always a balance to be struck. But I do give him an absolute assurance that national security will always be our priority. He mentioned FIRS, and I suspect other honourable members may take the opportunity to mention it as well. FIRS is still a relatively new tool. I'm making sure that we're able to draw the maximum operational benefit from it, and any decisions will be communicated to Parliament in the normal way. Finally, I do just want to respond to the point that he made about Ben Wallace. So, let me be crystal clear. The accusations that were made about Ben Wallace are completely unacceptable. Ben Wallace is someone who's served our country, and for reasons that the honourable gentleman will completely understand, I'm obviously not going to get into the individual security arrangements for Mr Wallace, and I can't and won't comment on operational or intelligence matters. But I can say that I've met Ben Wallace to discuss the concerns that he's understandably raised. I am in touch with him, and I will make sure that we continually assess the nature of the threats to individuals and their safety, and that we as a government will be absolutely on the front foot in identifying and investigating such threats, and that we will use all appropriate measures to defend against those threats. Any attempt by any foreign government to coerce, intimidate, harass or harm their critics in the United Kingdom, including Mr Wallace, will not be tolerated.
Reginald.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
And I work very closely not only with local governments right around the country and with the devolved administrations as well, but also, of course, with ministerial colleagues in the Department for MHCLG. She's right to raise the importance of social cohesion. She will know that that department has led a piece of work recently, but it's very important that that is wired right across government. The Defending Democracy Task Force, which I chair, provides a fulcrum point across government to work closely with the police and with local authorities and with the security services to make sure that we've got the right approach and the right response to the threats that we face. But ensuring social cohesion and tackling the kind of vile online abuse that we've seen in recent times is an absolute priority for this government.
The Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr Speaker, week after week, British Jews are being attacked, intimidated and persecuted. Heaton Park Synagogue, Kenton United Synagogue, Finchley Reform Synagogue, Jewish Futures in Hendon, the Hezbollah ambulances, and more recently the Golders Green stabbings. The independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, Jonathan Lord, Jonathan Hall is right to call these appalling levels of anti-Semitism a national security emergency. He's also right to say that existing laws must be properly enforced, especially since last month the UK's terror threat has been raised to severe. Members of the Jewish faith in my constituency of Woking attend the North West Surrey Synagogue, which is in the constituency of my honourable friend, the Runnymede and Weybridge MP. And I call him my honourable friend, despite the normal convention, because on this issue, in this House, I hope there is more that unites us than divides us. We must collectively fight anti-Semitism. I want to see a future where Jewish congregations can gather free of fear and with a government that supports their safety. And in that climate, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely right that the government must take urgent action. But I question whether the broadening of the scope of PREVENT will be enough to secure that with the modern threats we face. In the Southport attacks and in Golders Green, we've seen the abject failure of PREVENT. It's clear that full overhaul of PREVENT is needed and that warning signs must not be missed again. Yesterday's King's speech confirmed that the government's intention to introduce national security legislation, but that must be a priority. Please can the Minister confirm that that will include an overhaul of PREVENT and what timetable that bill will be introduced. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Democrats have long called for the IRGC to be prescribed. As Jonathan Hall has made clear, existing powers are already sufficient to prescribe the IRGC. That being the case, why has this government dragged its feet and delayed implementing such action to prescribe the IRGC and keep British Jews safe?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to him, and of course I agree with the concerns that he's rightly expressed about anti-Semitic activity in our country. He will have heard, hopefully, in my opening remarks, the points that I've made with regard to protective security. But protective security is obviously only a part of our response. It's very important that we seek to tackle the underlying causes. And that's why, and I hope that he will acknowledge this, there is a lot of activity across government in different parts of government to attack anti-Semitic activity and behaviours wherever it rears its ugly head, whether that's in our NHS, whether that's in schools, colleges or universities. So that is a real priority for the government to make sure not only do we provide an appropriate protective security environment, but we tackle the underlying causes of the abhorrent anti-Semitism that we've seen in recent weeks. He mentioned Southport, and I hope that he would acknowledge that Sir Adrian Fulford has recently published his response to phase 1 of the Southport inquiry, and I've met with Sir Adrian to discuss that. He's already underway with phase 2. It's a hugely important piece of work that he's undertaking, and obviously he'll have the government's full support in terms of completing that work. And we look forward to receiving his recommendations in due course. He referenced Jonathan Hall KC and forthcoming legislation. I made a commitment earlier on in my introductory remarks to enacting all of the recommendations that Jonathan Hall made earlier on in this parliamentary or the previous parliamentary term, and I can give in an assurance that in terms of the state prescription tool that we've made a commitment to introduce, that is a piece of legislation that was announced in the King's speech, and that will be fast-tracked, and we will move as quickly as we possibly can to get that on the statute book. And I look forward, hopefully, to having his support and the support of all right honourable and honourable members across the House.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his statement. As members of the House will be all too painfully aware, our Jewish community in North West London, including in my constituency of Hendon, has been subject to repeated despicable anti-Semitic attacks in the past weeks. Our Iranian community as well has seen itself attacked. And also, in my constituency, I have many members of the Hong Kong community who live under the shadow of transnational repression. Given that context, I want to warmly welcome the government's announcement in the King's speech of fast-track legislation to deal with hostile state threats, and wanted to ask the Minister if he could share with the House more details of the timetable so we can get that welcome and essential piece of legislation on the statute books as quickly as possible.
I'm very grateful to him. He's been a very diligent representative of his constituency, and I know that he takes these matters incredibly seriously. I hope he understands the commitment that this government has to tackling anti-Semitism. He did mention that within his community, I know that he has members of the UK Hong Kong community. So let me just very briefly say a word about them, because any foreign state-directed crime against an individual in the UK will never be tolerated. The attempt to intimidate and harass members of the Hong Kong community is absolutely unacceptable. Hong Kongers play an incredibly important role in our public life, and I give him and them an absolute assurance that we will do everything that we can to protect them. The honourable member asked specifically about forthcoming legislation. Let me say to him, and I know that he will understand this, that there are a range of measures that we take to guard against the threat that we face from malign actors and from hostile states. In terms of the legislation, it is a priority to introduce this as soon as we are able to. It is legislation that I will take through Parliament, that we are intending to fast track, and I intend to bring it forward in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prescription of the IRGC is long overdue, and I welcome the government's commitment to take the necessary legal action to do so. But the Minister will be well aware that I raised with him a year ago the fact that there are 13 charities based in this country that have been banned in Arab countries. They are directly linked to Tehran. They take their orders from Tehran. They get their funding from Tehran. Equally, there are assets across London, both in finance and in property, that are directly linked to the IRGC and to the theocracy in Iran. So all of this is used to undermine the Jewish way of life in this country. So will he now take the necessary action? Why is it that the ambassador from Tehran is still here? Why is it that the Iranian embassy is still open? And why are these charities still operating in open defiance of what is necessary for proper order in this country?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to him for the points that he makes. And I'm grateful for his acknowledgement of our intention to bring forward legislation which would allow the UK government to prescribe state-backed entities. He will know that a range of measures have already been leveraged against the IRGC, who are sanctioned in their entirety. And I think it was back in November of last year, I announced a range of measures to defend against the threat that we undoubtedly face from Iran. His point about charities, I think, is an entirely reasonable one. I can say to him that we do work across government, including with DCMS and with the Charity Commission, to tackle the kind of behaviours that he's described. But I think he makes a reasonable point, and I will take it away and come back to him in order to provide him with a further update of the work that we are doing, because there is good work that is underway. I hope he gets a sense, not just from the statement this morning, but from the various interactions that we've had and the exchanges we've had over many months now, how seriously we take these particular issues. If he wants to discuss it with me further, I'd be very happy to do that.
Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the Minister for his statement and the unequivocal support he's given to the Jewish community. I'm proud to have an Iranian community in Edinburgh South West, and they're concerned about people within that community who speak out against the Iranian regime, particularly journalists, and the fear that they may be persecuted within the UK. So I'd be really interested to hear what the Minister and the Government is doing to protect people who speak out against that awful regime. And I do want to echo the point made for the member from Harrow East, who is a fantastic champion of the Jewish community here in the UK. If you have any evidence at all that Iran is behind some of the attacks we've seen on British soil, why do we not just simply close their embassy? We don't have to wait for legislation to do this. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to him. He raises an important point, and let me reiterate the government's position that the targeting, the harassment, the coercion of anybody here in the United Kingdom, including, of course, the Iranian community and journalists, is completely unacceptable. Let me just say to him, though, in terms of what we're doing to counter the threat from Iran, we've sanctioned now more than 550 Iranian individuals and entities. And we've placed the whole of the Iranian state, including Iran's intelligence services, the IRGC and MOIS, on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influential Registration Scheme. We've also, importantly, rolled out new training for all frontline police officers on state threats. So at a localised level, and of course this will be the case in Scotland as well, the police forces have the insight and the knowledge to be able to identify and investigate the type of activity that he describes. But I give him an assurance of the seriousness that we treat it, and we will stand firmly against the threat from Iran.
Ben Obsojecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to touch on state threats. I appreciate what the Minister said about the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme as it applies to China. Could he inform the House whether Bill Yuen and Peter Wai were actually registered on FERS as part of their role working as Chinese state employees? And separately, from a Russia perspective, on the 5th of May, the Amur-class repair ship was PM82 was spotted around the Galloper wind farm. Could you just inform the House as to what steps he's taking to ensure that our offshore infrastructure is protected from Russian state threats?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to him for his continued advocacy of FERS. It is an important operational tool. It's still a relatively new one. It'll be a year old on the 1st of June, and it's the government's intention to bring forward an annual report to update Parliament on the progress that we're making with it. I can't get into the specific registration of the two individuals that he's referenced today, but I can tell him that, and I think he will know this because I know that he knows a lot about FERS, but for the benefit of other members, countries are considered separately and decisions are made based on a robust evidence base. Now, I'm not able to get into speculation about what further decisions may be made, but those will be communicated to Parliament in the normal way. In terms of his second point about our wider resilience, that is a responsibility that I occupy through the Cabinet Office, but I give him an assurance that we're working across government, including with partners in the Ministry of Defence and elsewhere, to make sure that we are robustly guarding against the kind of threats that he describes.
David Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his statement and the work the government's doing to protect the Jewish community. My thoughts are with all those who have been victims of these attacks and victims of anti-Semitism and hate crime. In my constituency of Southend, West and Lee, we have quite a significant Jewish community and a diverse Jewish community with Orthodox, Reform, Haredi. And my concern is, after meeting with some of these communities over recent weeks, and they are scared, they are concerned, is that some of those communities don't know how to access the support that is available to them. And I wonder if my honourable friend could give them some advice.
Well, firstly, let me say that I'm grateful for the points that he's raised, and I'm grateful for him referencing the importance of remembering the victims of terrorism. It's an important part of my responsibility that we ensure that we've got appropriate levels of support for those who've been subject to terrorist activity. And that's why we're progressing as a priority work to deliver a new victims hub that will offer an enhanced service for those who have been victims and for their families, as well as developing a proposal to hold a national day of reflection to properly remember all those who've been the victims of terrorism. In terms of the points that my honourable friend makes about his constituents and British Jews within his constituency, I completely echo the thoughts that other honourable members have made in terms of the unacceptable nature of the threats that we have seen in recent time. I think it is all of our responsibility to stand against those threats. That is an important priority for the government, as I'm sure it is for local authorities and for police forces right around the country. If there are specific points of concern he has about the way in which we're communicating information to members of that community, I'd be very happy to take that up with him offline.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to commend the Minister on his statement, particularly his remarks and his peroration on standing up to hatred and intolerance being a shared responsibility of every person in these islands. And the Scottish Government has been working closely with Police Scotland and relevant partners to ensure that safety for Jewish communities and for the places of worship is protected and will continue to do so throughout the new Scottish Parliamentary session. Now, the additional funding of £25 million to protect Jewish communities and to deal with the other threats that he described is welcomed. Can the Minister confirm that the full Barnett consequentials will be made available to help Police Scotland with their own work in this particular area?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to him, and he's right. I do believe that this is a shared endeavour across this House and across our country. I was pleased to be able to discuss these matters recently with the First Minister and have received very positive correspondence from him. In terms of the precise point he's made around the Barnett consequentials, I hope he'll forgive me if I don't respond to him now, but I'll write to him about it.
Fred Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I join colleagues across the House in strongly condemning the ongoing campaign of attacks and intimidation against our British community. And I thank the Minister for his leadership on these and other security matters. In particular, him saying today that he's initiated a review of the national threat level system, which currently captures only the threat from terrorism. Can he expand on that? And does he mean that it will now, following review, capture the threat from state-based actors and from other countries? And can he do that in the light of the fact that the Strategic Defence Review last year, one of its key themes was that we need an open national conversation, i.e. not behind closed doors, and in the light of the ongoing delays with the Defence Investment Plan, and in light of many colleagues across the House needing to understand better the threat this country is under, and therefore some of the funding decisions that we have to make to keep our citizens safe?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable and gallant friend. I think he's asked a very astute question. He obviously heard the reference that I made earlier with regard to the initiation of an internal piece of work, a review into the national terrorism threat level. This is something that has, in truth, long been on my mind, and I want to satisfy myself that the current arrangements are fit for purpose. The current arrangements, I think, have served our country fairly well for a number of years, but I feel as if they have now been overtaken by events, and therefore it's appropriate to look carefully not only at the way in which the threat level is calibrated, but also communicated. And I want us to have a system that actually makes some sense to the public. So we'll look very carefully at that, and I'll consider recommendations over the next number of months, and obviously very happy to discuss that matter further with him and with other members. He made a further important point about the Strategic Defence Review and the need to have an ongoing conversation with the public. He's right to remind us of that. These are matters that I discuss not only with colleagues across government, but also with our European partners who've taken, I think it's not unreasonable to say, a somewhat more forward-leaning approach than UK governments going back a number of years. We do need to make sure that the public understand the nature of the threats that we face. We need to do that in a way, though, that makes sure that they are alert, but not alarmed.
Adine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the statement from the Minister, because the issues he raises, particularly the anti-Semitism, which we've seen grow exponentially and frighteningly in this country, and the issues with the Chinese embassy, which are particularly relevant in my constituency, are something which we hear from our constituents all the time, the concern that they feel. And I think for that reason, if you could tell us a little more about the Acts, the Tackling State Threats Bill and the National Security Bill, as well as the Anti-Semitism Bill, which he says have to be passed without delay. What sort of timetable are we looking at, and how quickly can we have them to reassure the public that everything is being done?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful, as I always am, to the Honourable Lady for the points that she's made. She did mention the Chinese embassy, so I hope she'll forgive me if I just seek to provide her with a word of reassurance with regard to that, because I know it's a matter that's been somewhat controversial in this House and elsewhere. Let me just say to her on that our intelligence agencies have been involved throughout the process, and an extensive range of measures have been developed to manage any risks. And following extensive negotiations, the Chinese government has agreed to consolidate its current 7 sites in London into one site. And I hope that she would acknowledge that that brings very clear national security advantages. In terms of the time frame for the legislation, This is legislation that we are seeking to fast track through Parliament. It is a priority. I intend to bring it forward very soon. I intend to do it in a way that I hope will be collegiate with members right across the House. We made a commitment that we would introduce this legislation. We need to get on and do it, and that's what I'm intending to do.
Phil Brickell.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his careful and considered remarks today, but also setting out very clearly in his statement that the safety and security of Hong Kongers in the UK is paramount. I also want to thank him for his remarks about new legislation announced in the King's Speech to tackle hostile state threats and those two convictions under the National Security Act last week about the activities of two individuals linked to the Chinese Foreign Intelligence Service and their activities on UK soil. Hong Kongers in my constituency live with the threat of transnational repression day in, day out, and they are petrified of the activities of Beijing and Hong Kong authorities on British soil. What assurances can the Minister give me that the activities of the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office are being properly monitored and that the UK government will not allow for that institution to be misused by Chinese or Hong Kong authorities to engage in that form of transnational repression?
I'm grateful to him, Madam Deputy Speaker, and he raises a very important point. I can give him the assurances that he seeks. He will have heard in my introductory remarks that the Chinese ambassador has been summoned and the determination of the Foreign Secretary to illustrate the complete unacceptable nature of the kind of activities that we've seen in recent time. I personally have been in touch with members of the Hong Kong community just this week to provide reassurances, but I will want to work closely with my honourable friend to make sure that those assurances are not only heard but felt, and if he thinks there's more that we can and should be doing, very grateful to discuss it with him.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The level of fear felt by British Jews is at a level that is nothing short of a national emergency and requires the most urgent and rapid action. The last time the Minister stood at the dispatch box just before the last session ended, I raised the case of the South Buckinghamshire Jewish community with him. Whilst I welcome his commitment to increased funds, they still find themselves in a position where they fall between the cracks of grant funding because they do not have a building of their own. They meet in different venues from time to time. So I've sent him the details. Can I plead with him to really look at that very, very urgently and help me find a way to ensure that all of my constituents and those British Jews from neighbouring constituencies that are members of the South Buckinghamshire Jewish community can genuinely feel safe, and that action comes very, very rapidly.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to him. I feel the fear. I think that we all do in this place, and he's assiduously represented the concerns of Jewish communities in his constituency. I knew that he would send the letter, having given a commitment to do so. I confess the letter hasn't been put in front of me, but I also give him a guarantee that I will go back to my desk and look at his letter straight away.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for him and for his and his government's determination to protect all of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland citizens, and also endorse his comments about the police MI5 and MI6. If we didn't have them, individuals collectively doing that hard work to try and worm out where the malcontents are. I've long bemoaned the fact the lack of action against Chinese overreach, which sees spy work carried out against British nationals in this country. I make the point for the Hong Kongers. I have some of them living in my constituency who feel daily threatened by Chinese officials, whether it be spying on them or following them. I have railed against the blatant anti-Semitism culminating in the stabbings at Golders Green. Along with the Honourable Member, Right Honourable Member for Harrow, we are standing alongside the Iranian government in exile, Madam Rajavi, and the Iranians tell us that they're threatened, they feel threatened daily in this country by standing up for liberty and freedom in Iran. I have highlighted the SOP to Republicans, which embraces Republican glorification of terrorism, which has led to car bombs in Northern Ireland just last month. This nation's security is tied to our ability to act. I've also railed against the blatant anti-Semitism culminating in the stabbings at Golders Green. So when will the government, what will the government do to secure national interest and the safety of all our citizens in this democracy, this great democracy in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? Thank you so much.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, as I always am. He has a very long and proud record of standing against terrorism. He knows a lot about it from his experiences in Northern Ireland, and he's also right to pay tribute to those who serve in our police forces and our intelligence services who work tirelessly around the clock to keep us safe. I think we all owe them a huge debt of gratitude. He's right to highlight a number of concerns. I can give him an assurance that we take these matters incredibly seriously. He will have seen the measures that were announced in the King's speech yesterday. They will help to complement the existing legislative framework that we have. But I give him an assurance that if there's a requirement to do more, if there's a requirement to add to our toolkit to make sure that we're best prepared to guard against the nature of the threats that we face, then we won't hesitate to act.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement and also the gravity with which he has approached this statement today and his job, whilst others in Westminster are being distracted by noises off. Because I completely agree with him that it is totally unacceptable for a foreign state to be conducting shadow policing operations on UK soil. And I welcome in his statement where he says that the Foreign Secretary has called in the Chinese ambassador. However, he will also be aware that if press reports are to be believed, that the Chinese embassy in London issued a statement on Sunday in which it called on the UK government to stop wantonly arresting and convicting Chinese citizens on trumped-up charges. So it is clearly that we are miles away from one another. So will he encourage the Foreign Secretary to throw the book at them?
I'm very grateful to the honourable and gallant member for his contribution, as I always am. I think he will know me well enough that I can be quite candid with him to say that I don't think that the Foreign Secretary will need any encouragement from me, because she will share the concern of ministers right across this government at the activity that we have seen in recent times. She saw that very clearly when she served as the Home Secretary. And I agree with the point that he has made. It's totally, totally unacceptable. And this government will absolutely stand against that kind of activity. We are constantly making sure that we have got the right legislative framework, the right toolkit, the right resources to guard against the nature of the threats that we face, including from China. It is completely unacceptable that any nation, whoever they are, thinks they can undermine our freedom of speech, our democracy, our sovereignty. It's not going to be allowed to happen.
Tessa Munn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement. He's confirmed that the rollout of new training for police officers and staff to increase their understanding of state threats will take place. Will this training be mandatory for officers in all police forces and all police roles, and I include PCSOs and special constables, as well as the back office staff in that? And can I ask him how that training is going to be implemented? Is it going to be in person? Is it going to be online? And will that, if it is online, is it passive or active? Are they just going to tick a series of boxes when they've read stuff, or are they actually going to be in an interactive session? And how long will the first sweep of those staff? I'm very happy for him to write to me about this, but the sweep through existing staff might be quite long. And has he given any consideration to including within that training people who have a lot of frontline experience, for example, Department for Work and Pension staff, health staff, social services staff, local authority staff? Thank you.
I think the Honourable Lady makes a really important and helpful point. I can give an assurance that these are matters that I discuss with policing colleagues on a very regular basis. I hope she will understand that it's probably not for me as the Security Minister to be kind of delving into the individual arrangements that different police forces have. But I'm confident that all police forces understand the benefit and the importance of this training activity in the way that she's described. But let me consider further what she said, and I will write to her with a more considered response.
And that concludes the statement.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, David Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 29th of April, my honourable friend, the member for Portsmouth North, and the honourable gentleman for Lewes raised a point of order concerning the right honourable member for Newark visiting their constituencies without notifying them. Mr. Speaker reminded the House of the importance of this courtesy in response. However, his advice seems to have been ignored. Despite his advice, the Right Honourable Member for Newark shared a post on his social media just last week on a visit to my constituency of Southend West and Lee. And once again, he didn't show me the courtesy of notifying me, unlike his boss, the Right Honourable Member for Clacton, who visited recently and emailed just as his bus was rolling into the constituency, although perhaps he was a little bit lost on his way to Clacton. Perhaps you could please advise me in relation to this matter concerning the Right Honourable Member for Newark.
I am grateful to the honourable gentleman for his point of order, and I note that he has given advance notice of it to the honourable member for Newark. As Mr. Speaker did remind the House yesterday, all members should inform others in advance of visits to their constituencies, except where that visit is purely for private purposes. He has put his record very firmly on the record. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Heidi Alexander. In accordance with Standing Order number 80A and the order of 9th of December 2025, this bill is read a second time. Consideration what day?
Monday next.
Monday next. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Liz Kendall.
Cyber Security and Resilience Network and Information Systems Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 80A and the order of the 6th of January 2026, this bill is read a second time. Consideration what day?
Monday next.
Monday next. Presentation of Bill, Secretary John Healey.
Armed Forces Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 80A and the order of 26th of January 2026, this bill is now read a second time. Committee, what day?
Monday next.
Monday next. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Steve Reid.
Representation of the People Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 80A and the order of the 2nd of March 2026, this bill is read a second time. Consideration what day?
Monday next.
Monday next. Presentation of Bill, Secretary David Lammy.
Courts and Tribunals Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 80A and the order of 10th of March 2026, this bill is read a second time. Consideration what day?
Monday next.
Monday next. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Hilary Benn.
Northern Ireland Troubles Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 80A and the order of 27th of April 2026, this bill is read a second time. Committee, what day?
Monday next.
Monday next. Presentation of Bill, Secretary David Lammy.
Public Office Accountability Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 80A and the order of the 27th of April 2026, this bill is read a second time. Consideration what day?
Monday next.
Monday next. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Heidi Alexander.
High Speed Rail Crewe Manchester Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with the order of 2nd of February 2026, this bill is deemed to have been read a second time and stands committed to a select committee. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Wes Streeting.
Health Bill.
Second reading what day?
Monday next.
Monday next. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Peter Kyle.
Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill.
Second reading what day?
Monday next.
Monday next. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
King's Speech, motion for an address, adjourned debate on question.
No.
The question is that a humble address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to open today's King's Speech debate on behalf of the Government. And as His Majesty said yesterday, we are living in an increasingly dangerous and volatile world. Now, this debate is about the labour market, so let's start with some facts. 332,000 more people in work than a year ago, the third highest employment rate in the G7, unemployment lower than most OECD countries and lower than the EU average, unemployment down in the 3 months to February, economic inactivity down by over 350,000 since the election, lower today than in 13 of the 14 years of the previous government. Since the general election, real wages up more than in the first 10 years of the last government. And this morning's growth figures, up 0.6% in the first quarter of this year. Services up 0.8%, construction up 0.4%, the fastest GDP per capita growth in 4 years, the highest GDP growth in the G7 reported this year. And that is on top of GDP per capita growth last year, on top of 6 interest rate cuts since the general election. Madam Deputy Speaker, our economic management has put the UK in a stronger position, better placed to weather the storm of global shocks, better placed to weather the volatility of which His Majesty spoke yesterday. And the leadership task for the country now is to lead the country through the consequences of what is happening in the Middle East, because there is no doubt that the shock from the Iran war and the continued closure of the Strait of Hormuz is real. It will affect prices, it will affect jobs, and it will affect growth. Our Prime Minister took the decision to keep us out of that war, but the UK, like most countries, will be affected by its consequences. But none of these consequences were thought about by the Leader of the Opposition or the Leader of Reform when they were urging us to get involved. What did the Leader of the Opposition say? Happy to give way.
And many of his front bench colleagues keep reiterating that point. Could he explain exactly what he thinks that the Leader of the Opposition wanted to do in those circumstances? Because he keeps saying it, but I don't believe it's true.
We know it isn't. Let me read it out for him. The Leader of the Opposition said the government was too scared to make foreign interventions, and she said, I would say to Labour MPs, we are in this war, whether we like it or not. What is the Prime Minister waiting for? That's what she said. That is what she said. And as for the Leader of Reform, he said we should do all we can to support the operation. I make that perfectly clear. So instead of trying to douse the flames, they sought to pour as much petrol on them as possible. They would have jumped in with both feet, displaying not only a failure of judgment, but a total disregard for the price that will be paid by British consumers in terms of higher prices and higher interest rates. That is how much they cared about keeping Britain working when it came to the biggest judgment that this country has had to make for a long time. Now, their own record when in office was the lowest business investment in the G7, wages flatlining for their entire period in office, the worst parliament on record for living standards, and the public finances trashed as debt soared. And the reason that I point this out, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because month after month, and nowhere more than in the arena of welfare, the party opposite finds things that they are outraged about in the system that they built, that they designed and they created. But before I come to the system itself, let me state something which is obvious but is too often left out of these debates. The welfare system is often the end of a process in people's lives, not the beginning. So I'll tell you what contributes to higher welfare bills and to people not working. hollowing out the NHS, leaving 1 person in 7 on waiting lists with a higher likelihood that they are unfit for work, increasing child poverty by 700,000, making it less likely that children will be ready for work when they leave school, rejecting explicitly the post-COVID education recovery plan and doing nothing about rocketing absenteeism from schools, neglecting our town centres and high streets, leaving too many places without hope and without confidence in the future, presiding over a 40% decline in youth apprenticeship starts, kicking away the first step in the career ladder for those who lose out. You cannot do all of that and then stand at that dispatch box and credibly express outrage about the rise in benefit bills. It didn't come from nowhere, and if we're going to tackle this, we have to understand that. I'm happy to give way.
In that case, can he credibly stand at that dispatch box and talk about the impact of the rise in national insurance contributions and the Employment Rights Bill and the impact that that has had on employment, to the point where the government is now paying companies to employ young people because of the mess they made?
If it was down to those policies, you would not have seen a rise of 250,000 in the neat numbers in the last 3 years of her party's time in office. The point I make is this didn't come from nowhere, and we have to understand that. And what it means, if we're going to have a serious response to this, is that education, health treatment, youth apprenticeships and changes to the welfare system itself all have a part to play. And on the health front, I have good news to report. Waiting list today down by 110,000, the biggest monthly drop since 2008. Elective waiting times targets hit, 4-hour waiting time targets hit. This is how we get Britain working. Whereas simply picking a number for benefit cuts with nothing behind it isn't an answer. It's a press release. And the party opposite has shown no understanding of how people end up on benefits in the first place. I'm happy to give way.
Thank you. I would like to raise with the Minister the fact that we are looking at around 1,000 redundancies across the NHS in Devon, and they are a significant employer. That is cutting the legs off employment in communities like mine in Torbay.
The honourable gentleman to the figures that I just read out. For the first time in many years, the NHS is heading in the right direction. That is good for people's health. It is also good for getting people back to work. The party opposite, as I said, show no understanding of how people end up on these benefits in the first place. They are like a workman who wanders around your house asking, who installed that? When the answer every time is, they did. They installed it. They created it. They say the welfare bill is too high when it went up £100 billion when they were in power. They say they want more face-to-face appointments, but they shut them down almost entirely. And then the Shadow Chancellor signed off a bunch of contracts allowing the assessors to work at home. They say there are too many people on health benefits. When they designed the system, they designed the gateways, and they designed the differences in income that have made that happen. We didn't just inherit a mess, Madam Deputy Speaker. We inherited their mess. In fact, the Shadow Chancellor personally oversaw the biggest single increase in welfare spending on record during his time as Work and Pensions Secretary. And 2 weeks ago, the Leader of the Opposition railed against there being 1.5 million more people on universal credit. She was outraged by the figure, as she often is. But there was only one problem. Only one problem. Around 80% of it was a legacy transfer from old benefits that was decided, organised and begun by the Conservative Party. No wonder the chair of the UK Statistics Authority wrote to the Leader of the Opposition to correct her. Her letter said of the figures quoted, "A substantial proportion reflects the ongoing transfer of claimants from legacy benefits to universal credit. This process has been a long-standing policy and has been implemented at scale by the DWP since May 2022. predating the current administration. When it comes to them owning their own record, they might as well be giving CV advice to the leader of the Green Party. As the King's speech made clear yesterday, reform of the welfare system is underway and it will continue. Support must always be there for those who need it, but circling the wagons around the status quo is not the right answer. Nor do I believe the system can act as a fantasy cash point for every cause going. Instead, I believe that our task is to recast this system to put work and opportunity at its heart. I'm happy to give way.
Grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. 12 months ago, the Secretary of State's predecessor attempted to cut the welfare bill and was sent packing by Labour backbenchers. And then in the autumn, they had to get rid of the two-child benefit cap because of the Labour backbenchers. Isn't the truth that the Secretary of State is incapable of reforming the welfare system because he doesn't have permission from his backbenchers?
Outline the changes to the system that we are making. I believe that at the heart of these changes has to be actually to change the question the system asks, to have a system suited better to the conditions of today, and to ask not just what benefit are you entitled to, but how do we help you change your life? And on that task we have begun. So the change that came into force last month was to universal credit, to narrow the gap between the health element and the standard element, and crucially it is matched by an increase in employment support. Another change is £3.8 billion to help people into work over the next few years, ensuring personalised help to maximise people's chances of moving on to a good, secure job. Because we have to change the old Tory habit of people being signed off and written off, and instead move to a system which more actively helps people into work. And nowhere is that more true than among the young. Because the longer young people are left on benefits or out of work, the harder it is to come off and the worse the consequences are. So the issue about this system isn't just about monthly income, it's about the story of people's lives and how we change it. I'm happy to give way.
Enabling me to ask a question. And first of all, can I thank him for his positivity that he's presented in his comments so far. I'm incredibly worried about the young people, as the Secretary of State is, getting job opportunities. There's been many from my constituency, unfortunately haven't been. But can I ask a question about apprenticeships? Getting people into the building and construction sector, for instance, where there are opportunities, because house building is continuing to grow, and also commitment of government as well. So can maybe the Secretary of State, if he's able to, outline some of the good things that have been done for the young people in relation to apprenticeships?
Apprenticeships are really valuable and important, and I visited construction apprentices with the Prime Minister just a couple of days ago, so I heartily endorse what he was saying. But this issue of the young is really important to us because of the long-term consequences of them staying on benefits. Let me just illustrate this for the House. A young person under the age of 25 on the health element of universal credit is now less likely to get a job than someone over 55 on the same benefit. A 20-year-old on incapacity benefit is more likely to turn 30 and still be claiming it than to have held a steady job for a year. And perhaps worst of all, a young unemployed person is over 70% more likely to die prematurely than their peers. So changing these stories has to be at the heart of what we are doing. And here are some practical ways. We know that many disabled people, young or old, and people with health conditions want to work but have been held back by fear of losing their benefits if it doesn't work out. So just last month, we have changed the law to bring in the right to try, because keeping people locked on benefits because they lack the confidence to work is in no one's interest, not the individuals, not the states. And now this means that entering employment will not automatically trigger a benefit reassessment. This is practical welfare reform, and this is what getting Britain working looks like. We also know that disabled people and people with health conditions need localised support to get back into work. And there's no greater fan than me of the wonderful work that our elected local mayors are doing. So we are putting £1 billion in funding to local areas to help 300,000 people into employment over the next few years. That is what practical welfare reform looks like. And today, the Department has published new figures on fraud and error. They show continued progress and a fall since the post-pandemic period. But this is an ongoing effort. There's always more to do because there are unscrupulous individuals, Madam Deputy Speaker, who will try to game the system. But whether it's £5,000 or £5 million from an undisclosed source, possibly someone located abroad, people are expected to declare it. It cannot be one rule for some and another rule for everyone else. Now, in the coming weeks, my right honourable friend, the Minister for Social Security and Disability, will also set out our plans to deliver our manifesto commitment to tackle the access to work backlog. This is an important scheme. It provides grants to thousands of disabled people to help them get into and stay in work. Things like specialist equipment, assistive technology, adaptations. But I know that members across the House have raised with me the issue of backlogs and waiting times that grew under the party opposite. Well, under this government, we are changing that to reduce the backlog and to help more disabled people into work. This is practical welfare reform, and this is what getting Britain working looks like. And we're restoring fairness in the system too. Better value for money in the Motability Scheme. Their target for half the cars to be made in Britain by 2035, so that this important scheme supports the British car industry too. And stopping those who haven't contributed from getting a British pension on the cheap. And the work of reform will continue this year, when in the coming weeks we receive interim reports from both the Milburn and Timms reviews before they conclude later in the year. And we will bring forward further proposals for reform with work and opportunity at our heart when they have reported. But of course, getting Britain working is about more than this. I'm happy to give way.
There are reports suggesting that those people that are signing on, unemployed, are getting trained in jobs that don't exist. Yet there are opportunities for people to work, but those people are not being trained for those jobs. Will you therefore reform the system so that people who are unemployed, seeking a job, are actually trained to do jobs that are available?
Precisely what we are doing, including short courses, apprenticeship courses of less than the current usually 8 months minimum, because employers have told us that these short courses are precisely what they need. And I'm all in favour of more flexibility in the apprenticeship system to suit what employers need. But as I was saying, getting Britain working is also about the levels of investment in the economy too, about the roads and railways we build, the capital programmes in education, in health, the year-on-year modernisation of the country. And here too there is a contrast with what we inherited. Compared to the plans that we inherited, public investment will be £120 billion more over the course of this Parliament. That is what getting Britain working looks like, building and modernising the country. And what underpins all of this are measures in the King's Speech to raise living standards in every part of the country, to attract investment, to work in partnership with business, to take advantage of new trading opportunities, to reduce the burden of unnecessary regulation, to unlock airport expansion, to build the roads that need to be built, and finally to deliver a fair deal for the north of England. At the heart of our reforms, as I have said, should be the young, for the simple and obvious reason that if we don't get the young into work, the effects can be lifelong. And we have almost 1 million young people not in education, training or employment. As I said in response to the Honourable Lady's question, in the last 3 years of the party opposite's time in power, That figure went up by 250,000. Although the numbers have barely moved since the election, they are still far too high. I'm going to proceed, if the Honourable Lady doesn't mind. Unlike the party opposite, who did nothing about it, we are doing something about it, because we will not leave a young generation behind. We won't give up on them, and that's why our youth guarantee is so important. £2.5 billion into support for young people and employers over the next few years. From June, hiring bonuses of £3,000 for employers who take on a young person who's been out of work for 6 months. For small businesses, a hiring bonus of £2,000 to take on a young apprentice, paying all the training costs for young apprentices for SMEs. Youth hubs across the country to take support out of the job centre to where young people are, giving them access to CV advice, skills training, mental health support, housing advice and careers guidance. And in the spirit of generosity, I will give way to the Honourable.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way and for his astounding shopping list of action that he's taking. But on this side of the House, I think we can make life easy for him. If he had not put 2% on national insurance, if he had not increased the national minimum wage, if he had not removed the option through the Employment Rights Bill for 0 hours contracts, businesses in my constituency and right across the country would not have been forced to remove jobs that focus specifically on young people. This government is responsible for the decline in youth unemployment. Sorry, the increase in youth unemployment.
I have to disappoint the Honourable Lady. If this government was responsible, then it wouldn't be the case that youth employment never, in a single year, reached the pre-financial crash levels when her party were in power. If this government were responsible, you would not have seen a rise in £250,000 in the number, £250,000 people in the number of young people not in education, employment or training. So let me continue with what we are doing. Beyond the hiring bonuses, beyond the youth hubs, we are also offering more work experience or workplace training with a guaranteed interview designed in partnership with employers. And for those who have been out of work for 18 months, a 6-month paid job placement, 25 hours a week at national minimum wage rates. And the reason we are doing all this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because we will not stand back and allow young people to graduate from school onto a life on benefits. There's been too much of that in recent years, because to do so would be to accept the scarring effects for the rest of their lives. It would be to accept the huge cost to the country and to businesses in lost talent. Changing this should be a cause for us all, and it should certainly be a Labour cause, to give hope to the country's young people, to show that we believe in them, that we back them and we want them to have a better future. This is a generational challenge. Of course it's an issue for young people, but it's also an issue for their parents and their grandparents too, because they all want a better future for young people, and so do we. And there's an urgency about this, because as the population ages and net migration falls, we need the young people of this country more than ever. They are our greatest resource, our greatest asset, and an investment in them is an investment in the future for all of us. So in the volatile times that His Majesty spoke of, people look for security, and rightly so. But the future is not just about security. The future is about building opportunity too. It's about not accepting so many young people written off, about giving them a chance to change the story of their lives. So that's the message at the heart of the King's speech. That's what's at the heart of our youth guarantee. It's at the heart of all the changes that I have listed in welfare reform in this speech, and it will be at the heart of the changes to come, and I recommend them to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I respect the Secretary of State. He's talked at some length about what's wrong with the welfare system, But the fact is, there is no welfare bill in the King's Speech.
Exactly.
I reckon he is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He knows the benefits bill is out of control. Yep. He knows the public are sick of seeing their taxes go on ever higher welfare handouts. Exactly. He even knows how the savings could be made, because I've told him. But he also knows, they're laughing, but they're the problem. Because he also knows the MPs behind him will have none of it. Yeah. And with the Prime Minister clinging on by a thread, no wonder there was no welfare bill in the King's Speech. Exactly. Yeah. But here's the problem. Failure to grip welfare puts them dangerously out of touch with people out there. Yeah. The people he and I and all of us are here to serve. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me read from an email I received recently from a constituent. I'll call her Sandra. She says, I am writing to you with utter frustration. We work so hard, and for what? What is the point of working? Please tell me. Exactly. To watch everyone else do nothing and get paid more than you? Yeah. I've done the benefit calculation online, and I'd be better off quitting my job. I'll be better off getting universal credit. How is that normal or fair? That's right. And she is far from alone. I've heard that feeling expressed time and again since I've been Shadow Secretary of State, on the doorsteps, in the pub, in the supermarket, on the train, and all over social media. Beyond Westminster, people are despairing. Family breadwinners are losing their jobs, homes are being sold to pay the bills, and young people are losing hope. Millions have drifted out of work. For many, claiming benefits simply makes more sense. And for those who are working, each month they're seeing their earnings disappearing in higher taxes and higher bills with nothing left over. No wonder they're fed up. People doing the right thing, paying for people who've opted out, and what is Labour doing about it? Absolutely nothing. They're making a big mistake, because the bald fact is Alarm Clock Britain is sick of paying out for Benefit Street.
Yeah.
The honourable gentleman wanted me to give way.
She has made a very powerful case, but of course her party was the future once. And I would simply ask why all of the challenges she's identified in the welfare system weren't fixed when they were in government and they set up this welfare system. They built this system.
I hate to tell the honourable gentleman, but they're in charge now and they've had nearly 2 years and nothing is changing. Madam Deputy Speaker, don't just take my word for it. Here are the numbers. Over 8 million people are now claiming universal credit. Almost 4 million people are claiming sickness benefits. Over 600,000 households are getting over £32,000 a year in benefits, more than the take-home pay of the average British worker. 91,000 households are getting over £50,000, enough to put you in the top 10% of our nation's earners. And 16,000 are getting over £60,000 in benefits every single year. If you worked, you'd have to earn over £70,000 to have that. And all this is costing the country £140 billion a year. People know when they're being taken for a ride. But yesterday, the Prime Minister had a chance, one last chance, to hit reset, to reverse those trends, to get people off benefits and to bring down the welfare bill. But with his back against the wall, no surprise, the Prime Minister's King's Speech contained none of this. Because while hundreds of thousands of people struggle to find work, the Prime Minister is only interested in protecting one job, his own.
And he hasn't done that very well.
And yes, the Secretary of State can try to claim he's doing something, his work experience programmes, his youth schemes, the savings-free Tim's review and all of that. But we all know that is just tinkering at the edges. They tried welfare reform last summer and failed. And now the government has given up altogether. They had no plan when they got into office, and they still have no plan now. And that matters. Because for every day of inaction, hard-working taxpayers pay the price. Yeah. Doing nothing costs money. Yes. The welfare bill will reach £170 billion by the end of the decade. Money that could be so much better spent like on defence, making our streets safer, or think of this, left in people's pockets for them to spend themselves. Well, the honourable gentleman wants me to give way. Has he got a welfare savings plan? If so, let's hear it.
Government, and it's getting people off of NHS waiting lists and back into work. But my intervention, because it's not for me to answer the questions right now, my intervention was simply to give her another opportunity to actually ask the question that was put to her by my old friend a moment ago, which she didn't really answer, which is that this broken system that she described as Benefit Street is a system that they created.
14 years.
Why in 14 years did they do nothing about it? And isn't it really the case that it's easy to create political anger over this rather than for them to have dealt with it? And that's why it's now this government that's dealing with their mess.
Dear. Oh dear, what a shame. No ideas for savings there at all. And if the honourable gentleman thought that would get him a job under the next Labour leader, I'm afraid he'll have to keep trying.
Is it Ange? Is it Wes?
Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour claim to be the party of working people, but the facts don't back that up. They always leave office with unemployment higher than when they arrive, and they're on track to do it again. There are now over 300,000 more people unemployed than when they came to power. Their policies have actively killed jobs. The jobs tax, the employment rights bill, and now, in yesterday's King's speech, we have the regulating for growth bill. You couldn't make it up. Employers are being asked to swim against the tide with bricks in their pockets. And now the government is planning to make it worse. Many businesses have stopped hiring. Others are letting people go. Businesses tell me they're getting hundreds of applications for jobs they might have struggled to fill a couple of years ago. No wonder there are 700,000 graduates on out-of-work benefits. Youth unemployment is at over 14%. This is a disaster. Young people want to get their lives going, earn money, pay their own way, save for a car, but instead, hundreds of thousands are stuck. The Secretary of State knows this. That's why he's frantically announced a flurry of schemes at the cost of £2.5 billion. And obviously, a work placement is better than nothing. But the young people I speak to want jobs, not government-funded work experience. Madam Deputy Speaker, less than 2 years ago, the country voted us out and them in. They have laughed and jeered at us, but actually, they're not laughing now, because they have found out that governing is hard. They promise voters change, but the only change most people have seen is that they are poorer. Who knows what they got up to in opposition? But it clearly wasn't working out what they would do if they won the election. The honourable gentleman is chuntering. Now, I know that yesterday he called the Leader of the Opposition rude when actually she was just telling the truth. He doesn't like to hear the truth. Maybe he should do a little less talking from over on the front bench and a little more listening. Madam Deputy Speaker, being in power is not an end in itself. What matters is what you do with the power voters trust you with. I am sure many of them care about our country, but caring is not enough. The question is, what are you going to do to fix it? And if the King's speech we're debating today tells us anything, it's that they don't know. The only things they can think of will actually make the situation worse. And on welfare, they have basically given up. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe in learning lessons whenever you can. And one of the lessons from the situation they're in is make good use of your time in opposition. Work hard, think hard, and make a plan. That is what we have been doing. That's why we've been able to set out an alternative King's speech, which actually has more in it than the actual King's speech. Take our plans for welfare. And to be clear, this is just our plans so far. We have a plan to reform welfare and make £23 billion in savings. We will bring back the two-child benefit cap, stop handouts to foreign nationals, stop sickness benefits for anxiety and ADHD, bring back face-to-face assessments, ban sicknesses, reform fit notes, and we will restore the household benefits cap to its original purpose of making sure work always pays better than benefits. No more gaming the system, no more free cars for tennis elbow or acne. Britain will no longer be a cash machine for the world. People have had enough. They can see our welfare system isn't working. It's not even working for people who are seriously ill or disabled. And I say to the right honourable gentleman, we're not keeping our plans secret. It's all out there. Other parties are adopting our policies. Reform, for instance. They have not been shy, although they have been confused and they're not here today. The right honourable gentleman should feel free to do so too. And though the MPs behind him will hate it, we are here to help. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the most surreal King's Speech debate I've ever taken part in. People out there are angry, frustrated, fed up. They can see the country isn't working. They want the government to fix it. But Labour are too busy working out who should be in charge. And the saddest thing is, it won't make a difference. They can change their team captain, but they're still the same team. I've heard them cheer on taxes for farmers, family businesses and schools. I've heard them cheer for lifting the two-child cap. I've heard them argue against welfare savings. They think you fix poverty by giving out free breakfasts paid for by people who are struggling to pay the bills themselves. Labour's answer is always the same. Tax more and spend more of other people's money, and it is the wrong answer. Sometimes in life, you have to pick a side. We have picked one. We're on the side of people who get up each day and go to work. They're doing the right thing, and we back them. Sometimes things go wrong, and people need help, and that's why welfare should be a safety net, not a lifestyle choice. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour have made their choice. It's to carry on as if nothing is wrong. Yesterday's King's Speech was a chance to fix things, and they blew it.
Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Shadow Secretary of State, and I hope she will understand that I will try and address some of the points that she has made in what she said in my speech. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm bound to mention the recent elections. Engaging in the democratic process is important, but not all areas actually had elections. The turnout across the wards in Walsall and Bloxwich was an average of 38%. But I want to put on record my thanks to all the councillors who served their community in Walsall and Bloxwich. Madam Deputy Speaker, Leisure of Reform thought that Walsall Council was Labour-controlled, and it wasn't Labour-controlled. It was controlled by the Conservatives. I know it might be slightly difficult to work out which constituencies there are from a helicopter, but it is, some of his candidates had actually said that they had to pay for their leaflets if they wanted to personalise it. So the gift of 5 million is quite interesting when the Leader of Reform says that it's for his personal safety, because I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Mr. Speaker takes, and all of the speakers, take our safety of each and every one of us in this chamber very seriously. The Representation of the People Bill is a carryover bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I feel there is still time to ensure we have compulsory voting. And whether cryptocurrency or Bitcoin can be used as donations to political parties from when people live, say, for example, give you a country, Thailand, particularly from donors who maybe go under 2 different names. So I welcome the announcement, Madam Deputy Speaker, in our gracious Sovereign's speech to improve our defences in cybersecurity. I don't know if honourable members will know, but there was an investigation by a consortium of journalists from The Guardian, Der Spiegel, Le Monde, The Insider, Delphi and V-Square about the Russian school, which provides special training. It's called Department 4. It's a course on hacking or password attacks. A hacker unit known by Western governments as Sandworm is accused of unleashing destructive cyber attacks, targeting, for example, Ukraine's power grid, the French presidential election in 2017, and the investigation of the Salisbury poisonings. It's worth reading. It was published on the 7th of May. We need to protect our democracy from the constant drip of misinformation, Madam Deputy Speaker, and disinformation on online fora. And I welcome the energy dependence bill in the gracious speech. We have seen how we've been at the mercy of other countries, but now we are investing in renewables, which will protect our planet, roll out energy efficiency, and bring down bills. Yes, I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. The energy independence or dependence bill, which I think we can probably call it, will make us more reliant on overseas imports for oil and gas that we will use for many years because our system needs it. It bans new licences in the North Sea, making us more reliant on imports. Does she really welcome that?
Independence bill, when it's been published, let's see what's actually in the clauses. But what the Secretary of State wants to do is to make this country independent of outside forces. And for the first time, our government has invested so heavily in renewables. All this will get Britain working. It is outrageous, just hang on a second, outrageous that oil companies have made massive profits. Traders have bet on the outcome of war in Iran as petrol prices go up. Someone somewhere is making money, and it's not my constituents. They may not even know who is making the money, and yet they blame us. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
For our contribution in relation to our comments about renewables. It's really important that we do look upon renewables as an option. It's an option whether we like it or not. That's the way I see it. So how does the Honourable Lady feel when it comes to working together here in the United Kingdom when they're pushing the policy here for England and Wales? Does she believe that when it comes to renewables, we should be doing it collectively? I think we should be Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales and England together on a policy that can take us forward and can address and meet the targets which are very, very important, not just for us, but for our children and for our grandchildren.
We are the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and so it's important that we all work together. It's very important to do that. And it's like climate change. You can't specify it in a particular area. It's for the whole area. It's for our whole country and our whole planet. Madam Deputy Speaker, those of us who were around at the time of Brexit, and I'm pleased to see that there is an EU bill, know that we were only allowed to see the impact assessments if we left our phones behind, went across the road and just used a pencil and a piece of paper. And there we saw the impact assessments of every single sector. And we knew how important it was and how leaving the EU affected every single sector. And now the Federation of Small Businesses has warned that post-Brexit red tape and costs are driving smaller companies out of European markets. In a survey of 645 businesses, 30% have indicated they might reduce or cease trading in the EU without eased regulations. Many small businesses reported issues with customs documentation, 64%, physical inspections, 21%, and product marking, 17%. To get Britain working, we need to have a closer relationship with our nearest market. If these small businesses close, working people and all of us lose out. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe in the dignity in work. Already we have seen, and the Honourable Lady mentioned, there isn't a welfare bill in the Our Gracious Sovereign speech, but there are a number of things that have taken place already, and I will set them out. Increasing the national minimum wage, rights at work, safety at work. We will get Britain working with the new work coaches and the right to try. I don't know if honourable members have seen the television programme The Pit. We're now in season 2, where the construction worker had to be taken to A&E, and he couldn't afford his medical care. It was about $20,000. So we all know, watching that, how lucky and blessed we are that we have our NHS free at the point of need. We give people dignity when they fall ill. We take it for granted that our doctors and nurses are trained to the highest level, and that's why the NHS England bill will bring the department, will come back as one department with accountability to the Secretary of State. Not extra costs for NHS England, but more for the front line. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say I've found some money at the back of the sofa, and I hope that the Chancellor is listening, because 50 million has been allocated for a free school in my constituency, which on the evidence is not needed, as the National Audit Office has said. There are falling roles in primary schools, and that will feed up to secondary schools. I was told this was decided in 2017. There was a Walsall Priority Education Investment Area, and the school, the Windsor Academy Trust, just so happened to have a member on its board. Surprise, surprise, they got the contract for the free school. It's like insider trading with public money. A review is undertaken, but the Minister is pressing ahead, and I'm not sure why when there are schools like Joseph Lecky, Blue Coat Academy, All Saints Academy, and many other schools require the support for their building. And they are building on Reedswood Park against the evidence. This is not what local people want. Same with the Leather Museum, a local and beloved heritage, cultural and heritage icon. In a deal with a then Conservative controlled council, the transaction is a novel and contentious transaction made against the wishes of visitors, constituents and government policy on promoting arts and culture. It must be retained in its current position. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe in the dignity of education, and that's why I welcome the bill to raise education standards for all. And this is what we've already got in train. Best Start hubs. We know what a difference Sure Start has made. Breakfast clubs. Anyone who's visited them, there's a glorious cacophony of excited children who have had a good meal, and also quiet places, and I'm pleased to see that some of them actually are taking part in the year of reading. Children are set up for the day. You cannot measure a good education tomorrow. You have to see the benefits over a lifetime, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I believe in the dignity of opportunity, which is what this government is giving to people. We give people the tools to find and exploit their talents. Many don't know what their talents are when they start off in life, and they want to discover them over their years. That's how you get Britain working. Madam Deputy Speaker, we live in a society where if you see something, you can buy it the next day, and there it is with you. But governments don't operate like that. And I want to kind of end with an example of a story of 3 workers constructing a road. When asked what they were doing, the first one said he was breaking stones. The second one said he was constructing a road. The third said he was constructing a road that would take children to their school or the sick to hospital. We have to show people, like the third worker, the significance of our actions that this government is undertaking. Madam Deputy Speaker, equality, opportunity, skills, justice and tolerance take time, patience and perseverance. We need to explain that to people, that our government stands up against vested interests and for all our citizens, and that's why I support the measures in our gracious sovereign speech.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the member for Walsall and Bloxwich. And normally one would imagine that the King's speech is an opportunity to press the reset button, but I fear that members on the Labour benches are searching for another reset button at this point in time. And so, as Liberal Democrats, we fear that the King's speech is somewhat timid in its ambition and doesn't drive the change that many of our communities have a thirst to see. I would like to particularly focus on youth unemployment and our needs. That is a massive challenge for our society. You are 3 times more likely to be unemployed if you're under the age of 25. To be fair to the government, it wasn't created on their watch, but they have built on it on their watch from the Conservatives, who the direction of travel was already there with the pressures on the systems. And when I meet young people, I know that they have faced a lethal cocktail of being work ready, having the COVID crisis through much of their education lives, having the pressure cooker of social media that eats into your confidence as well. And then finally, the cost of living crisis that we know that young people are not immune from and may have less opportunities, but also know that mum or dad have real pressures on their lives. So there are some real challenges. And I'd like to, Madam Deputy Speaker, pay tribute to organisations in the Torquay and Paignton area of Torbay that support young people, whether it's Eat That Frog, whether it is Sound Communities, Doorstep Arts or South Devon College. They have all benefited from the Shared Prosperity Fund that ended without a replacement, and the world is a poorer place, particularly for youngsters who may have had adverse childhood experiences and are on the margins of employment. But what we've really looked at, what has hit hard on the opportunities, is the tax on work, the national insurance hike, where we have seen more than 100,000 jobs shrivel in the hospitality industry, and that is really a cold hand on the heart of the West Country and our hospitality industry. When I speak to organisations like Splashdown, a water park in Paignton, they say they have money to invest in their water park, but they fear about a further economic shock. Paignton Zoo, sadly, Wild Planet Trust, who managed them for many years, had to pass them over to a Dutch company because they were not able to make the figures. And again, the national insurance hike had a massive impact on their ability. Other businesses across Torbay tell me that they face real challenges, whether it's the Livermead House Hotel or the outstanding Rock Garden pub and restaurant. They have to shrink their numbers of youngsters they're able to take on just to make the budgets, partly due to inflation, but also the national insurance hikes. So there are some real challenges that we face there. And I would say to the government, we need to think how we begin driving those positive changes, because at the moment it appears that you're papering over the cracks rather than getting to the root causes within our economy that need to help grow opportunities for young people across the United Kingdom. And I was pleased that the Minister talked about access to work, because we know that the Disability Minister often refers access to work as the best kept secret. But the reality is it has been a broken system. We are looking at 37 weeks for decisions to be made on access to work applications. People are losing job offers. The No Limits Cafe in Newton Abbot, which served constituents from my Torbay constituency, actually closed because they weren't able to have the liquidity within their finances because of delays in payment. So we need to make sure that there is not behind-the-scene cuts to access to work that we've seen by the government choosing to fail to increase do any inflationary increase of what you were able to claim that was highlighted by Disability News only in the last week. As Liberal Democrats, we fought the last general election around cleaning up our waters, whether it's seas or rivers, about the cost of living crisis, but also around the NHS. And I know that in Torbay and across the whole of Devon, we are looking at hundreds of redundancies within that service. And so the argument we regularly hear from the government is we put NIC rates up to invest, but we have hundreds of millions of pounds of cuts to our services in Devon. That means that there's less job opportunities for our people in Devon, and that is hitting some of our most deprived communities. So, in conclusion, we need to be backing our communities. We need to, as Liberal Democrats, we believe in that nobody should be enslaved by poverty, ignorance and conformity, and we need to set the foundations for supporting those. But the communities that we really need to work with much closer is our friends on the other side of the channel, and building stronger working relationships with our European partners to grow our economy.
Yeah. Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my friend from Torbay and to speak in support of my right honourable friend from Wolverhampton South West. In a debate on work, there are a few Secretaries of State who have a work ethic as strong as the Secretary of State for work, and I thank him for that. I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate on the Loyal Address. Get Britain Working goes to the heart of the challenges facing both this government and the country. And I start by welcoming today's growth figures. Debates like this and programmes of any government will make no difference without stability as a foundation. And I say kindly to colleagues on all sides of this House, economic stability matters. After the revolving door of ministers and policies in the last decade, stability isn't just a nice to have, it is a must have. Because from economic stability, we create the opportunities, fix our public services and can share prosperity across our country. Nothing goes to the heart of Labour's mission to grow our economy more than the dignity of work. Nothing will propel that growth quicker, more justly and more sustainably than creating the jobs and opportunities to sit squarely behind the programme of this government and the policies put forward in the Loyal Address. But equally, nothing says more about the challenge this government faces and the opportunities this government needs to pick up than the 70% drop in apprenticeships we inherited after the last decade of Conservative rule. These are challenges writ large in my own constituency of Peterborough. In 2023-2024, the apprenticeship figures hit the lowest level in 6 years that data is available, with a fall in achievements across all apprenticeship levels. This is not just an economic failure, it is a moral failure we inherited from the previous government. Therefore, I welcome the focus in the King's speech on creating jobs, support and opportunities for young people to succeed. This is an agenda that builds on the existing achievements around apprenticeships and youth employment. Over these last couple of years I've spent as a member of this House, I've met with businesses, education providers and young people who have been shut out of opportunities for too long because of the bureaucratic nature of our skills system and the apprenticeship levy. And it is this government that has an opportunity to change that. DWP itself has described Peterborough as a national youth unemployment hotspot. So the moves of this government and in the Loyal Address are welcome. I'm pleased to put on record that Peterborough and Cambridgeshire were chosen as one of the first pilots for the Youth Guarantee, up to £10 million over 2 years to support young people into education, employment and training. We get the welfare bill down by increasing opportunities and backing the next generation of taxpayers, something this government is focused on. And within the city I represent, we have the appetite to meet the government's ambition to address these issues. The work of Peterborough College Job Smart provision is a great example of stakeholders, DWP, Peterborough Council for Voluntary Services, the combined authority to get more people into work. The Youth Employment Hub opened recently at Peterborough United, funded by the government's Youth Guarantee and opened by our Secretary of State and Mayor, is a physical example of the bricks and mortar that investment puts in investing in our young people. As is the Green Technology Centre at Peterborough College, opened last year. This takes traditional apprenticeships and training opportunities and updates them for new green skills such as EV mechanics, heat pump installation and sustainable construction skills. So I welcome the expansion of the Youth Guarantee and the focus on expanding work experience and guaranteed employment for young people. The Jobs Guarantee, our promise of a work placement for all employment with costs paid by the government. The Youth Jobs Grant, £3,000 grant for businesses that hire a young person who has been on universal credit for 6 months. And £2,000 grant for small businesses that take on an apprentice. For cities like mine, it could be transformative, creating opportunities and getting more people into work. I also look forward to the legislative programme that will follow the changes from the Timms and Milburn's reviews. It cannot be right that we write off so many young people as unfit to work and put them a life on benefits. But also this address goes to something bigger for us, Madam Deputy Chair. It addresses a greater inequality. The inequality for too long in this country between vocational and university education. This isn't just about policy, it is cultural. For too long we have made apprenticeships a second-class option. We have created a bias in our schools that favours university over apprenticeships and which in turn has been compounded by the destruction under the last government of careers advice and work experience for young people in cities like mine. For a working city like Peterborough, that legacy has been a disaster of humans, but also of economic growth. So I welcome our new university, ARU Peterborough, in ARU Peterborough in the city, which does things differently. It has a focus on local students, business relationships and degree apprentices, growing our talent in the city so the talent of our city can grow the economy for this country as a whole. I also want to talk about jobs for the future and how we build the jobs for the next generation of young people coming through. 1/3 of people working in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough are employed in occupations that will be directly affected by the transition to the green economy. Major companies like National Gas and Caterpillar are already driving innovation in sustainable industries. Peterborough sits at the heart of the national gas transition and hydrogen networks, and we could truly be the King's Cross of the green industrial revolution for hydrogen. This transition from blue-collar to green-collar jobs and skills is one of the hallmarks of this government's achievements so far. And I welcome the £800 million private sector investment that National Gas has recently put into Peterborough and my region, and their choice of Peterborough as their new regional headquarters, because we have the talents in our city which allow those jobs for the future to be grown with government support. And I'd say just one more thing as a friendly piece of support from this side of the House, but I would like to stretch my elbows a bit, which is what I know perfectly in my city is the potential of the young people who sit in it. I also know the struggles that Peterborough College and further education have had to put up with some. So I welcome the investment this government has put into further education. But I also know that colleges like mine could support many more small businesses and many more young people if they had the physical resources to do so. We are on the journey and we are making the investment to change that. But if we could do it faster, then we in our city could deliver more for young people, but also for the government's ambitions. Because, Madam Speaker, the appetite is there from learners, providers and businesses. The drive exists to meet Labour's ambitions for new homes, clean energy and infrastructure. But we need the means to deliver it. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a privilege to speak in support of this loyal address. We can get the job done with the government's support and with the Prime Minister's support. Thank you.
I call Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Businesses in my constituency are not asking for special treatment. They're asking for a government that stops making it harder to employ people, harder to grow, harder to invest. And right now, too many people feel that Labour is taking the country in the wrong direction. Through my business club and regular conversations with employers across Bognor Regis and Littlehampton, I keep hearing the same thing. Costs are rising, confidence is falling, and businesses are becoming more cautious about taking people on. And in a coastal constituency like mine, that really matters. Our local economy depends on innovation powered by fantastic small and medium enterprises and the entrepreneurs who pour everything into growing them. These are massive corporations with endless room to absorb new costs. They are businesses working hard to keep people employed, keep high streets growing, and keep our communities alive outside the summer season. James and Marcus Fenton, who run Meridian Medical in Littlehampton, employ around 130 people locally in skilled manufacturing jobs. They're a family-run business and a living wage employer. They should be exactly the kind of business this government is backing. Meridian is a British success story, exporting highly specialised medical devices around the world. But they are now becoming one of the businesses who tell me that the UK is becoming a harder place to invest and grow. I also recently heard from Mark and Liz Warham, the founders of Temple Spa, a science-led, Mediterranean-inspired premium skincare brand run by my constituents and whose product I highly recommend. Their clear view is that firms are becoming, and I quote, more cautious on hiring and investment due to rising costs. They're worried about rising employment costs, higher borrowing costs, growing compliance burdens, and energy costs that remain far too high. That is the real-world impact of the government's decisions. And when businesses stop hiring, young people pay the price first. The first job in a cafe, the apprenticeship, the hospitality role in a pub or hotel, the chance to get on the ladder and to earn their own money. The government talks constantly about growth, but businesses in constituencies like mine are asking a very simple question. When will this government stop making growth harder? Because if we really want to get Britain working again, we need to start backing the businesses that actually create the jobs.
I call Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the people of Erewash first, I'd like to give thanks to His Majesty the King for his gracious speech to all of the nation yesterday. This King's speech recognises the simple fact that Britain cannot afford to leave its future at the mercy of global markets, hostile states or instability abroad. For too long, governments assumed that the hand of the free market would always act in Britain's interests. For too long, we outsourced vital industries without considering the long-term consequences. And for too long, we have underrated the ability of our businesses to export physical goods to the world. We've been globally pigeonholed, Madam Deputy Speaker, strictly as a post-industrial service economy. When dictators spark conflict abroad, British families feel the impact through rising bills and a falling standard of living. Working people in Erewash know this all too well. Britain has been left exposed because we failed to build our own energy resilience. Ilkeston in Erewash is proud of its iron manufacturing heritage. Yet we've watched industries like iron and steel decline as production has moved overseas in search of cheaper labour and lower standards. Steel isn't just another commodity, Madam Deputy Speaker. Its manufacture is strategic infrastructure in and of itself. Infrastructure that underpins our national defence capabilities. That's why it's unacceptable that British Steel has been let down by overseas owners who don't act in Britain's best interests. We can't outsource our national security any longer. I will give way.
General Motors Industries, steel, oil and gas, refining, all of these are vital. The carbon tax is a real reason why these are declining and moving overseas. From what he says, it feels like he agrees with me that we should be getting rid of the carbon tax. Is that correct?
I thank her for what for her intervention there, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure we're necessarily on the same page with what we're saying. I was focusing purely on the renationalisation of the steel industry, which I think is a very important part of this King's speech. Indeed, in this King's speech, the government has recognised that markets alone can't protect the national interest. Sometimes the state has to step in to safeguard jobs and keep Britain safe. Nationalising British Steel, Madam Deputy Speaker, means protecting almost 100,000 jobs from unfair foreign competition. I'm proud that this government is going to bring British Steel fully back into public ownership. I've spoken to many businesses in Erewash and business owners, and they report that since we've left the European single market, they have struggled. They've faced mountains of paperwork and massive delays at our borders. These hurdles don't just frustrate exporters, they directly impact their ability to turn a profit. I'm very glad, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in the European Partnership Bill we seek to solve that problem by streamlining trade and making it quicker, cheaper and simpler to do business with Europe. Very gladly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend's making an excellent speech, absolutely excellent. Would he agree with me that this is particularly important to many, many small businesses in vital supply chains in areas like the automotive sector, many other key sectors of our economy who will benefit directly from this well thought through measure?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, Madam Deputy Speaker. I completely agree with him. Indeed, I'm going to talk about one of the businesses in my constituency momentarily. I think particularly when I discuss this topic, Madam Deputy Speaker, of Clooney Lace in Ilkeston, not in the automotive sector, but a brilliant high-end lace manufacturer. Shortly I will. It was workers from Ilkeston who produced Princess Kate's wedding dress and Queen Anne's tablecloth. Clooney Lace, Madam Deputy Speaker, they're an internationally renowned producer and exporter of high-quality British goods, supplying the European high-end garment manufacturing industry in particular. And I will give way before I continue.
I thank him for giving way, and he's mentioning small businesses and delays at the border. Is it not true that particularly the problem of double tariffs for small businesses for importing from third countries and then importing into the European Union will only be solved if we are joining the customs union again?
Yeah.
I thank her for an intervention. Indeed, it's a point I'm momentarily about to touch upon. When I met with Charles Mason, the managing director from Clooney Lace that I was just referring to, he told me at length about how post-Brexit export and import difficulties have caused him immeasurable pain. Because the lace that we make in Ilkeston can only be dyed in France, where they have the professionals required with the appropriate expertise. Moving the lace to France for this part of the process, then back to England for further processing before sale, then often back to Europe, has become all but impossible for his company. What was once a frictionless part of Clooney's manufacturing process and sales chain is now a crippling quagmire of tariffs and business model breaking roadblocks. Madam Deputy Speaker, for businesses across Erewash, whether they are producers, suppliers or distributors, a closer trading relationship with Europe means less time navigating bureaucracy and more time growing their businesses. I know businesses in Erewash have also suffered from increased energy costs. If we want to lower bills for working people, we must break our dependence on volatile global gas prices. British families won't see meaningful long-term reductions in energy costs until we produce more clean, affordable energy right here at home. In Erewash, this transition is not theoretical. It's visible very obviously on our local skyline. Sorley, in my constituency on the banks of the River Trent, lies adjacent to the former Ratcliffe-on-Soar power station in Rushcliffe, my honourable friend's constituency. Ratcliffe is the UK's last coal-fired, or was the last UK's last coal-fired power station, and it closed its doors for the final time in September 2024. As we move forward then, Madam Deputy Speaker, my task as the Erewash MP is not simply to help the country move on from coal, but to ensure that Erewash is at the heart of what comes next, and to ensure that my constituents benefit from the new investment, new jobs and the cleaner, more secure energy future that this government is delivering within this King's Speech. That's why I'm very excited about the government's Energy Independence Bill. It will shield our economy from the fossil fuel price shocks that have caused half of the UK's recessions since the 1970s. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is bringing industry back to Britain. Well-paid engineers working in clean energy, powering steel production in the East Midlands and across the country. And on the ground, that means families in my constituency and the constituencies of honourable members right across the House will no longer be wondering how events thousands of miles away will be affecting their bills and their ability to book a holiday. Families in Erewash voted for change in 2024. These families are tired of limited opportunities and are feeling vulnerable every time the world becomes more unstable. They want more control over their lives. With this King's Speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are bringing industry home, investing in British jobs and putting control of our future back into the hands of working people.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an honour and pleasure to take part in this King's Speech debate. I'm a member of the Energy Security and Net Zero Select Committee, and I look for the growing of our economy and to get Britain working under the special focus of the green economy and its many opportunities and challenges. The Regulations for Growth Bill promises a framework that supports innovation, yet current proposals from DESNES risk doing the opposite. Under the plans for the new home energy model, any technology other than a heat pump or heat battery could automatically receive an EPC rating of D. In practice, that means innovative zero-emission systems would be treated the same as fossil fuel heating. That would make many new technologies commercially unviable and leave consumers without practical alternatives where heat pumps are not suitable. This is already affecting innovative businesses in Bath, including Loughmore, which has developed a pioneering zero-emission alternative to the gas combi boiler. Combined with exclusion from support schemes, VAT barriers and delays in the assessment process, these policies risk pushing Britain's clean tech innovators overseas instead of backing them at home. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm encouraged by the announcement of an energy independence bill in the King's speech. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and other war in the Middle East have laid bare the need to go much further and faster to secure our energy supply. That means getting off the roller coaster of global prices. In the midst of an energy price crisis, cheap home-produced energy has never been more vital. There's a huge nationwide potential for growth in small-scale renewable energy generation, especially by community groups that can distribute the benefits locally. And nobody in this House will be surprised when I keep saying we Liberal Democrats are the greatest champions of community energy. Community energy puts people at the heart of their energy future by allowing them to generate, manage, and own their own local renewable energy projects. These are projects run by the community for the community. One of many pioneering projects is Bath and West Community Energy in my constituency. Because of surplus income from renewable energy projects, they have been able to donate to over 100 community projects across Bath in the last decade. And Madam Deputy Speaker, what really worries me about listening in the SNS Select Committee about the proposals of energy community and the way the government looks at it is only about an ownership model rather than a beneficiary model. Community energy should also benefit the consumers of energy, not just how the energy is produced. And I get it, it's both. It's not one or the other, but we must focus on making sure that actually the community benefits from community-generated energy. Community energy projects also strengthen energy security by diversifying sources of energy, reducing the reliance of imported fossil fuels. In 2025, community energy groups saved people almost £2 million on their fuel bills due to energy efficiency upgrades. However, community energy schemes currently generate less than 0.5% of the UK's electricity. With the right support, this could increase by 20 times, powering over 2 million homes and saving over 2 million tonnes of CO2 emissions per year. But there are two main blockers to the rapid expansion of community energy projects. The first major barrier is a shortfall in government funding to scale up energy generation projects. Whilst the £15 million Great British Community Energy Fund is welcome, it has led to minimal growth. I hope that through the Energy Independence Bill, more funding will be allocated to these projects so their potential can be realised. Another major barrier facing community energy projects is the prohibitive cost of accessing energy markets to sell the electricity they generate. This is what I mean. There are now more than 600 community energy groups operating across the UK, yet not a single one is able to sell power directly to local customers. While it is legally possible, the various regulatory burdens and obligations associated with energy licensing rules make the cost of selling power to local people impossibly high. In the 2022-23 session, legislation was brought forward to unlock the potential of community energy and the potential to sell directly to local people. That proposal was supported by the current Secretary of State and more than 320 cross-party MPs. We have a Secretary of State for Energy who supports reform of local energy supply, but we are still waiting for this legislation to make that reform a reality. We Liberal Democrat welcome the regulatory changes promised in the local power plan, particularly the commitments from DESNES to establish a route to market for unlocking a smart local energy system. However, if community energy initiatives want to plan ahead with confidence, the government must provide clear detail on how and when these reforms will be implemented. One option is to completely untangle the licensed supplier model that we currently have and ask Ofgem to establish a local supply license. The proportion cost could create the ability for community schemes to sell to local customers if they wish and make a viable business model. The other option, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to have current licensed suppliers offering contracts for the export of community energy to local residents. Whichever route the government chooses, we need to see action. We must see the necessary regulatory changes in the Energy Independence Bill to establish a workable model for local energy supply so that community energy products can scale up, become commercially viable, and play their full part in delivering a cleaner and more resilient energy system. Thank you.
David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Bath, as she'll see as I come on to her comments on community energy in a moment. And it's a real honour to speak in this King's speech on behalf of my constituents of North Northumberland, Madam Deputy Speaker, where the electricity grid is owned by Warren Buffett, the water system is overseen from Hong Kong, and the buses, most of them at least, are run out of Miami. And across many decades and multiple governments, we've made ourselves a society where everything can be bought and sold for the right price, but where the things that matter are often slipping away. In the King's speech, we heard renewed commitments from the government to improve our economic security, whether by ensuring a fair deal for working people, responding to the Thames and Milburn reviews on welfare, or by delivering an energy independence bill. And I welcome those commitments. Yet, more in common, the pollsters say that 7 in 10 Britons feel our country is on the wrong track, and that many are starting to conclude that the problems lie with the system itself, and this is a long-term trend. The job of the government must therefore be to cast a vision of the future that transforms the status quo and then implements it. But what does that future look like, and how does it relate to the economic issues of work, welfare and energy? The late Lord Rabbi Jonathan Sacks said, "We are each a letter in God's book. Like a letter, we have no meaning on our own, but joined together in families, communities and nations, we form sentences and paragraphs and become part of God's story." Even if we don't share his religious views, Sacks' message is clear. Life must be lived together. Sacks called this covenant. Now, we're used to talking in terms of social contract. It's a phrase that we hear a lot. But the social contract asks, what am I getting out of this? The social covenant asks, what do we owe each other? We need to be legislating, therefore, for a society that helps us think about what we owe each other. Now, work remains central to the task of transforming the country. This is one of the government's top priorities. We are, after all, the Labour Party. Work is also the main way that we contribute to our shared national life, but our national relationship with work is threatened. 1 million young people are not in education, employment or training, and AI is threatening a period of disruption that we've not seen since the days of the spinning jenny. We've done many worthwhile things to improve work already. The Employment Rights Act was a landmark piece of legislation, but we do need to go further to restore the way that we see and we do work. The UK is below average amongst major nations for in-work training, for example. So we should require employers to invest in their employees' skills with training opportunities. We should also incentivise a stakeholder economy in which more staff share in the value that they help create. And we should replicate the European model of giving ordinary workers seats on company boards. In short, the success of the company should be linked to the thriving of its employees. Now, the Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill creates the perfect opportunity for us to model this for the rest of the economy. And in working together in covenantal Britain, we can see the change. Covenant also speaks to our social security system. The last data available says that, including pensions, 24 million people in the UK are receiving some form of benefits. The total cost of our welfare system is greater than our income tax take, and this strain is weakening our togetherness and the idea of fairness on which the system relies. So I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we need a new beverage report for the 21st century. The original report, the beverage report, identified in sort of anachronistic language the 5 giants as want, disease, ignorance, squalor and idleness. I would now suggest that the giants of 2026 are poverty, worklessness, isolation and hopelessness. So I welcome the government's upcoming response to the Milburn and the Thames reviews, because we're a party that will always support the most vulnerable in our society. And it's right and it's just to support those who can't work or who need help to work. We do need a welfare system based both on contribution and in which people are also delighted to say, yes, I am my brother's keeper. And finally, on energy. I welcome the government's commitment to energy security and the energy independence bill in the King's speech. But without a covenantal relationship between government and community, we will lose support for the green transition. King's College London has found that the share of those who support net zero sooner than 2050 has halved since 2021. Meanwhile, energy price rises are already affecting parts of our country and our economy, as we all know. When the first American missile was launched into Iran, some of my constituents' heating and hot water prices in North Northumberland doubled. A covenantal response to that is to say, let's work with local communities to meet their needs now instead of pressing on towards jam tomorrow. So, if a wind farm is created in the vicinity of a community with the consent or ownership of that community should benefit financially. And we must also acknowledge that many of our constituents will be relying on oil and gas for decades to come. 14,000 properties in North Northumberland are not on the gas grid, for example. So let's rebuild our energy security and supply using a realistic mix of options. Let's leave everything on the table so that it serves everyone. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the dead end of unfettered market capitalism has been broken by its own failure to deliver decent jobs and affordable energy. We all now need our future to be built on something that brings both economic security and restored social relationships. In short, we need covenant. The Labour mission was never simply to get on in life, but for all of us to share in prosperity and common endeavour. Nye Bevan once said, "We have to build a party that is capable of expressing the desires of the people who sent us here, not just their immediate desires, but their deeper longings for a just and generous society." The task is to build on this King's speech and to create both a story and a programme that speaks to these longings in work, in welfare and energy. And to do this, all of us, government, party and country, need to commit to a new social covenant.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. They say that a week is a long time in politics, yet during this short debate we have seen the Health Secretary leave the government. But amidst the open revolt and factional infighting opposite, one thing remains abundantly clear. Whoever will be steering the ship, this Labour government lacks both the courage and the political capital to confront the spiralling cost of welfare. We hear endlessly about the soft left, the hard left, the moderate left, but the story time and time again with every Labour government is that they eventually run out of everyone else's money. And the numbers are stark. A welfare bill projected to rise to over £103 billion by the end of the decade, a figure that continues to surpass the revenues that government receives in income tax. More than 4 million people are now claiming PIP. And meanwhile, unemployment continues to rise, with nearly 1 million young people not in education, employment or training. This is simply unsustainable. We on these benches firmly believe in a safety net for those who genuinely need support. But what we have today is no longer a safety net. It is a fishing net that traps people rather than encouraging them to stand on their own 2 feet. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have seen the value of this support firsthand. I grew up in a single-parent household with my 2 younger brothers. My mother couldn't read or write, and I can remember us turning the sofa upside down at the end of the week to get loose change to put in the electricity meter. So honourable members opposite perhaps think too often us on this side of the bench of the House are far too privileged to understand real poverty. That's simply not the case. Many of us on these benches have experienced poverty in our own upbringings, and because of this lived experience, we know where support is needed and where it is being abused. Sadly today, we face a culture where some treat dependency as a way of life, a badge of honour even, where generation after generation, families are boarding the benefits gravy train. We've all heard the stories on the doorsteps, conversations, I'm sure, during the recent local elections, with people on their own streets claiming every benefit going, ordering a Deliveroo every night, purchasing the latest 60-inch television. These are luxuries that millions of hard-working constituents have to think twice about before doing. That is why, in our alternative King's speech, we have set out sweeping reforms that would end this welfare madness. Our welfare reform bill would restore fairness, ensure that support goes to those who truly need it, and ensure value for taxpayers' money. We on these benches believe in dignity of work and personal responsibility. We would ensure that benefits are restricted to British citizens, so that people coming to this country cannot simply ride on the coattails of British taxpayers. We will ensure that PIP is not awarded on the basis of lower level health conditions that, let's put this bluntly, is just one of the normal challenges of everyday life that we all have to contend with. We would ensure that the 6 a.m. Britain, the families who have to tighten their belts because of the spiralling cost of living, do not simply have to pay for the children of those who choose not to work. And we would ensure, through the introduction of a household benefit cap, that that you're always better off in work than out of work. These reforms are essential if we want a fair society, if we want economic prosperity for our country. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, welfare reform must go hand in hand with reforms that encourage business to get people back into work. That is why I am proud that the Conservative Party have set out exactly what we will do to get Britain working again. This is in direct contrast to the actions of the current government, from hiking of the jobs-destroying national insurance to the burdensome regulations introduced in the Employment Rights Act. These rising costs are forcing businesses to think twice before hiring extra staff. This government has become a barrier to economic growth. Madam Deputy Speaker, they are no longer the party that their very name suggests. They have become the welfare party. As our alternative King's Speech makes clear, we would repeal damaging aspects of the Employment Rights Act, from the hospitality banter ban to the absurd qualifying periods, to give businesses the confidence to hire once again. We would back our private sector, the actual wealth creators, and simply not bow down to trade union demands. And most importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, our plan would tackle youth unemployment. It is shameful that 1/3 of graduates are not in graduate level jobs, that youth unemployment stands at a staggering 18%, and this government seems utterly disinterested in doing anything about it. A future Conservative government, on the other hand, would back our young people by expanding the number of high-quality apprenticeships under our apprenticeship guarantee, and by showing young people that there are multiple routes, training routes, not just for a degree, to build a successful career, a successful life. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has no plan for welfare reform, no plan for jobs, and no plan for growth. But we on this side of the House do. Our alternative King's Speech shows that we are serious about governing, we are serious about restoring fairness, rewarding hard work, and serious about getting Britain working again.
Andy McNair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. His Majesty's gracious speech announced a wide range of economic measures and fully recognised the vital importance of economic security. But I think we all understand for that security to be meaningful, it must reach into every part of our country and into every community. And with this in mind, I'll make my comments from the perspective of Rosendale and Darwin, recognising we have much in common with many other post-industrial towns and rural areas. Places characterised by small towns and villages with close-knit communities, which too often have felt ignored and left behind. This government's consistently put growth at the heart of its agenda and rightly identified many of the actions that we need to see. We've seen announcements on Green Book reform, £113 billion of infrastructure investment pipelines, youth job guarantees, pathways to work, industrial strategy, pothole funds, Pride in Place and many more. And yet when I knock on the doors of Rosendale and Darwin, people are still asking where is the change that we were promised. And when writing this speech, I did look back at others that I'd made over the last 2 years on this subject. Speeches where I called for more to be done to address specific issues of small towns like ours, for a move away from orthodoxy that favours cities and mayoral authorities where growth is easiest to find, for procurement strategy that insists on buying British, for industrial strategy that understands small and medium-sized businesses, for policies that reward grafters, entrepreneurs and risk-takers. And frankly, I could have used the same text today. The issues remain. We have not moved nearly far enough or fast enough to meet the needs of communities like mine. Last week's local elections results show us this so starkly. There's been much talk about a change this government needs to make, and we must grasp this moment to fundamentally rethink our approach to growth strategy. Incremental just won't cut it, nor will city-centric. We cannot justify government investment flowing into the likes of Manchester whilst the towns of Lancashire don't even appear in the picture. We need to learn the lesson of the last 2 years and do better. If we're going to deliver growth and jobs to places like Rosendale and Darwin with the urgency our electorate demands, we must commit to a scale of action that matches the challenge. This means we're willing to take risk, to demand joined-up action across government, to do the hard things at a scale that impacts every community. So what does this mean in practical terms? First, on infrastructure. We have to recognise that its own, a city-centric approach will do little for communities like mine. Consider Northern Powerhouse Rail. This is a great project which will transform connectivity between cities and major towns across the region. It's been presented in some quarters as a transformational project for the whole of the North West. But when I ask the question, what will this do for Rosendale and Darwin, or any small towns along the route, the answer is not much. Rosendale remain the only local authority area in the north with no commuter rail link, despite being only 15 miles from Manchester. Darwin will remain with a patchy and unreliable occasional service. This is why we need to change the way in which we think about projects like this and be far, far more ambitious in our goals. Thinking in terms of, for instance, growth corridors, with the requirements that these big projects bring a positive impact to every community. This would include physical infrastructure and connections for small towns as an integral part of the project, as well as insisting on buying locally. We need to have a similar approach when we think about industrial strategy. In Rosendale and Darwin, we have many great businesses, including creative and innovative manufacturers, but none employ more than 500 people, and few fall into what have been identified as national priority sectors. This is entirely typical of so many places across our country, where such businesses employ the bulk of the local workforce. We need to get behind these businesses and have a much more comprehensive and urgent industrial strategy which truly understands their challenges and opportunities. First and foremost, this must embed Buy British at its heart, using the full power of government procurement to support our businesses. And frankly, the lack of a procurement bill in the King's speech is a concern that I very much hope we'll be able to address. As well as this, we need to bring down business costs, particularly energy, opening up access to risk-tolerant finance and a tax and regulatory system that actually encourages employment, enterprise, risk and productivity. Alongside this, we need to restore our town centres and community spaces. Pride in Place is a great programme, and I'm proud to have been able to bring this investment to Rosendale, to Rottenstall and to Darwin. £20 million over 10 years will enable us to make some significant changes, but for every town that has got this support, there are many others that do not. Surely the case for investment in Bacup and Staxters and Whitworth is just as strong. And in any case, we'll only really enjoy the full value of this investment if it's aligned with improvements in transport, skills and infrastructure that address the underlying constraints in our local economies. So we should build on what works and go bigger and wider with Pride in Place, front-loading investment to increase the speed and scale of change whilst ensuring we are delivering the infrastructure that can release the full potential at places like Rosendale and Darwin. I could list lots of other areas for action, but fundamentally, this is actually about a change in mindset. For too long, geography has meant destiny. Small towns like Bacup, Whitworth, Rottenstall and Darwin have been at the back of the queue and left behind as big towns and cities shout louder and offer similar, seemingly easy solutions. We need to break this cycle and ask the question, what does this do for our towns? This should be embedded in every investment strategy and decision process. We must be willing to commit to strategies that insist on doing the hard things whilst providing the procurement policy, fiscal flexibility, regulatory framework and sustained leadership to drive delivery. We must learn lessons of the past and not allow established orthodoxies and a desire for easy wins to stand in the way of this. We simply cannot afford to fail those communities that need us most. Thank you.
Yeah. I call Dr. Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that one of the main barriers to people getting back into work and out of work is having poor mental health, and we've got very long mental health waiting lists of 1 million people on waiting lists, and many of these people would firstly rather be in work, and it is good for their mental health to actually be in work as well. And so I'd really like to highlight an initiative in Winchester that I have brought up before, where and it is an initiative that has won awards, like NHS awards as well, where the Winchester Citizens Advice provide a person 2 days a week in the local mental health unit called Melbury Lodge. And this is to help the inpatients with all their life admin. So we know that people who are suffering from mental health issues, especially people who are inpatients, are more likely than average to have debt, to have housing issues, and to have other sort of life admin problems that when they get discharged back into the same situation they were when they were admitted in the first place, their mental health can deteriorate. Now, this initiative is fantastic because it has been proven through peer review published papers that the people in there have a shorter duration of stay, and they're less likely to be readmitted, and they're more likely to engage with social services once they're discharged. And this is something that the ministers and everyone will find particularly interesting. Every pound spent in this project saves the NHS £14.08 in cost avoidance. Now, I have met with this team several times. It seems like an absolute no-brainer to roll this out in every mental health unit in the country. And there's no question that this can't be afforded, given that it saves so much money and that the saving is so quick. This isn't an investment that takes 5, 6, 7 years to pay off. It is within months the savings are seen. So I would really urge the government to look at this project, and I'd be really keen to have a meeting with the relevant minister and whoever the relevant minister turns out to be. But with the team who are running this project, Winchester Citizens Advice and the Melbury Lodge unit, because I think it is something that could be hugely impactful to so many thousands of people, helping people get back into work. It's really good for the staff, it's really good for the patients, and it's really good for the taxpayer. And in the previous King's speech, we were really heartened to see that it was specifically stated that mental health would be treated as serious as physical health. We're disappointed there wasn't a specific mention of mental health in the King's speech this year. So we really want to urge the government to remember to put this forefront of their efforts to try and get people back into work. Thank you.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Bradford West for her brilliant opening contribution to the gracious speech. I also want to start by acknowledging that this government has delivered. From renters' rights ending no-fault evictions, to the New Deal for workers, to education, to Great British Railways, to bringing the NHS waiting lists down, to lifting children out of poverty, to the work on violence against women and girls, all of that good work deserves to be talked about and celebrated. But it must also be acknowledged that people need more. They are desperate for change following decades of neglect, and unfortunately the measures in this King's speech, whilst in the main are welcome, are not the bold moves we need to see. We need a government that will tackle the extreme wealth inequality in the UK, a government that delivers for communities, and we need to go back to giving people hope. We need to ensure that our government has received the message from the local elections last week that people are unhappy with the direction we have taken, and that as it stands, we do not have the trust of our communities. It was devastating to see the two councils from my constituency, South Tyneside and Gateshead, councils that Labour have held for 50 years, fall to reform. We let those communities down, and we need to deal with that. We must build on the things we have delivered, like the New Deal for workers, instead of focusing on divisive commitments like the digital ID scheme and the removal of jury trials, two things I remain opposed to. When we move away from our Labour values, we let the country down. We let our communities down, and scarily we leave a gap for the far right to move into and exploit people's fears, desperations and their legitimate need for jobs, housing and security. Housing, security and jobs are particularly needed in the North East. In my constituency of Jarrow and Gateshead East, this year we are commemorating the 90th anniversary of the Jarrow Crusade, the March for Jobs. Yet 90 years on, and the problems those marchers faced are the same as the residents in my constituency face today. For decades, successive governments have neglected the North East, and the North East made their feelings very clear last week. We need a government that takes action to improve our communities. It is the Labour Party that is the party of the people, that is the party of workers. That is the government we need to see now. A government that delivers for people, change that communities can see. We need actions, not words. We need to drastically redistribute wealth so that it is invested in communities. We need to rebuild trust locally and nationally with bold and ambitious policies and action. There are some highlights in the gracious speech, including the Leasehold Reform Bill, Hillsborough Law, legislation to clean up the water industry, nationalisation of steel, the £45 billion to deliver Northern Powerhouse Rail, and the legislation to support small businesses and stop late payments, the licensing for private hires. All subjects I've spoken about many times in this place and at events in Parliament. But we need to do much more than this tinkering at the edges. We need to legislate to bring back water into public ownership. We need to stop the scandal of the water companies' bonuses. It is an absolute disgrace that they are profiting from the pollution that they are dumping into our waters. It is also welcome to see proposals around education for all, but we must ensure that any SEND reforms do not push children into a one-size-fits-all approach. The SEND consultation ends next week, and we must listen to the views that are submitted. The consultation responses need to be thoroughly read, not filtered by AI. We must have a genuine consultation, and we must ensure that the reforms do not harm SEND children with the most complex needs. Around 1.7 million children are now identified as having special educational needs. I know that MPs are all being inundated with correspondence from constituents, and many of us have held our own consultation meetings. In my constituency, I have 5% more children with SEND than the national average, and every one of my local consultations have raised the same issues. They are worried about their loss of legal rights, and they are worried about their child being forced into mainstream schooling. Sense, the National Disability Charity, have said that whilst inclusive mainstream education should be strengthened, this must not come at the expense of specialist provision. Disabled children with complex needs must continue to have access to specialist settings where these are the most appropriate environments for them to thrive. I completely agree with Sense, and it is evident that already many families struggle to find adequate provision. I have held drop-ins in Parliament with people from across the political spectrum, and I want to thank Rory Bremner and Nick Ferrari for coming into Parliament to meet with young people and their families and listen to their stories. The last government described the SEND system as broken, and of course they did a lot of the breaking with their destruction of local government budgets, but it has been neglected for decades. It is in desperate need of reform and investment. We can and must get this right to ensure that the most vulnerable are protected. To that end, whilst I welcome the gracious speech, I will be setting forward a simple amendment highlighting the difference the right placement makes to a child with complex needs and the cost to families, life outcomes and the state when we get that placement wrong. We must ensure that those children with the most complex needs who cannot be placed into mainstream school do not lose out with these reforms, and I've written to the Secretary of State on this issue, and I'd be happy to meet at any time to discuss it. I have an autism diagnosis, as do some of my family. It is something those close to me are aware of, but something I haven't spoken about publicly before. I know the impact it has when you are failed in school. This matters personally and politically to me, and is something I care deeply about. Moving on to something in the gracious speak that I'm hugely pleased with, and that is the commitment to bring forward a draft bill banning abusive conversion practices. Whilst it has appeared in many a gracious speech, I firmly believe that the Minister will bring forward a fully trans-inclusive ban on conversion practices as soon as possible. Yes, I will.
Along with her and other colleagues, I have been campaigning for bringing in a trans-inclusive conversion therapy bill to ban that awful practice. Can she give me her support in asking for a proper timeline when this legislation will be introduced?
I thank the honourable member for her intervention, and yes, I think we a timeline set out would be most helpful. I want to recognise the work of the Minister for Equalities, the member for Reading West and Mid Berkshire, for the time that she's taken to speak to me over not just the last few months, but indeed even this morning. And one of the questions that has been asked and that she has given her commitment to do as soon as it is possible is to set out a clear timeline. In every meeting that I've had with the Minister on this issue, I've been impressed by her determination to finally deliver this legislation and by her understanding of the harm caused by continued delay. On that delay, my one concern, which I have already raised, is that this is the only legislation in the King's speech that the promise is for a draft bill rather than a bill. We absolutely need to get this right, but we must not give people an excuse to delay and frustrate this vitally needed legislation. Earlier this year, I was proud to deliver a report at the Council of Europe calling on Member States to ban conversion practices. I will continue to work with the Minister to take both the spirit and the framework details of that report into consideration as this legislation is developed. And whilst I'm particularly happy with that commitment, we need to be bold. We need new ambitious policies that people will feel in their pockets and see the change in their communities. People need action, not another year of delays and U-turns. Labour needs to do what it was elected to do, govern in the interest of workers and our communities, and deal with the obscene levels of wealth inequality in the UK. Thank you.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to address the issue of getting Britain working again, but also to make some observations on this government's chaotic performance since July 2024. The focus of today's debate is on employment, and I will come to that. But so many members opposite seem utterly preoccupied with the employment of one person, the Prime Minister. No vacancy exists, apparently, but at least one, maybe two, possibly three candidates may apply for said position. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to provide a reference, but it won't be a good one. Madam Deputy Speaker, this shambolic and unstable government is in stark contrast to the political stability that we've enjoyed in Scotland since 2007. We will continue to enjoy that stability for another 5 years, following our landslide victory in the Scottish parliamentary election on June the 8th, a landslide victory bigger than Labour's in July 2024, where 58 of our successful applicants are being sworn in today in Edinburgh. Now, prior to the election, and over the last 6 months in particular, so many Labour MPs from Scotland used their valuable question time in this chamber to attack the SNP. So many of them, I'll make some progress first, so many of them told us that the people of Scotland would reject the SNP. But last Thursday, the people of Scotland rejected the Labour Party. They rejected the Reform Party. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, they rejected the notion that this is a United Kingdom. I'll give way.
Wait, I just wanted to clarify, because he just, I think he just said that the victory secured by the SNP at the elections earlier this month was bigger than the election secured by this government in 2024. Perhaps he could just clarify, did the SNP win more seats or less seats at that election than they previously held? Has their majority increased or decreased?
Seamus Logan.
Well, I thank the member for his intervention, but the plain fact of the matter is, if you look at the percentages, it was a bigger landslide, absolutely. And the other thing that I think members opposite would do well to take consideration of is that we have now 73 MSPs in favour of independence for Scotland. This is a union that has now been served with its redundancy notice, like so many workers in Scotland these last 2 years, like the workers in Grangemouth, who should have been treated in the same way as the steel workers in Scunthorpe, or the 1,500 jobs that could have been created at Ardasir, or the derisory Coastal Growth Fund allocation to our precious fishing industry. Now this chaotic government has turned on its leader, scapegoating him for their collective failures. The wonder of it all, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the branch manager of the Labour Party in Scotland has not resigned, for he carries responsibility for this abject failure of the Labour Party in Scotland. We have not abandoned our pensioners. We have not abandoned the vulnerable, the disabled, our young people, our students, our apprentices, our children. Unemployment in Scotland is lower than the rest of these islands. Most of all, we have not demonised the many thousands of people who come from abroad to work in our essential services, or those who seek sanctuary from war, famine or persecution. They are not taking away our jobs, our houses, our GP appointments, as some populist politicians would have us believe. It was years of austerity that managed this, and sadly Labour are continuing that vein with their planned assault on the welfare system. Now, the former Health Secretary, instead of ensuring that the King's speech included a relentless focus on the health service, the labour shortages in social care, instead of ensuring an end to the privatisation of our health service and the availability of life-saving drugs, instead of reassuring this House about the hidden costs of the US-UK pharma deal by publishing his department's impact assessment. No, he focuses on his own personal ambitions to enter number 10 Downing Street. He shouldn't have been allowed to resign. He should have been sacked. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to highlight one issue which was discussed recently in Westminster Hall, the Palantir contract. Many members across this House spoke on that topic. Only yesterday I learned that NHS England has allowed staff from the US tech firm and other contractors to access patient data before it has been pseudo-anonymised, despite internal fears of a risk of loss of public confidence. An internal NHS briefing has said that it would allow, and I quote, unlimited access to non-NHS staff to part of the NHS's federated data platform, which holds identifiable patient information. Now, this is something which should concern everyone in this House, no matter what your political persuasion. In fact, it should concern everybody in the country. Many members across the House have called for the Palantir project to be reviewed next year, and I urge whoever replaces the erstwhile Minister for Innovation and Safety to act on this misuse of our NHS data. In conclusion, we in the Scottish National Party will continue to have a relentless focus on those matters reserved to this Parliament relating to health and social care in the course of this session, and the matters which adversely affect our small businesses as well. But of course, the real solution to these issues is to give the people who live in Scotland the democratic right to bring this union to an end and allow Scotland to become an independent nation if it so chooses. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the concept of Britain just isn't working anymore. Thank you.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. A big part of why I became an MP was for young people in my constituency. I have a 20-year-old Cornish son, and I want young people to have the choice to stay and work in Cornwall and not be forced to go elsewhere and not come back. There are some genuinely exciting opportunities for good, well-paid green jobs in the renewable energy sector in Cornwall, in, for example, floating offshore wind. We also have a new government critical mineral strategy and an awful lot of lithium and other critical minerals under our feet in Cornwall. In fact, apparently enough for 20% of the needs of the whole of Europe. We have digital, we have creative arts, we have our amazing hospitality sector. I was a teaching assistant in a secondary school for 7 years, and I've seen the impact that successive COVID lockdowns had on a generation of young people who missed out on that in-person social interaction and developmental milestones. And I know how much they suffered from a broken SEND system for a decade, and I realise how difficult it is to re-enter education after time away or enter the workforce for the first time under those circumstances. We inherited nearly 1 million young people not in work or education across the country, and Cornwall is particularly highly represented in that. It's so important we give those young people the skills and the confidence they need to move forward with their lives, which is why the government commissioned the Milburn Review to identify those root causes of youth unemployment and to make some recommendations for how we can improve those opportunities for our young people. And it's why we've introduced some of those policies to support young people into work, backed up by the funding. The jobs guarantee, for example, will lead to the creation of 90,000 extra subsidised jobs in the next 3 years for those aged 18 to 24. New foundation apprenticeships, including newly in hospitality and retail, which will help my area, will provide employers with up to 2,000 to support 16 to 21-year-olds into work. And the apprenticeship initiative will give SMEs £2,000 for each new employee aged 16 to 24 they take on, as well as the youth jobs grant, £3,000 for a business that hires someone on universal credit for 6 months. I'm really hopeful that these policies will complement and add to some of the brilliant work that Cornish employers are doing, particularly regarding apprenticeships. Cornwall Marine Network in my constituency plays a vital role in supporting SMEs in the marine sector to take on apprentices and delivers high quality training as well, as does Truro College in my constituency. Firms like A&P, Pendennis and Cockwells all provide fantastic apprenticeship schemes in the marine industries, and the Cornish Fish Producers Organisation has developed an 18-month Level 2 Fisher Apprentice to equip young people with the skills and knowledge they need for a career in fishing. I also welcome the Fishing and Coastal Growth Fund, which will invest in skills and workforce development in the sector. Furthermore, leaders of the world-class hospitality industry in Cornwall are keen to train more young people. For many Cornish young people, a job in a pub, cafe or restaurant provides a valuable introduction into the world of work, but it can also lead to a good career in hospitality. Cornwall is perfect for a pilot of the new foundation apprenticeship. I'm also pleased the government's transforming the apprenticeship levy into a new growth and skills levy. Some of that levy money could maybe be used flexibly as training for employees in the hospitality sector and others who support apprentices, or on funding some of those skills courses at FE providers such as Truro College in my constituency, or even looking at the way some of those apprentices are funded. But this is not only about supporting young people in their teens and in their 20s. We need to, and we are also taking steps to improve the lives of children from their earliest years, ensuring that a child's background doesn't dictate their chances or leave them struggling to catch up. And I'm really proud that this government has introduced free breakfast clubs, state nurseries, 30 hours of funded childcare from the age of 9 months, free school meals and Best Start family hubs, which are a start to replacing Sure Start, which was such a transformative thing for our families. A number of times when I knocked on doors in my constituency and I met women about my age who were accountants and had a variety of jobs who said without Sure Start they could never have retrained, they could never have got that help. It was absolutely fundamental. I would.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is my honourable friend aware that there's very good research to show that £1 invested in early years education is worth £16 invested later in a child's life? And does she agree with me this is a very wise investment by our government, and it's taking forward both the economy but also supporting families in a very meaningful way?
Jane Kirkham.
That makes perfect sense. And to be honest, I think that early years in education is pretty much the most important thing that any government can do and any government can focus on. I'm so proud that that's what we're doing. The King's Speech includes legislation to enable the delivery of this government's much-needed SEND reforms. Parents of children with SEND in my constituency have made it very clear the current system isn't fit for purpose, and I have shared their experiences and concerns as part of the consultation, and I'll continue to do so. If young people can't access education because their needs aren't met, it can become harder and harder to get into work and get back into society later on. I recognise that right now, for some people, the barriers to employment, education and training can feel insurmountable. This government is trying to take meaningful steps to remove those barriers and invest in those jobs, skills, apprenticeships, reform and prioritise early years and address some of those failures in SEND provision. Taken together as a whole, moving forward, these measures represent a real commitment to our next generation, which I'm hopeful will benefit young people in Truro and Falmouth, in Cornwall and across the country.
Marie Goldman. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Member of Parliament for Chelmsford, I'm proud to represent a city with a breadth of businesses, industries and educational institutions that do so much to support people from all backgrounds into employment. On today's theme of getting Britain working again, over recent months I've held several roundtables with local small businesses, from independent restaurants that serve as important community spaces to local shops that provide high-quality, high street-based alternatives to major multinationals. These businesses face many challenges, but I'm concerned that the government's proposed solutions outlined in the King's speech fall far short of where we need to be. At the end of last month, I hosted a roundtable with Chelmsford businesses in the construction industry, and here I must declare an interest, Madam Deputy Speaker, because for many years I've run small businesses in the construction industry working as a specialist subcontractor. We've been through good times and bad times. And I know that the incredibly tight margins that the industry often works on are difficult to work with, and the huge temptation that there is for main contractors desperate to win work to overpromise and underdeliver, and with some of the most unscrupulous ones relying on putting their subcontractors out of business at the end of a contract through non-payment, delayed payment or ridiculously long retention clauses, hoping that avoiding paying a subby will keep the main contractor afloat. So I welcome the proposed introduction of legislation to tackle late payments, and hope in so doing that the government will listen to all of those across the industry at all levels to understand the imperatives and the complexities of this. The construction industry is essential to our economy and to our lives. The sector creates, sustains and draws upon an enormous range of trades and skills. Far from being just about getting muddy and cold on a building site, the industry requires highly skilled engineers, surveyors, planners and logistics experts. It needs administrators and accountants alongside plumbers, brickies and sparkies. And the industry is critical to the functioning of our country, from ensuring we build enough homes to maintaining and expanding critical transport infrastructure. But owners and representatives from the companies I met highlighted the significant decrease in young people entering the construction workforce, as well as the overall proportion of women in the sector being extremely low at around 16%. Of course, the industry is already working hard to tackle this, but businesses can't do it alone. Let me highlight one specific example that was raised with me that goes to the very heart of the theme, getting Britain working again. Getting young people to site. If we want young people to take up careers in construction, and we surely do, we need them not just to learn the skills and gain essential knowledge through further education courses, we also need them to get hands-on practical experience on building sites. But I know that this is made more of a challenge because the industry wants this and needs it too, but time and time again I've heard businesses tell me that there is simply no substitute for a young person learning alongside a master craftsman or woman and learning the tricks of the trade that allow them to adapt to the unpredictability of the myriad issues that come up on real site rather than the theoretical world of a classroom. But the problem is that these young people can't get there. Building sites tend not to be conveniently located along a bus route or next to a train station. Indeed, by definition, a new site is often in an entirely new, undeveloped area, and the work is creating the infrastructure that will be used in the future. But in the meantime, how do you get the young people to the sites? If they don't drive, and many are too young to even hold a driving licence, they are reliant upon getting a lift. But it's very difficult for businesses to provide this lift due to safeguarding rules for under 18s. This inevitably generates inequality as only those who can afford to take taxis or have a parent available to take them can do so, with others left behind. Now, I'm in no way saying that we should scrap safeguarding, but this is the kind of practical issue that businesses tell me directly that they need help with, perhaps in the form of grant funding for transport for young apprentices or those on work experience. But we also need to start earlier in inspiring young people to consider a career in the construction industry. And this is where education must play a key role, because how can children choose a career if they don't have a wide view of what's available to them? I'd like at this point to highlight the fabulous work done by Chelmsford City Council in my own constituency, who for many years now, under Liberal Democrat leadership, have been running a skills festival every summer for Year 8 pupils. It's called a festival because that's exactly what it looks and feels like. But instead of the marquees and tents being filled with music artists or stalls selling merchandise and pop culture paraphernalia, they are packed with interactive stands from local Chelmsford and Essex-based businesses and other organisations, usually with hands-on activities for these 12 and 13-year-olds, and hopefully encouraging them to consider choosing the GCSEs that they haven't yet chosen in Year 8 in the coming months that would fit well with what they now see in front of them. But this isn't just about broadening the horizons of children, but also about strengthening and deepening the knowledge of their teachers and their schools about what's out there so that they can support the children going forward. The feedback from Chelmsford Skills Fest, as it's known, is fabulous, with many parents commenting afterwards that they have never seen their child so brimming with enthusiasm for something. And this is a direct quote from a parent, so enthusiastic was their child. This was actually about town planning, that they'd never considered it before. I mean, you know, it's pretty inspirational to hear that, right? Madam Deputy Speaker, this kind of inspirational, collaborative and innovative, which I can't say, activity, this is the sort of thing that I would like to see and suggest that we need to see right across the country, learning from Chelmsford's example and experience. In short, if we want to get Britain working again, it can never start too early, and it must start with supporting children. Indeed, it's these practical solutions that would offer young people from diverse backgrounds the opportunities to experience and begin successful, challenging and meaningful careers in crucial sectors such as construction. I'd like to turn quickly to health. On health, it's clear that we can't get Britain working again if we can't get Britain healthy again. And on that subject, I continue, I'm afraid, to be dismayed by the state of Broomfield Hospital just outside my constituency, but serving as Chelmsford's main healthcare facility. I have held numerous roundtables and surgeries with staff and patients alike to hear from them directly about the challenges facing the Mid and South Essex NHS Foundation Trust, of which the hospital forms a part. Indeed, it is easily one of the most concerning issues to local residents, myself included. Like everyone else, I want to ensure that my friends and family know that they can trust the trust if the worst happens. That's why I was genuinely pleased in March when the Health Secretary announced that our trust was being placed into an intensive recovery programme to ensure swift action is taken to address its many challenges. However, almost 2 months on, I received word yesterday that the trust still has yet to receive any details as to what the recovery programme even entails. It is almost unbelievable that a programme labelled intensive and announced in March to begin last month has given precisely zero details about what it means, even to the management of one of the 5 trusts singled out as desperately in need of support. Now, unfortunately, I feel that this is entirely symptomatic of a government that has led to the Prime Minister being in the rather precarious position that he finds himself in today, and possibly even more so. Promises of swift delivery, of meaningful change, of competent leadership, and then a failure to do any of those things. Healthcare is essential to every one of us. Staff in the NHS do exhausting, incredible work and are definitely to be commended. But they cannot be expected to turn failing trusts around if the government can't begin to describe to them how they want to help them, or what they want them to do, or how they will be supported to do so. Our NHS and my constituents deserve, indeed need, far better. So I would ask the Health Secretary, whoever that turns out to be in the weeks and months ahead, to urgently communicate the programme's details with the relevant trusts such as Mid and South Essex so that this work can begin right now. Turning briefly to other matters, the last King's speech promised a draft bill to ban conversion therapy, but that didn't happen. So here we are again with a promise in yesterday's King's speech, as has been mentioned by other honourable members across the House, for a draft bill to ban abusive conversion practices. As a slight aside, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know I spent quite a bit of time just now talking about the construction industry, and now I'm talking about conversion practices, but I want to be very clear, these are very, very different issues. So I have to say it was a bit strange in the King's speech to see cladding remediation and conversion practices lumped into the same sentence in the King's speech. I wonder if perhaps there was a bit of confusion in government about how wildly different these two issues are. We weren't talking about converting buildings. Then again, perhaps that highlights the scale of the challenge and why the government hasn't prioritised this. Perhaps it doesn't truly understand the issue. So I must remind the government that we have heard time and again of the impact that abusive conversion practices have on the LGBT plus community. Indeed, it was Theresa May's government in 2018 who first proposed such a bill, and yet here we are, almost a decade later, without even a draft in front of us. So we'd ask the government, as other honourable members have done, what assurances they can give that such a bill will finally come forward, given that it was promised before and didn't happen. The LGBT plus community must not again be told to wait until the end of this parliamentary session only to potentially see another promise broken. And the government must publish a trans-inclusive bill to ban conversion practices as a matter of urgency. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government recognises a lot of the challenges that face our country, and I don't doubt their desire to improve people's lives. But they either refuse to carry out the appropriate solutions or are too timid to make an argument for the bold change that our country has been crying out for, even if it's sometimes controversial. We are fortunate to live in an amazing country. We have wonderful people, world-class skills and expertise, globally admired institutions and businesses, a deep history built on the principles of fairness, tolerance and inclusivity, and enormous potential to lead the world in so many ways, politically, economically, morally. But we need to do more than just recognise that it isn't currently working for everyone. We need real, workable, practical and pragmatic ideas that can and must be implemented at pace. We on the Liberal Democrat benches want this government to make positive changes. It matters for us and our constituents that they do. So I would encourage them to listen to the calls of Liberal Democrat members who are willing to work together to achieve those positive changes that we need to reduce inequality, increase economic security, and ultimately see off the politics of hatred and grievance.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me start by just declaring that I am the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Schools, the chair on the APPG on Social Mobility, and the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Classics. I welcome the ambitious agenda set out yesterday, a King's speech which places working people at its heart, an agenda which builds on our promises to deliver a safer, stronger and more prosperous country. It's an agenda which will get Britain working and break down the barriers to opportunity, both for our country on the global stage and for every young person within it. Opening up new opportunities for growth and for trade is a vital part of this government's commitment to working families, because it's vital that my constituents not only hear about the change we're delivering, but they also feel it in their pockets. And so the Prime Minister is right when he says that a stronger relationship with Europe is in all of our best interests. Our European neighbours are our closest friends and allies, and greater opportunities on the continent for our businesses and for our young people can only mean a more prosperous country with more opportunities for all. It does not make sense to be so fixated on an ideology that you can act against the interests of your nation and reject the opportunities on your doorstep. And we're hearing some of that being chanted from the front bench opposite. For those lining up to cry Brexit betrayal, I would simply remind them that the Leave campaign never promised we would be completely isolated from our closest economic and defensive allies. In fact, they promised quite the opposite.
Exactly.
A closer relationship with Europe means a safer, stronger, more prosperous Britain at a time that has never been more important. And youth mobility offers brighter futures for our young people. I'm proud to support the government's clear leadership on this.
Absolutely.
I also welcome the government's commitment to supporting British businesses and jobs through tackling unnecessary regulation and supporting businesses to introduce 50,000 more apprenticeships. I was delighted to see this in action in my own constituency with the recent opening of a new youth employment hub in Bracknell, which will support hundreds of young people to enter the workplace and develop their skills and futures. And I want to extend a huge thank you to the local businesses across Bracknell Forest who are supporting this initiative, because what I and this government recognise is that it's not just a problem which lies with individuals. It will take a whole of society approach to reach that 1 in every 8 young people not in education, work or training, and give them hope again. But Madam Deputy Speaker, what we also know is that for many young people, the barriers to opportunity begin far before they even think of entering the workplace. Of all of the issues constituents have raised with me since I've become Bracknell's MP, none have been as complex, pervasive emotional or deeply personal as those I have heard from parents and children experiencing our broken SEND system. So I could not welcome more strongly the commitment this government has made to face the problem head-on and to reform our broken system. This government's determination to deliver for SEND young people is already making a big difference in my constituency, where funding has been confirmed for a new SEND school at Butlers Park in Crowthorne. This school was promised but never funded under the previous Conservative government. But this government is ending the years of empty promises and is not only investing in the services families so badly need, but getting on with the work we were elected for and rebuilding them so they actually work. My only ask, and I know that the SEND Minister, who is in her place and always listens very attentively on this issue, she knows what I'm going to say. My only ask is that we build it as quickly as possible, because as she knows all too well, and having visited my constituency, she knows this in Bracknell but also across the country, there are very many young people who need us to act as quickly as we can to get them the places in mainstream education and in specialist provision that they so badly need. And on that note, it is also hugely welcome to see the government delivering an initial £1 million in funding to Bracknell Forest Council to establish our new Experts at Hand service, which will improve the availability of occupational therapists, speech and language therapists, and educational psychologists to our local schools. I was delighted to get an update on this new programme earlier this week. I know that many parent carers are concerned about the need to train more practitioners, a challenge I know that my honourable friend recognises too. So I hope we can set out an ambitious but deliverable workforce plan as soon as possible to make sure this new service can make the difference it is intended to do. Recently, I hosted a meeting with parents in my constituency to discuss the SEND proposals. There was no question amongst those who attended that the system is badly in need of change. But where parent carers did raise concerns was around ISPs having the right safeguards to ensure that every young person gets the support they need. I know that ministers take this task extremely seriously, and I welcome their resolve to listen to families and educators and to make sustained, meaningful change. Accountability is important, so I would simply ask that they focus on this as they respond to the consultation. And I look forward to the government setting out all of its proposals in the Education for All bill to rebuild a system that will give every child the education and the opportunity they deserve. Reform to our education system is about high standards for all, but it's also about preparing our young people to be active, informed and ambitious for their futures. As a former teacher, I know that young people have much to contribute to our political and civic life, and I wholeheartedly welcome the plans set out by this government to extend the right to vote to 16 and 17-year-olds. As chair of the APP for schools, I have been leading an inquiry into votes at 16 and how we can ensure schools are supporting young people to engage in our democracy. And I'd like to thank the Democracy Minister for attending one of our evidence sessions. We've heard from a wide range of young people, educators and civic organisations, and the message has been clear. This is the moment for a wider reflection on our education system and how it serves all of us in areas of civic life, not just in the classroom, but actually across society. The success of votes at 16 will not just be reflected in how many young people vote, but also how they feel about their experience of voting, and the tools that are available to support them to exercise their right to vote. I welcome the work already being undertaken in this area, including the Curriculum and Assessment Review and the Schools White Paper, and I urge ministers to grasp the opportunity to embrace a fully cross-departmental approach to delivering this policy, so that our young people develop the skills employers are crying out for, the skills which will empower them in every area of their life, and frankly, the sense of belonging that I think is so important for everyone to feel that they belong to, contribute to, and are part of this United Kingdom. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is fixing the foundations of this country. A quality education and secure employment are the gateways to opportunity, but so too is having a safe and decent home to live in. Too many people are denied this, stuck in insecure, impermanent accommodation and on long waiting lists for social housing simply to find somewhere suitable to live. We've already done a huge amount to tackle these injustices with our Renters' Rights Act. I'm proud that Bracknell's history as a post-war new town shows what ambition a Labour government can have when staring in the face of a housing crisis. A point made eloquently by my honourable friend, the member for Harlow, yesterday in seconding the King's speech. And let me quickly just put on record that as proud as he is of Harlow, I am of Bracknell. A boast I know that everyone in this house will know is quite a big boast given how supportive he is of Harlow. So I welcome the announcement of a social housing renewal bill, including measures to protect our vital social housing stock and to introduce greater protections for tenants in instances of domestic abuse. I'm pleased to see the government is proposing reforms to tackle disposals, but I'd like us to go even further on this, so local authorities are not just informed, but must approve of any disposal of valuable housing stock. When we have so many families waiting on our waiting lists, I think that is really very important. The Social Housing Renewal Bill will ensure the investment and reform needed so that the great legacy which made Bracknell and other new towns what they are today can belong not just to Labour governments past, but equally to this government today. And very finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to touch on something a bit more personal but no less important. There is no place in Britain, in the Britain I know and I love, for abusive conversion practices to continue. The promise we made to ban them is a promise we must keep, and I offer my full support to the government's plans to bring forward draft legislation to do so in this parliamentary session, and it is right that this ban will be fully trans-inclusive. The British people elected this Labour government to deliver change. In my maiden speech, I emphasised that that would not be easy or necessarily always happen as quickly as we would like. Transparently, this week has demonstrated the truth of those words far more than I would have liked. So let me simply finish with this promise to the constituents who put their faith in me and sent me to this place to represent them. Whatever the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune care to throw at me, I will remain focused on the one thing and the only one thing that I was sent here to do, delivering change for them.
Caroline Bowden. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a real pleasure to speak in this King's Speech debate, which is my first in this chamber, as last time around I was sat on my own in a hotel room on the South Bank with COVID warmly shared as a welcome gift by a lovely new colleague just after I entered this place. After the local elections results last week, it is very clear that the country has spoken. People right across this great nation are deeply, viscerally disappointed in the performance of this government since the general election 2 years ago. A government that came in with such promise and such a huge majority that they could have done anything they wanted. They could have swung into action on day one, giving people real hope, with real commitment to turbocharge the economy, clean up our dying and degraded natural environment, and to provide the truly affordable and social homes rather than more £1 million new builds as we see carpeting South Devon. Instead, 2 years on, people are struggling to pay their bills. Young people are failing to find their first job. Parents are still fighting with local authorities to secure a decent education for their child. And thousands upon thousands of people simply cannot afford a secure roof over their head. I will give way.
And the honourable member knows how fond I am of her, but I just wanted to ask, how can she possibly in one voice condemn building new homes and in the second, in the same sentence, suggest that there is an issue where we don't have enough homes for young people to live in? It simply can't have your cake and eat it.
I thank the gentleman for his intervention. What I said is absolutely correct. For my constituency of South Devon, where new build homes, developer-led housing estates are selling at £950,000. We are not providing the homes we need, the social homes and the truly affordable homes that young people need, young couples, young families and people who want to move out from their parents. We are providing the wrong sort of homes, and having a system that is led by housing developers who are driven by profit is never going to provide the homes that we need.
So is it any wonder that voters across the country have turned to the extreme ends of our political spectrum to stick two fingers up at what they see as an ineffective political class that has completely ignored them? Blame the immigrants or blame the billionaires seem to be the two easy answers thrown out by these parties to the really difficult, thorny, complicated questions this country faces. But the sad truth is that neither of those two propositions will be enough to make the changes we need to see, to reform the very structures of our economy and public services, to improve the lives who need it most. 10 years ago, we saw a referendum that cut our country in two like a chainsaw through the trunk of a mighty oak tree, and that division has not healed. The arguments still rage, the communities still feel left behind, and the false promise that was offered in that awful referendum has turned out to be nothing but smoke and mirrors, and people are still angry on both sides of that debate. And as a Liberal Democrat, you won't be surprised to hear that I welcome the government's promise of strengthening ties with our nearest neighbours in Europe, but you probably also won't be surprised to hear me say that it doesn't go far enough, especially if we are to get Britain working again. The upcoming EU reset bill is just the latest example of the government's lack of ambition when it comes to rebuilding our trading links with Europe. And when we talk of Brexit red tape, nowhere is that more limiting than in the red lines the government has tied around itself in its 2024 manifesto. Yeah. It said on coming into office that the previous Conservative government had left a £22 billion black hole in the UK's public finances. Yet their botched Brexit deal has left a £90 billion hole, similar in scale to the damage wreaked by the 2008 financial crash. Businesses in South Devon regularly talk to me about the nightmare of trying to do business with Europe. Many have just given up on it altogether. Others are hanging on, desperately hoping that trading restrictions will be eased and customers will come back. I welcome the promise of a sanitary and phytosanitary deal, and this cannot come fast enough for my food and farming businesses. But we want to see the government talk about a customs union with the EU to slash that red tape that is holding us back, because economic growth has stagnated in this country for far too long. And we also want to see the UK at the heart of European defence cooperation, not only for the benefits it would bring to national security, but for the investment opportunities it would provide for the supply chain. And we must be front and centre of those negotiations. Europe would welcome our involvement, and we must be confident about shaping and leading that discussion. There's so much to cover in the King's gracious speech, so I would just like to touch on a couple of other areas. I've talked about people feeling ignored and forgotten. Nowhere is the visible representation of that more stark than in our high streets. Boarded up shops, endless vape shops, cafes and pubs struggling to survive, and exorbitant rents making it impossible to get a new business off the ground. The government has pledged to nationalise British Steel to protect fewer than 3,000 jobs, and I have no doubt the wider economy in and around Scunthorpe will truly benefit from this decision. But why is there nothing in this speech to protect our once vibrant and precious hospitality industry, which has lost nearly 100,000 jobs in the last year? They're less visible than the closure of a steelworks or a car plant, because it's 10 jobs here and 20 jobs there. But the effect of the national insurance rise has been devastating up and down the country, with businesses calling last orders once and for all, or simply shrinking their offer. In my constituency, Rockfish, the California Inn, the Malts des Arms, the Berry Head Hotel, I could go on and on and on, because hospitality is the backbone of the economy in my constituency. Cutting staff hours, choosing not to employ extra staff, closing 2 days a week so they can manage on one exhausted chef rather than employing a second, with the owner of the pub having to step into the kitchen when the chef has a few precious days off. This death by 1,000 cuts is having a devastating impact on youth employment and part-time jobs. The jobs that so many people rely on to combine with parenting or caring or studying. And let's not forget that every teenager who gets a job washing pots or waiting tables is learning valuable skills, skills that will take them forward in the job market for years to come. As the Secretary of State said earlier today, this is about the story of their lives, and I was pleased to hear his passion for supporting young people into work. But youth unemployment now stands at around 20%. That is utterly shameful. 1 in 5 of our young people unable to even get a start in the workforce. The new Small Business Protections Bill is laudable, but it falls far, far short of a proper plan to protect small businesses. We're disappointed that the government has not listened to our plan to scrap the national insurance rise, reform business rates and prioritise a high street revival. As a South West MP, there is a list of bills I would have loved to see in the King's speech, which is sadly missing. And yet again, the rural South West seems to have been sadly ignored. £45 billion for Northern Powerhouse Rail, but not a word about boosting vital bus services across the villages of the South West. If we're going to get people working again, we have to get them to work. And if there are no buses, they cannot get there. There was nothing on boosting digital connectivity for hard-to-reach areas. I will give way.
Because I do hear what she's saying, and we have exactly the same challenges in my rural community where people can't get to job interviews and can't get to jobs. But we passed a Buses Act in the last session.
She's missed the bus.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. We don't have a mayor in Devon, so we miss out on a lot of the benefits of the legislation that was passed. I have loads of villages that don't even have a bus. So talking about bus fares is completely irrelevant when there is literally no service. How are young people supposed to get to college or work or get opportunities if they literally can't get out of their village? Absolutely. And there was no legislation to require banks to offer a minimum service guarantee to their customers. Lloyds Bank made nearly £7 billion in profit in 2025. Yet they closed branches with impunity, and the government's promises to address the lack of banking services has led to nothing so far. But there are some things I would like to welcome in the King's speech. I'm pleased to see the government pledge to finally break the link between gas and electricity prices, something that is vital in a country that depends more heavily on gas than many of our neighbours. An investment in homegrown renewable power is also welcome, but we want to see the focus on solar on warehouses and car parks, not on prime farmland. And we want to see stronger community benefits from new renewable infrastructure, empowering communities with the right to buy and sell community energy locally. And talking of farmland, this leads me to a devastating omission from the King's gracious speech. Not once was the word nature mentioned in this speech. And as my honourable friend, the member for South Cotswold, so beautifully laid out last night in her response, probably something the King himself was disappointed to see. Where is the desire to protect our green spaces, to prompt a revival in nature, to restore our ancient forests and our peatlands, and to clean up our dirty rivers and waterways once and for all? We live in one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, and yet it is not a priority for this government, despite all the benefits that nature brings to the health and well-being of people. And if we truly want to cut the NHS bill, then this would be a really good place to start. The new water bill is welcome. We have long called for Ofwat to be replaced by a regulator that actually has some teeth. But until the government addresses the elephant in the room and looks at the ownership of the water industry, nothing will really change. No one should be making a profit out of water, something which is so vital not only to us as humans, but to the health of all our planet's ecosystems. We have long led the campaign in Parliament against the sewage scandal, tabling 44 amendments to the Waters Bill, none of which the government or Conservatives accepted. They must do more. And lastly, I'd just like to mention the Education for All bill. We all know our support for children with special educational needs is broken. So I welcome this government's commitment to tackle it. We urgently need this reform. And as the school spokesperson for my party, I will scrutinise every line of this legislation when it comes before the House. So I will no doubt have time to say far more about it than I will today. But let me just say this. We must build a system that is designed around the potential every child has and that works to their strengths, noticing their gifts and their talents and what they can achieve given the right support. We must stop judging them by their limitations, ostracising them, separating them from their peers and causing lifelong damage to their mental health and confidence. The reforms to send must be done with children and parents at its heart, with open, honest consultation with families, and a serious commitment to invest the money needed in our educators and our schools so that they can rise to the challenge and truly build a more inclusive system that works for every child, from those facing the hardest of challenges to the lucky and blessed high achievers among them. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a very strange thing to deliver this speech opposite government benches that are so clearly riven by intrigue, not knowing who will be leading some of this legislation through Parliament. So it is my hope that whatever path our government colleagues decide to go down today or over the next few days or weeks, that they will commit themselves to going further in the areas I have set out today, to remember the challenges and the higher costs faced by rural areas in service delivery and communications, and to prioritise nature in every single major decision they make about infrastructure and new building programmes. Think bigger, think bolder, think greener for the benefit of everyone. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Before I call the next speaker, can I please gently remind members that we must not make reference to the monarch having particular views. So, Jan Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to be called to speak in this debate. I had the privilege of making my maiden speech during the last King's Speech debate. Since then, I'm proud to have supported 50 pieces of legislation that are helping to build a better Britain, deliver positive change for working people, and crucially, give my constituents hope for the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will not list all 50 today, but I do want to reflect on some of the changes that I believe demonstrate the positive direction of travel this Labour government has set and help Britain working again. In the last 22 months, we have delivered the biggest upgrade in workers' rights in generation, giving people greater security, fairness and dignity at work. We have taken decisive steps to strengthen protections for private renters so that families can feel more secure in their homes. And over 2,500 children in my constituency and almost 500,000 more across the country will be lifted out of poverty through the removal of two-child benefit cap. As a former NHS mental health worker for 22 years, I'm particularly proud that this Labour government chose to prioritise the long overdue Modernisation of Mental Health Act. This reform will strengthen patient choice, autonomy and legal protections and help ensure that people experiencing mental ill health are treated with dignity, respect and compassion they deserve. I also welcome the progress that has been made in my local NHS. I have previously raised the case of a coffee shop at the William Harvey Hospital in Ashford being converted into an emergency ward to treat A&E patients. Steps have been taken to address corridor care at the hospitals, including a share of the £29 million investment East Kent Hospital Trust received to expand the same-day emergency care unit at the hospital. I equally welcome the recent announcement by the Department of Health and Social Care that into the new intensive recovery programme. An intensive strategy to provide help for hospitals in East Kent has been something my fellow Labour colleagues and I have been pushing for since we were elected. This is an opportunity for East Kent hospitals to receive the long-awaited help they have been asking for and make improvements across the board. I would also like to thank the local hard-working frontline NHS staff. As we look to build on the many achievements of the last session, it is important that the government is also bolder and faster in delivering the change that the people of Ashford, Hawkinge and villages voted for at the last general election. Against that backdrop, I was pleased that in this King's Speech, the government set out welcome measures to unblock the barriers to growth, protect households from the pressures of the cost of living, and rebuild our public services. Through the King's Speech, the government continued to recognise the financial pressures families are facing. They also reflect a determination to ensure that economic growth is felt in people's day-to-day lives, not just in headline statistics. I am very pleased as well to see the determination that every child deserves the chance to succeed to the best of their ability and should not be held back by poverty or special education needs. I also welcome that what the King's Speech said about further rebuilding our relationship with the European Union. In an increasingly unstable world, our long-term national interest is best served by closer cooperation with our European partners on defence, on trade and on strengthening our economy. For my constituency in particular, our trading relationship with Europe is critical to local prosperity. We must do everything we can to help businesses across Kent sell their goods and service to our largest and closest trading partners. That brings me to the vital issue of international rail connectivity and the future of Ashford International. Following the decision by the Office of Rail and Road late last year to grant Virgin Rail access to the international depot in East London, I welcome Virgin's public commitment that its cross-channel service will stop at Ashford International, provided the station is reopened. Two other operators, FS Trenitalia and Gemini Trains, are also developing proposals to introduce international services between the UK and mainland Europe to provide greater competition on this line, and both have previously expressed a willingness to include Ashford International as a stop. The return of international services to Ashford would be transformative. It would deliver a major boost to economic growth locally and across the wider South East. It would make it quicker and more efficient for local businesses to trade with mainland Europe, and it would encourage inward investment by improving connectivity. It would also open up Kent, Sussex and the South East to even more tourists. The Good Growth Foundation estimated last year that the return of international services could inject £2.7 billion into the UK economy over 5 years, a price well worth pursuing. I therefore urge the government to work actively with private operators, regulators and other stakeholders to ensure that Ashford International can be reopened in time for new cross-channel services to stop there. As a Kent MP, I warmly welcome the announcement in the King's Speech that the Lower Thames crossing will be built at pace. I know work has already started on this highly significant road building scheme, which will provide a boost to the economy locally and across the rest of the country. It will strengthen connectivity to major ports, including Dover, and will improve resilience and reliability for road users. As we strive to enhance the reliability and resilience of this part road network, I also hope that a long-term alternative solution will be found to the repeated use of Operation Brock on the M20. Every time it is put in place, it causes disruption and delays for residents, local businesses and haulage firms. Decisions on its deployment rest with the Kent and Medway Resilience Forum, and I once again urge them to ensure that it is used only as an emergency measure. I would also ask the government to continue pressing for improved resilience and smarter traffic management on the M20 to avoid Operation Brock being regularly deployed during school holidays and other busy periods. As I conclude, I want to mention one final piece of legislation that I am pleased to see return in the King's Speech. Having recently served in its Bill Committee, I look forward to the representation of People's Bill completing its passage through Parliament. This bill will extend the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds, strengthen the rules around political donations, and implement the Rycroft Review's recommendation to better protect our democracy from foreign interference. Its passage will fulfil a clear Labour Party manifesto commitment, but more importantly, it will help to safeguard our democratic system, making it more robust, transparent and accountable at a time of growing global instability. That is an objective which I hope members across this House can support. Thank you.
Phil Brickell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday's King's Speech showed, despite all the noise from the opposition benches, that this is a government determined to get its head down and get on with the job the British people sent us to Westminster to do. After years of drift, decline and short-termism under the party opposite, this Labour government is choosing a different path, one that restores hope to towns like Westhoughton, Horwich, Blackrod and Bolton in my constituency, because, as the electorate told us last week, and as the Prime Minister has acknowledged, the challenges we face need to be met with substantial, systematic reforms. Families in my constituency are feeling the pressure of rising bills, stretched public services and insecure work, which is why I was proud in the first parliamentary session this government passed landmark legislation on workers' rights, protections for private sector renters, bringing rail back into public ownership, rolling out clean energy and achieving much-needed reforms to our policing system. This session's programme shows that the government is prepared to act with urgency and purpose to build on the good work that has already been done. And one of the most important priorities set out yesterday is ending the opportunity crisis facing so many young people and families across our country. And I'd like to focus most of the rest of my remarks on that topic. Now, for years, families navigating the special educational needs and disabilities system have felt exhausted and ignored. At a roundtable I held recently with concerned parents, I was told about the endless battles to secure assessments, support and specialist provision for children. Teachers and schools, frankly, have been asked to do more with less, and children with enormous talent and potential have too often been denied the support they deserve. That is not acceptable, and it is not sustainable for this country. The Education for All Bill represents an important step towards meaningful SEND reform. And that's vital because we on these benches believe that every child deserves the opportunity to go as far as their talent and effort can take them. Because we all know, deep in our hearts, that it shouldn't matter where children are from or how wealthy their families are. Yet all too often, the current system bakes in inequalities at a young age which stay with children for the rest of their lives. Now, alongside that reform, there is another vital commitment which featured yesterday. Our offer to young people, including this government's youth guarantee. For too long, too many young people have been locked out of work, training or opportunity. That's why the government's industrial strategy and apprenticeships plan matter so much. Because it's this Labour government which is removing the barriers to economic growth which stifle innovation and creativity. And it is this Labour government which is creating the much-needed pathways into secure, high-paid jobs for the next generation of Boltonians. I will give way.
Impassioned speech. One of my big concerns, something that I think that we need to be talking far more about, is the 18 to 24 category that is being replaced by automation and artificial intelligence at the moment, and especially the age category coming out from university, whereby they're shackled with tens of thousands of pounds worth of debt and the graduate jobs that they hope to get are now being automated. So what does he think the government can do to make sure that that cohort coming out from university and coming into the workplace have good career pathways in front of them?
The Honourable Member makes a valid point about artificial intelligence and the world of work, which is increasingly changing and facing threats but also facing opportunities. And I would like to see the government continue to work strongly with our further and higher education sector to think proactively about what are the opportunities that are coming down the line for work in the sector he's talking about in the 5 or 10 years in the future. Because we've got to be creative in thinking about what those opportunities look like. This isn't just about threats, I would say.
My honourable friend give way.
I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. On that topic of giving younger people access to AI and digital skills, Charminster Library in my constituency of Bournemouth East has been closed indefinitely by the Liberal Democrat-led council. They don't have a plan to repair or to rescue the library. That's a library that could provide a space for younger people to acquire those critical AI and digital skills. Does he agree with me that our community is only as strong as the space that we have, and that we need libraries like Charminster to be reopened so that younger people can have access to that kind of skill?
Well, my honourable friend makes an extremely valid point about Charminster Library, and I know he is a terrific campaigner for his local community assets, and I wish him all the best with success in that campaign. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a former Erasmus student myself, can I put on record my heartfelt support for our re-entry into that programme? For me, my time on Erasmus in Hanover opened up a world of possibilities unimaginable to a young lad growing up in Bolton, expanding my horizons, teaching me new skills, preparing me for the world of work, and giving me the confidence to go out and get full-time employment after I graduated. So it's only right that the kids of today have the same access to the opportunities I had growing up. Now, this King's Speech recognises a simple, inescapable reality. Britain is stronger when we work closely with our European partners. Businesses across Bolton and the North West know the importance of strong European ties. Manufacturers, exporters and local employers all benefit when Britain has stable, constructive relationships with our nearest neighbours. The Conservative Party wrecked our ties with Europe, damaged trade flows, hindered growth and frustrated cooperation. Businesses faced unnecessary barriers, opportunities were lost, and relationships that took decades to build were neglected. Take trailer supplier Indispension in my patch. A pioneering company snared up Brexit-related red tape. And I've been working with the Minister for Trade to cut through some of that duplicative bureaucracy, but the European Partnership Bill should be the vehicle to clear away the very burdens imposed by the Conservatives, aided and abetted by their colleagues over on the other benches in Reform. Because what we saw under previous successive Conservative governments, whether that was supported by UKIP or the Brexit Party at the time, was common sense sacrificed on the altar of ideological purity by a government then more focused on pithy three-word slogans rather than doing the hard yards to negotiate the best deal for Britain. My constituents know it, members of my party know it, and my colleagues on these benches know it too. That's why this government's EU reset is about acting pragmatically in Britain's national interest to secure the very best for our country. Taken together, this government's programme will build national resilience, spread opportunity and restore confidence that the future can be better for working people and their families. A Britain with stronger public services, a Britain where children in Bolton West with SEND receive the support they deserve. A Britain where young people in West Horton, in Horwich, in Bolton and in Blackrod all have the chance to succeed. A Britain with clean, homegrown energy and stronger economic security. And a Britain that rebuilds its place in the world with confidence and with purpose. There are no silver bullets after 14 years of decline. We must be honest about the trade-offs and investments required to rebuild our country. But I am proud to support a King's Speech that shows Labour is getting on with the job for my constituents across Bolton West.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't know if colleagues noticed, but a lot of rhetoric and rumours have been flying around Westminster recently. MPs huddled in the tea room, in the corridors, whispering feverishly. Tensions are high. And after all the anticipation, the angst, today was the day. Rumour became reality. You guessed it. Today it was announced that for the start of 2026, we had the fastest GDP per capita growth in 4 years. In Q1, the UK was the fastest of 6 G7 nations that we have data for. Reports of the economy being in demise under the stewardship of my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, have been greatly exaggerated, Madam Deputy Speaker, as have reports of the political demise of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. The good economic news today matters for my constituents in Rugby. Economic growth matters for jobs, public services, tackling the cost of living and much more. The Labour Party is aptly named Labour, Work, a party founded to represent working people in this House of Commons. We want people to work. We're doing much to help people find work, to help people who face challenges of all kinds get into work, to ensure that all have dignity when they are in work, and also to help them navigate a rapidly changing world of work, and of course to ensure compassion and support for those who can't work but can still contribute and lead fulfilling lives. Because we're Labour, we believe in an active state, not the laissez-faire approach of the Conservatives or the money from who knows where approach from Reform UK. We believe in work. It's easy for people in here Madam Deputy Speaker, and for people outside, to assume things about someone's professional background and work background. Even I have made this mistake. After reading the Reform UK leaflets that came through my door about the local elections, emblazoned with the face of the Honourable Member for Clacton, I made the schoolboy error, Madam Deputy Speaker, that given his mythical status as a man of the people, that his work background was varied, perhaps even working class. But it turns out that this tribune of the people was a commodities trader in the City of London. Nothing wrong with that, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wouldn't want honourable members to assume anything about my professional background. To misquote President Reagan in 1984, I'm not going to exploit for political purposes my opponent's inexperience in blue-collar jobs. My career has been varied. I did a paper round, I've been a gardener, farm work, worked in a cinema. I shared with the Leader of the Opposition that I worked in a McDonald's restaurant for several years, although not the same one as her. I've been a waiter, a bartender. I was a hospital porter for 2 years. I even worked here 20 years ago for Labour MPs. But I've spent most of my career, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the private sector, in strategic communications consultancy. I say that because all jobs are important. All add value. Public or private, blue or white collar, full-time or part-time. From our teenage years, they teach us that our labour is valuable, that we can not only benefit ourselves, but the wider community. Madam Deputy Speaker, members across this House will know that I have spoken many times about engaging young people and ensuring they have the best start in life. This has been a core tenet of my philosophy as an MP, and I'm pleased to see it reflected in the King's Speech. Policies that give young people more freedom, more opportunity, and more hope. Because building the foundations of a young life through work helps us strengthen the foundations of our country. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the Prime Minister's much analysed speech on Monday, he described a vision to relentlessly pursue opportunities for our young people, promising a closer relationship with Europe, where young people can benefit from the Erasmus Plus scheme and a new youth experience programme, which I strongly commend. He placed an even greater emphasis on young people. We will invest in apprenticeships, technical excellence colleges, and a guaranteed offer of a job, training or work placement for every young person. These measures will be brought forward in bills announced in the King's Speech. I welcome this government's laser focus on getting Britain working, because sadly, the latest official statistics make for depressing reading. They show that nearly 1 million 16 to 24-year-olds are not in education, employment or training, and I want, as I'm sure all honourable members do, to see these figures come down. Not only does this situation rob young people of opportunity, but it also risks condemning them to a life of inactivity, reliant on the state for their needs. This is unfair both to them and to the rest of the tax-paying population, and the costs are borne by the individual too. Analysis suggests that someone on long-term unemployed loses around £1 million in lifetime earnings, which is absolutely shocking. Make no mistake, Madam Deputy Speaker, the scale of the problem is a direct consequence of 14 years of Tory rule. Under their watch, the number of 16 to 24-year-olds who are not in education, employment or training rose from 673,000 to 921,000. Shamefully, young people were written off while the enormous benefits bill continued to grow. The Green Party attract those who are disillusioned with the status quo, but they offer no concrete pathways into work or training. I cannot see reform offering anything substantial either, apart from Orwellian, un-British slogans about remoralising our youth. Young people do not need their morals recalibrated by that or any other party, Madam Deputy Speaker. Young people already have the initiative and the talent. They just need to be encouraged and helped. The bills and measures announced in the King's Speech will do just that and go beyond what we have already achieved in this government to tackle what is frankly a national scandal of young people being written off. The Youth Guarantee, backed by £820 million of new funding. hundreds of thousands of new training and work experience placements, a new jobs guarantee that fully subsidises 6 months of paid employment for 18 to 21-year-olds who are long-term unemployed or on universal credit. Alan Milburn's review seeks to dig deeper into this issue, and I've been in touch with him to contribute to his much-needed work that he's conducting with the Secretary of State. I've previously spoken in Parliament about driving job creation for young people. I've visited Rugby College in my constituency, met with Intech business colleges, and I'm campaigning for a youth hub that will offer employment advice and well-being support. I recently supported Job Centre Plus and the DWP in organising a well-attended jobs fair in Rugby. I want to do all I can to help everyone right across my constituency into work. However, young people need more attention, resources and empowerment. They and their needs must be elevated higher in the decision-making process and in the law-making process as we govern more widely and among other stakeholders in society. To coordinate this, I hope that the government will consider going further and consider perhaps appointing a youth commissioner, or even better, a dedicated cabinet minister for young people and the future generations. Such a role would scrutinise the work of government so that the benefits and trade-offs are assessed against the needs of young people and the future generations, ensuring that every decision takes their future into account. In a demographic that is too often overlooked, the legislation set out in the King's Speech offers the government an opportunity to give young people a genuine voice. Since January last year, I've been making the case for what I call a youth triple lock, a commitment to protecting and expanding the opportunities for young people in the same way that we protect pensioners. This idea has also been supported by my honourable friend, the member for York Outer. It could include free bus travel, increasing maintenance loans above inflation, or a voucher scheme for constructive activities, but put answers on a postcard. Before I draw my remarks to a conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the honourable member for Jarrow and Gateshead East, for her moving words about her autism diagnosis. I'm sure it's a difficult thing to speak publicly about. The government should take this moment and be bold in its approach. The Prime Minister set out on Monday that we can no longer continue with the status quo or go back to the status quo ante, and that we must bring urgency to everything we do. I'm glad that we have a Chancellor, a Prime Minister, a government and a Parliamentary Labour Party that is committed to ensuring that young people are empowered to become the architects and owners of the future, not merely tenants of one built by others. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is work in progress. This King's Speech shows that Labour is the party of work and we are making progress.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I begin, I draw attention to my register of interest that I am the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for T-Levels. And can I also thank Harrison Wilmot, who is a sixth form student, a work experience student, who helped to research some of the figures for my speech today, and he's sat in the gallery. And I also want to just welcome today's positive growth figures, the highest quarterly growth in the G7, and the highest real terms growth in over 4 years, as well as falling unemployment. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are moments in a nation where a challenge becomes so large, so deeply rooted, that it ceases to be merely a policy problem, and it becomes a test of national purpose. I believe that's where Britain now stands on work, skills and opportunity. Because across our country, but particularly in communities like mine in Bishop Auckland, there's a generation of young people growing up under pressures that no previous generation quite faced in the same combination. Young people who lived through COVID, living through a youth mental health crisis, facing rising housing insecurity, economic anxiety, and a labour market that's changing faster than institutions have adapted. 1 in 7 16 to 24-year-olds in Bishop Auckland are not in education, employment or training. Recently, I visited Dean Valley and Shildon, a deprived part of my constituency, with the highest child poverty rate in County Durham. I met with locals to listen to their views about regeneration, and senior citizens with long memories told me stories about a time when these villages were buzzing, when they had their own swimming baths and the best sprung dance floor in the area. A time when people could leave school straight into apprenticeships in the mines, in the railways, or at the brickworks. It was hard graft, but there was secure work and there was dignity. The closure of the pits and the wagon works and other industries left deep scars on our community, and in some cases, intergenerational poverty. And I know the effect that it can have on a community to see thousands of jobs disappear, which is why I welcome this government's commitment to British steel in the King's Speech. And I also thank the government for the work that was done to save 700 jobs at Hitachi in nearby Newton Aycliffe, and the work of my neighbouring MP, the member for Spennymoor Newton Aycliffe, who led that campaign. But Britain's NEET rate is significantly higher than in many comparable economies, and the consequences aren't temporary. Research has shown that prolonged youth unemployment scars earnings, confidence and opportunities for decades. A young person disconnected from work at 19 can still feel the effects in middle age. This is not simply an economic failure, it's a moral failure. And if we don't act now, we risk writing off the potential of an entire generation precisely at the moment that Britain needs their talents the most. When they were in government, the Conservatives hollowed out the very systems that help young people find their place. They talked endlessly about opportunity while cutting away at the ladders that create it. Ensuring good jobs for our people is a fundamental duty of everyone in this place. So I welcome the ambition set out in the King's Speech that will help to sustain and create new industries in the North East, strengthening Britain's energy security, expanding infrastructure, supporting the defence industries, accelerating the building of social and affordable homes and creating opportunity through growth. When I look across the area that I'm so privileged to represent, I see real opportunities. Opportunity for new industry around lithium in Weardale, for geothermal energy and other types of renewable power, getting us off of the fossil fuels roller coaster, creating energy that we build, that we keep, creating the jobs locally. The potential for house building and regeneration in the Dean Valley area, defence